Don't all speak at once.
Try not to.
Yeah, it looks like it's just flat earthers, I think. Well,
It
this
is.
might not be.
See, I don't know Adbo. Or
Yeah, that's the
Addo.
one name I don't recognize.
Everybody else is flat.
How was the workout? So no globies, huh? I bet Abdel came in here just to listen. If the earth was flat, how do you explain everything we see in the sky?
And if I say I don't know, then what?
Well, I think that's what they're trying to do with the globe, too. They're trying to explain everything they see in the sky, and they can't even verify it. Story.
Okay, so everything that they can verify, it's opposite of their senses, right? Like Earth curvature, boats disappearing, right? Uh, motion of the Earth can't be detected. You know, they're breathing gas pressure and drinking water in the midst of a vacuum. But the rest of it, they claim to know, but they can't verify. What kind of life is that?
Pretty silly. Come on, guys. I know the earth looks flat, but we can't trust ourselves.
Hello.
What's up?
How you guys going?
Fine.
Is there like any kind of discussion going on right now?
Well, currently waiting on one to appear since everybody here is already a flat earther. So,
Oh, yeah. I'm a globe believer.
nice.
Good question. Why, if the Earth is flat, why wouldn't the people just be like,
No one ever told you the Earth was a sphere. Would you believe the Earth was a sphere?
no, I'd have no idea if it was or it wasn't.
Just so you know, you're breaking up, TD.
Yeah.
So the idea is if he comes back, I'll let him say it. But the idea is that from your own perspective, your own senses, what do you think? If no one ever told you the Earth was a sphere, what would you think the Earth is?
Bro, I wouldn't know.
I mean, it looks flat, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I would like default to just being flat. Like, I probably think maybe it is, but like, I don't think I'd necessarily default to it being a globe either. You know, like if I was like
So
a caveman,
what's the surface of water in a swimming pool when no one's swimming? Is it flat or is it curved?
it's flat.
You ever seen like a really big lake? What was
I
the
mean, I'm not
surface
even
of that
arguing
lake?
for it being a globe right now. Like, you like
I know.
answered my
I'm just
question with a
trying to get
question.
you to explain to me why you wouldn't, uh, just openly say, yeah, the Earth's flat, right? When your senses are telling you that, the surface of water lies flat and, majority of the Earth, so they say, is covered in water. So that means all of that
Sure,
water is flat level. And we get all of the elevation heights for land from sea level. So this hill is 100 feet above sea level. The top of the mountain is 12,000 feet above sea level. Airplanes
sure.
fly 30,000 to 44,000 feet above sea level. And then the
Yeah, yeah.
depths of the ocean is based from sea level. So all of that
hmm
level happening, and we're not going to conclude that the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Because it looks flat. But we're going to start with the premise that it looks flat.
Yeah, yeah, but that's not even the question I asked, right? Like, how does that come back to my original question?
All right.
So what was
If
your
it
original
if
question
it's
again?
experienced as flat, why do I have to conclude something other than what I experienced?
I'm not even asking you to like explain your beliefs. I'm asking why the rest of the world tells people it's a globe.
Well, it's not a belief for us, all right?
I know
Like
it's not, but
it,
why would they tell everyone else that?
Because they believe it.
Yeah, but
yeah, because
why?
they believe it. Because they're
Yeah, but how does
gullible.
that start? Yeah, but you saying that like, what does the change just start from like someone
Well,
said it
why
was
did they
flat and it was
why did
declared
they
that
teach it to you when you're 5 years old?
because they like apparently they proved it to be flat. I mean, round.
That,
Sorry. You know.
that's what we're all told, right? But the problem
Yeah.
is we
Right.
go to check and we can't figure out who actually measured the Earth to begin with.
Right.
It's kind of like a religion. It's kind of like growing up with a religion, and the oral tradition gets handed down to you, and everybody else believes the same thing. So we go check, we go try to fact check these claims, and we come up empty.
Right.
I mean, they tell you that people figured it out hundreds of years ago, so you can't even question them. You just need to believe it on good faith.
Yeah. Yeah. I get what you're saying. So you're saying just everyone's wrong and like it's actually just flat. Like we just
Is
kind
that
of
hard to
fucked
believe?
up.
How
Well,
many
if
religious
everyone,
people are there in the world?
I mean, religion has some bearing to it, some truth, some of it.
Well, yeah,
so at its logic level, if everyone believes something that is not true, then everybody in that belief is wrong, right?
Yeah, if it's not true, then everyone's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if it's about flat Earth or pick another topic. If everyone has a wrong assumption and it's
Yeah.
factually wrong, then they're just wrong. Then, yeah,
Yeah. I'm just asking, like,
everybody's gonna
what
be
is
wrong.
the flat Earth opinion on this? Like, why do they tell people the Earth is round? Like,
I
if
don't
it's
know.
not.
Look, we've been saying repeatedly they just believe it. So
Yeah.
if
Okay.
you're told from somebody who believes it, and they're told from somebody who believes it, somebody else learns from them who also believes it, it's just a bunch of people believing a thing, and nobody decided, hey, I'm going to go figure this out.
yeah.
I'm not going to
People.
check it.
That's right. People have no reason to ask or to confirm or double check because they have a belief that everybody already knows and believes it's true.
Yeah. But like, how do we, like, if all of our navigation systems are based on the Earth being round, right? Like, how
They're
does
not.
the? That's not.
No.
Well, I guess to my point would to like bring it in simply, right? Is like, how do you fly a plane, around the planet?
Well, here's what's
Over a
happening.
flat horizontal plane.
Yeah, the airplane is
Well,
being negotiated over that flat horizontal plane, but they portray spherical coordinates to you, like on a screen.
yeah. I just don't think how come we haven't found an edge then? Well, how come there's no like edge in recorded history? Because like
If there
humans
was
would
an
have
edge, what
sailed
would you
throughout all
do?
of history.
If there
Like
was
turn
an edge, what
around,
would you do?
either fall off it or turn around.
Why would you fall off?
Because it's like a waterfall, I guess. I don't know.
That's what you
Edge.
believe, man. You believe this
Well, if it's flat,
story. Like
right?
this is what our ancestors used to believe, and they show you this ridiculous cartoon of a ship falling off the edge. What was pulling that ship down? You never even stopped to ask the question.
Gravity.
Okay,
From
what's
what?
gravity?
I don't know. Universe, bro. I don't know, bro. Like if the Earth is flat, there's an edge, right?
As your fucking globe, dude. Like you gone to school and they told you here's what it is, and then now you're
Yeah.
coming to us with questions that you don't even have you don't even have your own questions. You've got questions that's been given to you by somebody else to come ask us with images and ideas that's not ours, and then somehow you want to extract that straw man from us, and we're not
What?
trying to give it to you.
Bro, this is a genuine question. I'm not trying to rage bait.
I know, but you're asking preloaded questions.
Sure, but bro,
Here's
like,
the
if
deal:
the Earth is
would I
flat,
It's
there's
not
got to
a
fall
be an
off?
genuine
edge.
question. It's
It
not
is
a
a
If there's
genuine
genuine
an edge,
question.
question.
would
No,
I
no, it's
fall
not.
off?
What do you mean? Yes, it is.
If there was an edge to a disc floating in space, would you fall off?
I think so. You probably
If
can't.
there was an
What
edge
What
happens
would
when you
pull
to
you
reach the
down?
edge, bro?
fall
What would
off
happen?
from,
What would happen to the edge?
What would pull you down?
Would you just float off into space then? I don't
So
know.
why would
I've
you
never
fall
been to
down?
the edge.
You see
I know
water
that's what.
falling off the.
okay, the door is one thing. I'm pretty sure your entire room isn't surrounded by doors.
Surrounded by walls.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you
Sure.
fall out of your room?
Well, it's not. What do you mean?
Exactly what I mean. If the room that you exist in, or at least the one that you sleep in every night, has an edge, and you don't fall out of your room ever,
Sure.
all right, same thing. Why
Okay,
would you
sure, but
automatically
all
conclude
right.
that if there's an edge, it must be the case that you would fall off? When
Okay,
your
sure.
room has an edge, you never
Okay,
fall off.
okay, cool. There's a big difference between my walls and like more space and more land outside the edges of my room, right? If we're talking about
Okay,
the
you
edge
get
of the
out of your
planet,
room, and
there's no
then
more
what else
planet,
is there? The
right?
rest of your house, and then your house has an edge, and then town.
Yeah, so
You travel
right, yeah.
outside of town, and you go to the next one, and you go to the next one, and then you're like, "Fuck, I need to go back home," and then you go back home, and then you never actually travel anywhere except for where you want to go. You
Right.
never reach the edge, so then why would you have to conclude that, oh man, there's no edge?
Bro, I'm asking you if the Earth's flat, would there be an edge? You're a flat earther. Can you not just answer the question?
And I'm saying it's simply, right?
Like, you're
It's
There,
literally
flat.
like throwing
A
back like these arguments
flat
that my room has
surface
an
brains,
has
edge.
nothing.
That's
brains.
not the
A
same.
flat surface has nothing to do with the extremities of the world. The
I'm
Earth can be
asking.
flat and
It's
still
flat
have
Earth. You're making claims about the world. What do you
edge
mean?
would just be
I'm just making a
the
claim about the surface.
point and center. That's
Well, bro,
all.
explain it then.
Yeah, it's
Explain it
not
then.
near me. It's not
You're
near
making
you.
a claim that the world is flat, okay? The entire
Yeah,
world is flat. You're
it
making
is.
claims that it's
I
flat
know
and no other claims about the world,
that.
right?
Absolutely.
So is there an edge? If it's flat, what do
Almost.
flat things have? They have edges.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What would the edge be?
The ending of it.
Okay. So then the ending of it is farthest from center. It's out there
Yeah.
somewhere. You just ain't been there. I ain't been there. Neither of us have experienced it. Do you want to
Yeah.
go talk to it?
I think
You
we
want
as humanity would have found it. That's the thing.
They
yeah.
say there's an edge of the universe, Rain.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, where's the edge?
Well, we're not talking about the universe. We can't explore
Yeah,
it yet,
we are
can
talking
we?
about the universe because it'd be the
That's
same
exactly
thing.
what we're talking about.
I'm talking about the world. Can you not answer my
Yeah,
world?
that's exactly what we're talking about. The known
Yeah.
universe.
You have a concept of the way everything is
What?
organized in the existence of everything. And
Sure,
it
yeah.
has an edge. You don't know where it's at. You haven't been there. You haven't experienced it. But I say
Sure.
that it's not your formation of reality, right?
Right.
Ever expanding vacuum is not the case. Big Bang is not the case. Outer space is not the case. And the Earth is
Right.
the floor of all of existence. And yes, there would be an extremity to the room that we're in. We haven't been there. And then now you're losing your shit.
I'm not losing any shit. I'm chilling, to be honest.
Well, then why do you keep trying to strum the guitar string on Where's the Edge?
Because genuinely, like, if the Earth is flat, there should be an edge. Like, what is your
Yeah, and I've said it
theory on that?
over and over and over. There would be a extremity because somewhere
You haven't
there
said it
would
over
be
and over to me, to be
end
honest.
point, the farthest from center. There
It
is
seems
no
like you guys
end.
get rage baited a lot, and like when someone comes with genuine questions, you're just going to assume I'm rage baiting you because I'm
Well,
asking very generic
everybody
questions about
comes
flat
in with the
Earth.
same NPC questions and the same,
Yeah, bro, you're flat earthers. What do you expect?
questions. And then whenever they actually get, questioned on why they're asking us or why they believe what they believe,
Just
they
give me an
spiral out.
answer. I'm not even trying to give you.
did.
I'm taking.
Let me
I
interrupt.
did.
You know,
I've
I
given
find
you
it interesting that you would think that our that we're crazy because you just
I
did
never called you crazy.
conclude that
Never
you're
called you
rage
crazy.
baiting. Yeah, well,
Never
no, you
called you
said,
crazy.
what do you expect? You're flat earthers. So right
Of
there,
course, people are gonna rage bait you.
that
Yeah,
does
people are gonna
lead.
rage bait
Yeah,
you. You're a flat earther.
okay,
Yeah, people are gonna rage bait you. That's what
yeah. So
happens.
and that's as you see, we don't tolerate that, nor do we tolerate any appearance of that.
Yeah, but
You
you
know,
think
any
I am
kind of
for asking you a genuine question.
yeah.
Of course, someone's gonna ask
Yeah,
you
and
if
I've
the
given
Earth is
you
flat. Where's the
genuine
edge?
answers every time you ask the same question for the last 20 minutes now.
Okay.
I've been asking for 20 minutes. When's the
If you
edge?
can't figure out that if there is an edge that nobody's been able to go there, if that's not a
Right.
good enough answer, I don't know what is. So
I just
What
okay.
if I tell
there's your answer, my friend. I don't know what
Where?
else he can tell
Okay.
you.
Listen
Rain,
to me,
rain,
buddy. Listen for a
What if I
second.
tell you I don't know where the edge is? Then what?
That's okay. That's fine. That's at least that's an answer, buddy. Like, holy fuck.
Okay,
I've
so I
been
don't know where the
giving
edge
you
is.
answers.
The Earth still measures flat.
Yeah, cool. The Earth measures flat. Yeah, I understand that's your big claim to like your whole point here. Right. I'm asking you, like, we as humans have obviously spent a lot of time traveling our planet, right? Why has no
We
one
don't
found
assume
it?
anything. We don't assume anything. You're
We
assuming.
don't
We
assume
don't.
anything. We do though. We have done that. There's a lot of evidence for that.
I know there's a lot of evidence of people assuming things. That's what we're trying to get away from. We're trying to
There's a lot of
we're trying
evidence
to
that
get
people have
back into
traveled the
reality.
planet.
What?
There's lots of evidence that people have traveled the planet, man.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a planet for one. Yes, people travel for two. And then why is it that you conclude no one has gone and seen the so-called edge if you're only going to include the information that's been given to you?
What do you think it is then? Do you think it's just an infinite plane, flat plane? What's your
No,
thoughts?
I've done it like 3 or 4 times now that it's finite, dude.
It's
We
finite.
don't
So
know.
where does it end?
We don't know.
Well, if you're a flat
And if
earther,
you
what's your theory?
Oh my
same
God! You just
question
said that.
again on loop,
You just said I don't know is a good enough reason, bro. So now why are you getting upset?
I'm asking what his reason is. I don't know why he's upset. Like, it's a genuine question.
what did I say? Okay, what did I say? Give me a synopsis of what I said.
Bro, I asked you. Okay.
The whole
Actually, I don't
conversation.
really want to give you a synopsis. You're breaking up a lot, to be honest. Like, you're hard to like really hear. But you met my first question with questions, and you've been asking me questions. I asked very basic
I'm
questions,
giving you an
and
answer.
you called them NPC questions, and then I'm rage baiting you.
Yes, they are. Because if you sit
Yeah,
in
they
this
are.
channel
Yeah,
long
100%
enough,
they
you'll
are.
hear everybody issue the same question. And if it's the case that everybody feels like they're given the same question out of their same minds and they didn't get their questions from anybody else, then what's going on?
Yeah. Of course, that makes sense. You're in a flat Earth Discord channel where you ask flat Earth stuff. It makes sense they're going to ask you the same question.
Why don't you ask
Same
us?
thing in the Christian
How do we
channel.
know the Earth is
Same
flat?
thing in the Muslim channel.
Why don't you ask us how do we know the Earth is flat?
Well, I was gonna get to that, but I wanted to add a very basic question. I want to see how you guys would handle it.
If you were really
And you guys are
genuine,
heated.
you would be more concerned with that question than asking us silly questions like what's our theory.
Well, no, I think I'm starting from a good basis of why have I been told my entire life that the world is a globe. Like that's a great place for me to start personally.
You believe in authority. That's what you believe in.
Sure, yeah, okay. I wanted your explanation for that. If that's what you think, then fine. That's all I came to ask, right? That was like the foundation, and I got met with 100 other questions from all of you.
Well, if I say I don't know where the edge is, then why are you going to continue to ask about it?
Well, then I want to understand, like, before you say you're going to measure the Earth flat, right? Like, before we get back to the realms of like the map, right? What is the world then, in your opinion? Because like this is very basic stuff, right? Because I believe the world is a globe. You believe the Earth measures flat.
Sorry.
Well,
If there is no edge, how come? If there is an edge, how come we haven't found it? If there is no edge, how come we can only find what we know now?
What if some people have and we're just not allowed to go there?
Well, that'd be fucking awesome, to be honest. Like,
Awesome, then. Your authority probably found it. They don't want to tell you because then you might like leave their little known area that they want you to stay in.
well, yeah, I mean, like, there's like, is that the theory? Like, is that like your theory?
No, there's no theory behind it, man. You're the one wanting a story. You want a cool story, and I'm not going to give it to you.
I don't want a cool story. I want to know what your theories are about, like, the world. If it's
I don't have
okay, if it's flat, what
I
does
don't
that
have a
mean?
theory.
You know what I mean?
The
Okay,
Earth
like,
is
obviously you
measurably
believe. Okay,
and
obviously
applicably
you believe
flat.
the world is flat, right? You believe the world is flat.
It's not a belief; it's
I
measurably.
don't
Okay,
believe
you
I
know
know
the
it.
world is flat. You know it's measured flat, whatever, right? You know it's measured flat. What does that mean? What is the outcome of that for, reality? That's what I'm more interested in.
It's not a globe. That means any claim that's based on the Earth being a sphere is false.
Sure.
If somebody has
If it's
an
not a sphere, then what
idea
is
that's
it?
based on the Earth being a sphere, then why is it that they believe that way?
My question to you is, if it's not a sphere, then what is it? If it measures flat, what could it be?
It's a flat plane with topography, lights in the sky, trees on the surface, oceans, lakes, ponds. It's Earth. It's the same thing. It's exactly as you experience it.
Sure, but does it stop? Does it continue? Like, there's a lot of questions if you're making such a claim about the Earth.
I've only ever been where I've been to. You've only been where you've been to.
I feel like if I was a flat earther, like, I genuinely believe this. Like, I would make it my life's goal to, like, go past it. You know what I mean?
Do
Go past
it.
the known world.
Yeah, how
Fuck
much
But I'm a
do you
flat
think it
earther. I
costs
believe
to
it's a globe.
explore? How much do you think it costs to explore?
I don't know. I would make enough money to go do that.
How much money do you think that would be?
To go explore, probably like you need to get a plane license and a plane. It's probably like a couple $100,000. You could do that in your lifetime. I think you could. Genuinely, it's not going to be that
Yeah,
much.
stop yapping. Just
I don't
do
think you're
it
genuine,
already.
dude.
What do you mean? How much do you think it would cost?
Do it. Find out. You tell me.
No. You find out. You're the flat earther. I believe I'm just going to go in a circle.
You're the one wanting me to uphold a standard that I'm not upholding, and you're mad about it.
No, I just feel like if you believe this, like, it would be obviously way too interesting
I
not to
feel
go
like
explore
I
it.
believe if you believe that the Earth was a sphere, you would have measurements to prove that the Earth was a sphere. And we keep
I,
asking you for measurements, and you keep not wanting to talk about that.
you haven't even asked me for a measurement.
We started off talking about how the Earth was flat, and then you wanted to talk about, why would people believe the way they believe, and then you wanted to talk about edges, and then I'm talking about how the Earth being flat and edges don't have to correlate with one another, but somehow in your mind it must be that way. And then Now you're wanting to say that
Saying it
if I
must
was
be. I'm
flat
asking what it
earther,
is. What do you
then
believe? That's what
I
I'm
would
asking you.
have
I've never
to
made an
have
assumption about your
to
beliefs.
look to see everything, because that's exactly what you would do.
I've
All
quite
right,
literally never made an
you
assumption about your
have
belief.
all the answers for the Earth being a sphere. Please give me one.
I am okay. Look, I've been told my entire life it's a globe. That's why I believe it's a globe.
That's why you believe, because you've been
That's
told.
a pretty honest answer, though, I think.
But yeah, genuinely, right? I come across this concept in this Discord called Flat Earth, right? And I want to, talk to them. That's it. Simple as that. If like I'm not really like too interested in like how you measure the Earth flat because I don't really know how you measure it round, right? So that's why I'm not super interested in your measurement,
Well,
right?
you don't want to talk about the thing that would prove whether or not the Earth is a sphere or not.
I wouldn't say it
You want to
proves it
talk
for
about
me.
everything else.
Yeah, like okay, because like what's the difference to me? There's not really going to be a difference.
Well,
If your
then,
measurement is clearly going to
if it
tell me that
doesn't
it's
mean
flat,
anything to you, then why are you here? If it doesn't mean anything,
because
why
like
are you here?
to talk to you.
I know you want to talk to me.
Well, nothing will change because you already experience it exactly as we're describing, like flat and
Obviously,
stationary. So
yeah,
nothing's going to change there. Just your knowledge or your belief system or whatever, all of that stuff will change. Maybe the way that you do your research and spend your time, the way that you think about things might change a bit. Critical thinking skills might change a bit. Yeah, who knows? It's different for everyone.
maybe like I understand like there's going to be a lot to get into with why it's flat, right? Or like how you've managed to measure it. Like I think like if I'm asking flat earthers to prove why it's flat and they have this measurement thing, of course it's going to tell me it's flat, right? So to me it's kind of a moot point right now because I'm more interested right now in like what that means and like what the rest of it entails to you
So,
guys. That's my
so
genuine
you already
curiosity.
know automatically it's going to
So,
measure flat.
well, that's what you're going to
That's
tell me, yeah.
base. That's base. Hell yeah. That is exactly what it's going to prove itself to be.
Well, that's what you're going to tell me, yeah. Like the flat
Yeah,
Earth is
so
going
then
to have this
why
thing to
aren't
prove
you a
it's flat,
flat
yeah.
earther? If everything that you experience in the world around you shows that the Earth is flat, not moving, then why would you want to believe something opposite of that?
Look, I'm not here to argue the Earth isn't flat, right? Like I'm really not,
So then why
like
would you argue that the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, Jimmy,
because like
I don't know if you
I've never
picked up
come to
on that
argue
here,
against
but
it.
he did just insult us and insulted you there by saying that he's going to come in here and assume bad faith.
What
That's
do you
fine.
mean?
He can make
You
all
know,
the assumptions he wants. He can insult all he wants.
How am I
It's not going
insulting
to change
you?
the shape of the Earth.
but it is
Wait,
interesting
how am
though.
I insulting you? Like how am I
So,
insulting you? Like genuinely.
so Rain, what is it though? Here's the question that we keep coming back to with you
Sure,
is
man.
we see this formula time and time and time again of people who come in
Mhm.
here. They ask the same questions in the same scripted way as you've been told a couple times now, and then they always get to this point of what does it matter, and that's the interesting thing because if it did matter, if it to ask that question, why would somebody even come in here to ask that question? Because if they thought it didn't matter, they wouldn't even come in here. So I'm just curious, where is it that you get this list of questions from? Because it obviously come from somewhere to be in this exact order that we see probably 2 to 3 times every day for the last
What do I get?
probably 5 years at least.
I'm not colluding with anybody if that's what you're suggesting. Like, it's probably coming from the idea that I've been taught that the Earth is a globe, and that's all I've known since I was a child, right? So, me coming in here and like hearing that the flat earthers have this method to prove that it's flat is obviously going to be, you're going to show me how you measure it flat, right? You know,
Okay, so
Look,
you're not
but I
colluding
haven't
with
come here to
anybody.
argue.
There's obviously some sort of brainwashing going on for all of you sheep to have the same questions in the same order of events, and then to finally nullify the conversation with, well, I don't care.
No, I'm willing to hear you out about your like how you measure it flat. Sure, we can get into that at some point. I genuinely am more curious about the other stuff though. That's why I came to ask.
We talk about flat Earth in here and our measurements, so you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
So one such measurement was at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. A group called FE Core Field Engineers Core, they're an independent research group. They conducted a long-distance laser engineering test over Lake IJssel. This measures about 25 miles across, or 40 kilometers. So they positioned their laser at one end, 1.5 meters high. They positioned a target at the other end, 1.5 meters high. They took measurements of the water, of the surface, I should say, and of the air. And the laser was able to shine a beam onto its target. The target was able to see the beam, and not just like a beam dispersion, but the actual centroid, the very middle of the beam.
Sure.
So if Earth is a globe, there'd be 90 meters of curve, of a hump in the way. Instead, there were no meters.
You look, bro. I'm probably too much of a sheep. My brain is too small to understand, like, how the measurement like that works. Because that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Like, genuinely, I don't know how that proves it.
I think like some basic context. Is that what you're looking for about what we mean by flat Earth?
Yeah. Treat me like I'm an actual like
Oh,
baby.
hold on one second. My
like-
wife's just calling me back in a second.
Oh, good, bro. Treat me like I'm a baby, bro. Like, treat me like I don't know shit, because I probably don't, and probably don't. Because like I understand, like obviously a lot of the world is flat, like from our perspective, right? Also, what I find really interesting, the photos of Earth are like Photoshop from space, right? I find that interesting. But I don't understand what you mean with this laser thing. Like, I don't understand like how that denotes it. Like, you're gonna have to explain the context as to why that would be proof. You know?
Do you realize you just said treat me like a baby and then talk about space and then return flabbergasted to lasers not having curvature on the surface?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'm just having a conversation with you, man. Is that so hard to believe? Like,
What's the
what?
radius of the sphere that you believe in?
I don't know.
What's the distance to the horizon on the sphere you believe in?
I don't know. I haven't come here to argue that the Earth is round.
So how do you falsify the claims that
I'm not trying
you've
to
been told?
falsify anything that you've telling me. I'm not trying to falsify it at all. Stop assuming that I am. I've told you how many times now?
Okay, so
How many times
they
now, man? How
claim
many
that the
times?
radius value is 3,959 miles. So
Sure.
that would mean that the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you go out and you make your own observation and you see farther than what that claims, you are not looking at the radius value of the Earth that they claim. And then when you watch the horizon change distances to you, then you are not looking at a sphere, you're looking over a flat plane with visibility changing your distance based on the environment.
That doesn't
So
make sense
your
to me.
sphere from school is falsified by math and reality. You being on a sphere is falsified by reality itself. The horizon being the conjunction of the earth and the sky, objects are supposed to be disappearing bottom up due to the ground, its shape, causing obstruction, similar to you and your buddy standing on a hill. Walk away from each other, and the hill is now in between the two of you, and your feet are covered, and then your waist is covered, and now you're only staring at each other's heads, peeking over the hill.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen with the horizon. You can see like boats disappear bottom up. There's plenty of reasons why that happens, and it is not the case that it has to be due to the ground. You could put a little sailboat on a driveway that's flat and then lay down on the ground and watch the boat disappear bottom up because the heat from the concrete begins to distort the base of the boat. You can put a coffee can on the floor in your house, walk away and lay down, and then you'll see that as you get further away from the coffee can, the base of that coffee can will disappear because its angular size is shrinking.
Yeah. Like, bro, I don't know, like, I don't know shit about measuring anything. You know what I mean? Like,
This is even easier than that, right? Because, like, I'll give you an example. If we have a 10-mile body of water, let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Doesn't matter. It could be any
well, I
body
don't
of
use
water.
miles. What's like?
Oh,
What's in
it's
kilometers?
okay. 10 miles is like 16 kilometers.
All right. Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay, and over 16 kilometers, there should be 66 foot of curvature, which would be like 1/3 of that would be in meters, so like 22 meters of curvature. Okay, that's
Yeah.
kind of like a 6-story building, 7-story building. Okay, so if we
Yeah.
go to a 10-mile lake and just say I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing on the other side of the lake on the
Yeah.
shoreline,
Yeah.
I shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and wave at you or see you. But
Wait, how much
y-
curvature should it have? You said
22
much?
meters, like you would have to be
22 meters.
23 meters tall, and then I would just be able to see the top meter of you, giant
Yeah. Yeah.
head sticking out over the horizon. So yeah, like, but what we find is that there's zero curvature, right? We can go out and test any 10-mile body of water and there's zero curvature, but on the globe you would have to have that 22 meters of curvature over that 16-mile distance. And then we
Yeah.
go try double that distance, okay? Because it's exponential, because you've got to square it. So over 20 miles, there would be 266 foot. So whatever, what's that in? 200. So 20 miles, that's like 30 kilometers approximately. And then that would be 266 foot of curve. So it's like 80 meters or something like that, 85 meters. But once again, we can just zoom in and we can see the shoreline clearly, and we just see flat water the whole way across the 20-mile body of water. That's not possible on a globe. You have to have that curvature there if the Earth's a globe, because of gravity, because of the way that it's explained to work on the globe model. And we can test that over and over again. We can go to different countries, different places, and then we could shoot lasers across. We could shoot radio signals across. All sorts of different ways. And this has been done hundreds of times. It's been done by engineers, PhDs, all sorts of people have gone out and done these tests, and some of them trying to debunk flat Earth, right? And becoming flat Earthers in the process. But yeah, it's just about testing the claims that should be there if the Earth's a globe. And then in the context of what flat Earth means, it's just large distances that don't have any curvature. It's like a surface description, rather than, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth's a flat planet. We're just saying, hey, the surface of the Earth seems like it's a topographical plane, like topographical, like it has like landscapes and mountains and stuff. But most of the surface that we know about is covered in water. 70% of the globe, they say, is covered in water. And if water's flat on the surface, then it can't possibly be what they're telling us. So then you would probably start digging into, okay, how can I refute these tests that are being done? Because you can go and do it yourself, or you could just go online and like look throughout all of history. Anyone up until this time throughout all of history that's actually gone out and validated that the water is actually curving over distance, and you're going to get disappointed. The more you look into it, the more holes you're going to find in the globe model. Right, you're going to find it's a whole bunch of it. It's more of a mathematical concept, and that's how it was originated, conceptually rather than actually empirically.
Okay, you explained it in a decent way. Like the lake analogy is a good analogy. Because yeah, I'm terrible at math. I'm gonna like pretend I'm good at it and like measuring, and like I'm not an engineer or anything. So the concept of it even measuring around is like I'm not here to argue that. You know, like, genuinely. And yeah, I'm not trying to be like, oh, you know, like if it's around, like if you guys believe this and you believe in all these like wacky conspiracy theories, no, not at all. I'm genuinely curious about like what that would be then, you know, because you know, fair play. Like, oh, why don't I just go out and like test if it is? It's just, I don't know.
Yeah,
Like, I
you
don't
don't
believe
need
it.
to, and we're not even trying to convince you. We're just showing you
Sure.
some information, and then like encouraging people to think critically and weigh up the information if you want to. If not, that's cool. But look, here's some doors you might not have looked through. You know, here's some tests in the real world. You can go and repeat them. And we're trying to sort of help people understand, which you already admitted that like they just believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what we're fed from a young age. And then it gets reinforced by teachers and college professors and stuff, and they're just regurgitating the information as well. Most people have never gone out and tested it. Like we talk to
That's a fair point.
physicists and engineers, satellite engineers, all sorts of people come through here, mathematicians, and they suck at providing empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe. They're just good at memorizing the books of bullshit that they studied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then there's a ton of questions. You'll be like, oh, what about this? And then you'll think of something else. You'll be like, oh, what about like the boats over the horizon claim? And we hear the same set of like 20 questions from pretty much everyone that comes through here.
Sure. Yeah. You know, like you know, that's a very fair reason to believe it, right? You guys are believing this based off like empirical, you know, evidence. You know, like you're making your measurements, you're doing your stuff. You know, like what do you think about these explanations though? Like that measure it around, you know what I mean? Like curvature of, I don't know, like eyesight and stuff like that, or like sea level, you know,
Yeah, sea
or
level, according to the globe earthers, is why the water would be curving at a specific rate because of gravity. So
right.
that's why that curvature would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Whereas we would use the proper definition of level, or different definition would be like actually just a flat surface. Kind of like if you wanted to level a section of land to build a property on, you're not going to make it curve, obviously. You're going to make it perfectly flat, right? And that's what leveling something means. So we would say that it's just horizontal, just like what we experience, right? To have a large body of water, you need to have a container, whether it be a pool or a pond or a lake
Yeah.
or a bucket, whatever. You need to have a container, obviously. You can't put the water on the outside of the bucket. That's retarded.
Sure.
Okay, but they'll tell us that all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a globe, and then they'll have like a magical solution for all of these things that defy logic and common sense, being gravity, which they, you know, where does gravity come from? What is gravity? Oh, they say, well, we have no idea. We just know it has to exist, right? Otherwise, you can't have all of these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have gravity, that means that 22 meters of curvature over a 16-mile lake has to be there. And if it's not there, then that debunks quite a lot of things that we get taught about this reality.
You know, yeah, that's a great point. Like, yeah, because like gravity, right? Like, so what would you just believe? Like, I'm not gonna make the claim that you guys don't believe gravity exists, but like, do you believe like
We believe
what's your thought?
gravity depending on how you define it. Okay, so if you're
Yeah,
just defining gravity as that things fall if you lift them up and drop them, like
yeah,
most things will just fall. Yeah, if you're just thinking that that's what gravity is, then sure, we agree with that. That happens. But if people start saying
yeah,
it's because the Earth's a globe and it's a big mass, and then that mass is attracting other masses towards it, like that's
yeah.
different, right? That's like a different claim. That's something you're not going to be able to prove, like in an experiment. Um, that's something you have to have that type of gravity to have a globe, and then you have to have a globe to have that kind of gravity. It's kind of something that it's like a globe thing. Right. In reality,
Good
we
thing.
would say we
Yeah.
live on a flat plane. That's kind of, you could think of it kind of like the foundation or the basement or whatever, or the floor of
Yep.
this system that we live in. And then, you know, we have celestial bodies in the sky that are like lights in the sky that move like a big giant clock, and they're responsible for daytime, nighttime, seasons, a whole bunch of other things.
Yeah.
But gravity, like, why does something sink when you lift it up and it's more dense than the air? Like, air is a very light medium. So if you lift something up, most objects are more dense than the air, so they're going to sink through the air, and they're going to go back to where, you know, where they were, basically. Like, if you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move ever, unless
Yeah.
something comes along and like displaces it. So if you displace it, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Just say it was not a rock, it was a helium balloon. Okay, it's going to go up because it's actually less dense than the air. And then if you change the medium from air to something else, the object's going to behave differently. Like, you can drop a tennis ball through the air, it's going to sink. But if you drop a tennis ball in a medium of water, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the water. So yeah, it's pretty easy to explain why things like go up or down, like rise or sink on a flat Earth. On a globe, you
Right.
need to bring in magical forces and things like that.
For things like gravity, right? Yeah, I kind of get it. Is your basis of reality just based on like what you can see with your own eyes? Then, like, is that what
No, because
reality
if the
means?
Earth was a
No?
globe, you would still
Yeah,
experience the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. So you would have to go and
yeah,
test the things to find out further. So we got kind of like an axiom or like a baseline. It's like everyone
yeah,
experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, but they say, "Oh, you're so small and the globe's so big that you just experience it as flat anyway." But really, it's a ball. Really, it's curving. So we go looking at, we're
yeah,
like, okay, if it's a ball, then what characteristics or byproducts of that curvature would be present in nature? And that would be a physical geometric horizon that, like boats go over the horizon argument, or
yeah,
things get hidden by the curvature of the Earth, that kind of thing. So we can go and
yeah.
easily test for that in reality. But most people don't know how big the Earth is. Like, you say, oh, what's the radius? Most people are like, oh, I have no idea. I'd have to Google it. And if we say how much curvature there is over 16 kilometers, they'll say, oh, that's not a big enough distance because the Earth's so big. That's not big enough distance to test. And then we'll say, oh, how much curvature would there be over that distance? And once again, they're completely clueless. If we ask them to guess, they'll say some completely incorrect answer.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, we're just like, first thing flat earthers do generally is like learn a ton about the globe that most people
The
don't
globe
really
Earth.
think about. The
Yeah, yeah,
motions,
yeah.
the size, all of the geometry that would go along with it, that kind of thing. And then look at how they actually came up with that in the first place. And what you're going to find is it's not like they went out and did measurements and experiments. It's crazy people like Pythagoras and the people that came after him that were like mystic leaders of like the cult of Pythagoras, and they worshipped spheres, and they thought like the
Yeah,
universe was a musical instrument, and the sky was like this big celestial sphere with the stars on the inside of this big giant celestial sphere. And
yeah,
then because that's a sphere and spheres are perfect, then the divine creator would have to have made the earth a sphere as well. Otherwise,
yeah, yeah.
and then so the earth must be a globe. And yeah, it's kind of crazy the way the globe came to become a thing. But yeah, we're
Yeah,
just
yeah. I mean,
testing it out and seeing if it matches up with reality, and it doesn't.
cool. Yeah, I totally respect that. I think it'd be really cool if the Earth is flat. Like,
Yeah,
it'd be way better than it being a globe. That'd just be way more interesting. It's like reality to live in my opinion.
yeah, definitely, man.
It's just cool. But like,
It's
how would you explain stuff like like the southern stars and like the northern stars, for example? Like,
Yeah, yep. So there's
you know,
two big like points, they're called celestial poles. So there's two
okay,
points of motion in the sky where the stars seem to revolve around. Exactly how that, like, we don't make definitive claims about things we can't go and check. So a whole
yeah,
bunch of assumptions need to be made. But yeah, there's some, like, what exactly is a star? Like, the heliocentric model says all those stars that you can see in the sky, they're all like suns, these ridiculous distances away, and they're in a space vacuum. And
yeah,
all of this story that goes along with it, and there's all dark matter and diamond rain and diamond planets and all crazy claims. We say
yeah,
we're
yeah,
not sure. Like, we all observe the same thing. All the stars will just rotate around the celestial point, like depending if you're in the north or the south, or if you're at the equator, you see kind of like a mixture,
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
like a vortex, kind of like if you were to swish your hand through a pool in the water, and you'll see like a whirlpool spinning
yeah.
one way, and then on the other side it'll be spinning the other way. So yeah, whatever
Okay,
medium the sky's in, however the celestials work, like, I don't know, there's some crazy electromagnetic stuff going on up in the sky. I think people like to pretend they know more than they do actually know about it. Even the astrophysicists and stuff like that. There's a lot of
Yeah,
guesswork,
yeah,
and they even admit that. But yeah, like yeah, so yeah, like if you're in a different place on the Earth, you have a limited range of perspective, and
yeah,
you can only see a certain distance around you, and things will kind of like project into your field of view in a sense. Um, Kind of
yeah,
like if you stand, just say you're out in the ocean, and you could only see like a certain distance in every direction. So you're seeing like a
yeah,
big
yeah,
circle. Like the horizon might be 5 miles in every direction. So you look around 360 degrees, it's just a big circle of vision. And then if a plane was to come from, say, in front of you, and you're
yeah,
going to see it, it's going to look like it comes up from the horizon, right? Due to perspective, it's going to make a big arc over the top of your head, and it's going to fly away and do the same thing in the other direction. Even though that plane was the same altitude, because of the way our perspective works, it looks like a big arc. So we kind of view the sky, the clouds, the sun, the moon, everything like in a big like kind of like a dome of perspective, not a physical dome, but just due to the way our eyes work.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
things get lower in the distance when they move away from you. So yeah,
yeah,
there's a
yeah.
lot of mysteries about the sky. We definitely don't claim to have a counter claim for every single claim that the heliocentric model makes, but we're just
Sure.
testing what we can validate. Because if we made a claim about the specific claim about the stars, like what's a star, we're like, oh,
Yeah,
it's like an electromagnetic orb, it's like solar luminescence and blah blah blah, it's
yeah.
frequencies, and you'd be like, can you prove that? And we'd be like, well, and then we would get,
It's hard to really prove something you've never been to, right? Like,
well, it's too high for us to get to. So it's
yeah, yeah,
there's gonna be assumptions and stuff like that that have to go into it. Like when they measure the distance to the sun on the globe model, right? They had to make a bunch of assumptions. They had to assume that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and a whole bunch of assumptions get thrown into all of the
like,
mathematics that are behind the globe.
not to sound like not to this we probably get asked this all the time, but how does that like fit in with like humanity saying, "Oh, we've been to the moon, we've been to space." Like,
Yeah,
does
well, I
that
mean,
change anything? Like, because like if we've been to space and we've been to the moon, then like I don't know, like does space change that sort of at
yeah,
all?
we
You know
would
what I mean?
say outer space, as we get told in the heliocentric model, is
Yeah,
is impossible to have a big vacuum of space and then to have a planet Earth that's covered in
yeah,
water and gas inside a big giant space vacuum that's 100,000 more times powerful than any vacuum chamber we can create on the Earth. It goes
yeah,
against natural laws. It's not something we can demonstrate. It just exists as a theoretical concept, basically a mathematical model. Um,
yeah,
yeah, so like the moon landings, I don't know if you've
yeah,
actually had a good look at the footage. There's some good films out there, not even made by flat
yeah,
earthers, right? Just like experts in certain fields of like camera work, photography, and they're calling bullshit on it. And then on top of that, the actual footage looks ridiculously fake as well. It looks kind of
yeah, yeah, yeah,
like a studio. And when you see the lunar thing orbiting around the moon, it looks like a little model inside a studio. The way it moves is very unnatural. And then
yeah,
you've
yeah.
got like
I agree. Like, they're sus. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah, and they were kind of like fighting for world uh power in the sense of like, oh, we're the first country that can get to the moon, and we're in this space race with Russia.
yeah.
We want to be seen as the country that can do what no other country can do. America, rah rah rah. So yeah, I think that they faked the moon landings because of so many different reasons. Even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the moon landings
Same,
just
same.
based.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
Buzz Aldrin even said it was fake. Like he straight up just said
yeah,
it to like a little
exactly.
girl,
He
like a little girl.
leaks little things, whatever
Yeah,
he can say without getting himself freaking
yeah,
killed by the
murdered
CIA
probably.
or whatever.
Yeah,
But
yeah, right. Like crazy.
little bits and pieces, yeah. But
Yeah, yeah,
at the end of the day, like it's information that we can't verify or validate 100%. It's belief. Like you could believe it or not believe it. You're never going to be able to go and check it. Whereas we say, we can go and you can go to a lake, you can buy a $400 camera,
yeah,
and go to a lake and zoom in across the lake and validate if that curvature is there, and go test the shit out of the actual surface of the Earth over and over and over again, try to find the curve. Um,
yeah.
Yeah, big difference. It's like empirical evidence versus faith-based claims.
Yeah. Well, it's like obviously there's going to be like a billion reasons why it's round. You know what I mean? And like there's going to be some very strong reasons as to why it's flat. I'm assuming. Like, what would kind of make you say that you were wrong? Like, what is missing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
curvature. Curvature.
Just
That's
curvature?
all we need. It has to be there. It's like the prerequisite for the Earth being a globe. Just a sec. I just got to go on mute because my wife's asking me a question.
All good, man.
Well, anyway, we talk to younger generations all the time, and it's shocking to find out that many of the people we talk to, they haven't looked at the original Apollo moon mission movies and photographs. They haven't done it. Like those of us older folks who were maybe born not too long after those missions took place, we were surrounded with this stuff in our childhood, and there was controversy then,
Yeah.
even growing up. But yeah, like the Zoomers today, a lot of them haven't even bothered to check, but they believe that the Apollo moon missions were real. So we encourage them to go check. And often when they do, they come back to us and say, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I bought that horse shit." Looks so bad.
Yeah. It looks fake. I think it's fake, to be honest. I think a lot of space stuff's fake. Like genuinely. Like I don't know. Like even just being, believing the Earth is a globe right now, right? Like the whole Katy Perry going to space. I think that's all CGI. Like that's gonna be fake. Like there's a few things, man. Like
Yeah, it's
you
like
know,
a propaganda.
yeah. Like I understand. Like maybe I'm coming in here being like, oh, like I don't really want to hear about the measurement. Like I just don't understand it. Well, like, he's making great points, but you know, like I don't know. Like how does this might be a funny question, maybe not funny, but like how does flat Earth fit into like religion? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
does
Well,
it
most of the
intertwine
world
at all?
religions are like the old religions are. They
Yeah,
all describe a flat cosmology. Christianity through Judaism, the
yeah,
Babylonian cults all had a flat Earth cosmology. The ancient Norse and their pagan myths, they believed in a flat Earth as well. The Vedic texts from India are flat. The Egyptian texts are all flat. Ancient China was flat. In fact, the Chinese were flat earthers until the 1600s.
yeah.
So
That's
we
interesting.
are really a curious point in human history where we don't accept the flat earth as a culture, as a species.
Yeah.
All of our
Hey,
forefathers, our ancestors were flat earthers.
yeah, good point. That's really true. That is a great point because it would be really
When's
funny
all
if
the
like
water gonna fall off the sides?
Yeah, it doesn't fall off the side, does it? It's contained.
What
it would
if
be
the
really
Earth is
funny.
flat, just not from our dimensional perspective? What if it is a sphere, but it's technically flat, and we just see it
Yeah,
as a sphere because we see wrong?
that'd be interesting. So that'd be like a four spatial dimensions, right? Like a hypersphere.
No, dimensions aren't like outside of each other. They're packed on top of each other. Our
That's exactly what I
perception just
mean.
determines the dimension that we essentially like quote unquote live in.
Well, right. So
Like
in
just
this case, it is a fourth spatial dimension that we don't perceive, but is nonetheless there. You could have a curving
well,
radius in a fourth
cosmology dictates
dimension.
that there are infinite dimensions stacked on top of each other. Well, not really stacked on top of each other, just folded into each other or out
I
from
don't know
each
if it
other.
dictates it, but
Well, it's kind of the prevailing theory. Like you can't, it,
yeah, until you get down to the Planck scale and you're like, fuck, what do I do now?
ah, well, that's why there's we're just in a glass box in a laboratory theory.
Yeah, like a terrarium.
Yeah.
Yeah, so listen, I mean, we measure Earth flat. Even geodetic surveyors who are paid to measure a globe measure it flat first, and then they calculate it into a ball based off of a chosen coordinate reference system. Like
Okay.
pilots, when they fly their planes over a flat Earth, their coordinates on a screen show a ball that's spinning underneath them, but they're flying over a flat Earth. And all of their measurements, all the instrumentation, like the inertial navigation system, it's taking physically flat Earth measurements the entire time.
Well, no, it's not. There's a computer system in it that actually predicts the curvature of the Earth based on
Well, It
like
predicts,
height.
yeah, the air data inertial reference unit, right? So when that thing is spun up on the tarmac, you have to
Yeah.
provide latitude, or it has to be given a latitude entry. And
Yeah.
at that point, it'll take your location, and it will calculate your position for
It's
WGS
just a
84.
line on a graph based on how high you are. It's not really that complicated.
Well, yeah, and it's not measuring a globe Earth.
No, it's not. It's measuring how high you are, and then it's calculating based off of how high you are the curvature of your flight path.
Well, yeah, the curvature is called the transport rate, the rotation, and that's calculated in order to provide a uh, a coordinate system on a globe that doesn't exist.
There is curvature, um,
Well,
but
that's
that's
funny because
because
it's not measured; it's
okay,
calculated.
there's curvature in our perception. The Earth is flat, but it is round to us because, and let me hear me out here. Any significant mass, um, due to like entropy in the glass box theory, essentially, is like slowly leaking out at the center. Like that's why suns slowly get smaller and planets get smaller and everything is. It's like at the very center of each planet, there's a very, 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 very small Planck scale hole where something's leaking out.
Cool
Someone's
story.
like draining us for energy.
That's a cool story. So,
Or
is
vapid.
gravity reversing entropy?
Well, gravity is more of a byproduct of entropy.
Really? So, do you
Yeah.
believe that gravity is compressing gas towards the surface of Earth?
No.
So, then what's containing the gas in the infinite space vacuum?
Gravity doesn't do anything. It just affects perception.
Oh, so then what is the role of gravity then when it comes to the atmosphere? Does it have any effect at all?
Yes, perception is like the state of the universe.
Not in
Like,
perception. Any physically measurable
okay,
effects?
no, 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 no. Think of it like this.
195.
You put something near a black hole and you take a picture of it with any camera, any sensor. What does it look like? It doesn't change
Oh
in
yeah?
shape, but
Who's
the
ever done that?
perception of it changes.
What, like on a computer? Like
Anything. You can
nobody's ever
take
done the black hole.
you can look at it. You can look at something through just a magnifying glass, or I mean a telescope, that's next to a black hole, and it warps its shape. It doesn't physically warp its shape. It warps the perception of it.
Oh,
It's because
really?
a black hole is just a larger hole in the fabric of reality, or the big glass box we live in.
How do you know that there's gravity around a black hole?
There isn't. Gravity's not real. It's like the force of entropy.
The force of entropy, so it's a force?
No, it's like nothing. It's like you poke a hole in the bottom of the pool. Like the suction isn't anything. The water is just falling.
So the air is just falling?
No, the nothing is falling. Space is
Well,
energy,
what about
anti-energy.
then why isn't the gas that we're breathing exploding into the outer space vacuum?
Because it's a tiny, tiny Planck scale hole at the center of our planet and every other ball out there. Because it forms it by its very nature. And the mass dictates how fast that leaks. We can track this with math.
Well,
This is an
well,
actual theory, by the way. Like this is like
yeah, but this doesn't make any sense because we can actually test the behavior of gas and know that it expands without work, without any energy.
yes.
So if the space that we occupy within the
Mhm.
universe is expanding, then
It's not.
why is the gas? Well, it's not. Okay.
Okay, so it's more like you know that force on a yo-yo when you throw it out and it's pulling back as it's going out? It's like again like imagine you have like a kiddie pool and you have it propped up and you swirl the water in it and at the bottom you poke a hole. That swirling is our universe expanding. It's inconsequential. What's consequential is the hole at the center of literally everything.
Well, I
We
mean,
can't
the hole doesn't have any space in it until it's filled up with the fluid that flows into it.
no, it's leaking out through it. It's like it's
What,
because
a cold drain at
no
the bottom
glass
of a
box can
bathtub?
be perfect. No glass
You,
box can like never have any leak whatsoever. You can't make a perfect structure that resists entropy. So
Well,
this
of course.
the structure we live in is just slowly leaking, and that's what creates gravity.
So what prevents gas molecules from escaping into the vacuum of space?
Us spinning, the atmosphere sphere being created by gravity and our centrifugal force.
All right, so wait, gravity causes the Earth to spin now?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah, can you measure Earth's rotation? Like, is there a torque vector that we can analyze?
You can't really measure the force because you'd have to like build something really, really big to do that, or just have a different understanding of physics than we do at the current moment. But
So how do you know
you
the Earth
can
is
measure the speed of the rotation.
Yeah, well how do you know it's the Earth turning and not the sky at night?
Because we rotate around and through different planets, and you can make a three-dimensional model.
How do you know
And
Earth is the planet?
because we've like sent a lot of people into space, and they say it's a planet.
So is that the only way you know that Earth is a planet? Because we sent
I
people
mean,
to
no,
space.
you can like. There's also been like lots of like high altitude balloons and shit like that have taken pictures of like the entire curvature of the Earth.
Holy
Really? I've
fuck, this
never seen
argument's
one.
falling apart. Holy fuck, you guys are right.
Now, I'm
The
kind of
fuck,
curious.
man.
How do you measure the curvature of the Earth in order to strike an orbit?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean to put
What
something
did
in
you
orbit.
say? No, what did you say? I didn't hear it.
How do you measure the curvature of the Earth in the first place to have orbital mechanics work?
I don't think we need to measure things for orbital mechanics to work.
Why not? If it's too big, then you don't accelerate enough.
Well, I'm just saying things are going to accelerate without us having any input. They did when we were monkeys.
Oh yeah, like what?
No.
I'm just being facetious.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
so
Earth's been spinning long since before you perceived it to be.
that's a cool story. Now, how do you know it's spinning and it's not the star field that's spinning? Oh, the astronauts. So how do you know how the astronauts measure the Earth in order to go out into space and orbit? Well,
Well, they don't really need to. You can just look at it.
how do
But
you?
that proves my
I take a
perception theory
telescope,
that
I
the
look at
Earth is
Jupiter, and I
actually
see
flat.
Jupiter's like Earth. Like, come
What?
on,
You know,
you've
it's
never
just
seen the
round to
globe.
us.
Like, you've never seen the globe. Nobody's ever seen the globe. And if you're shown a picture of it, you don't have enough knowledge to judge whether or not it's correct. So, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth to know that it's a globe?
Yeah, a lot of people from
I'd
different
like
countries and stuff too.
I'd like one measurement. I'd please, for the love of God, can somebody get us a globe curvature measurement that we can verify?
I'm sure I can look that up.
Yeah, we've been looking for about 10 years as a community, and we talk to people through all walks of life. We record our conversations 24/7 and have for the past 10 years. And so far they've been unsuccessful. So maybe you're the one, Neo. The entire cosmic distance ladder depends on this.
Cosmic distance ladder. What's that?
So this is the foundation for the astronomical unit, essentially, that provides the structure of distances for the solar system and the back-engineered supposed masses of the planets to explain their orbits using, Keplerian Galilean mechanics. You
Okay.
know, providing some kind of physical reality to them, even though
Oh,
nobody's.
the most common test to prove the Earth is curved is you can go on any spot on the ocean, and if you go far enough away, then ships start to disappear on the horizon from each other.
That's a great urban myth. Everybody says this, but nobody can produce the results. What we do have is extensive evidence of a well-documented and well-understood marine layer. There's an inferior mirage that takes place very commonly just above the surface of the water, where the water is often evaporating, and you have a temperature differential between the air and the water that's below it. And this distortion is often confused for ships that are being gobbled up from the bottom up as they recede into this. And as they recede further, they recede into the atmospheric haze, subject to Rayleigh scattering. There's like an atmospheric fence, and
No, there's you can look up a video of like the ship slowly. You can see like less and less of the ship.
No,
Right,
that's
right.
like I grew up on the coast. I grew up on the east coast of Australia on the Gold Coast, and we have like there's like a hub there where we have cruise ships that go out all the time, like giant ships. I grew up fishing a lot at the ocean and surfing a lot, sitting there waiting for fish or waiting for waves, watching the boats go out. What you see most of the time is just the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it'll just kind of like fade off into the distance. It'll get too
Because you
small
can't see it
to
with
be
your
able to
eyeballs. It's at like several
You
miles,
just
60,000 feet.
yeah.
You need
So
a
if
very
something was
powerful telescope to see it.
okay, so in the side chat, I just put an example at 28 minutes after the hour, and now we have consumer grade cameras that have crazy zoom capabilities. So we can use these cameras, and it can look like the ship is gone, right, from when you're
That
just
is
standing there
not like
looking,
8
and then
miles.
oh,
That is like
no,
that's
the
like
horizon
2.
the horizon should be at 3 miles away if you're 6 foot
No, I'm
tall and you're
saying this.
standing at the beach.
No, this effect occurs at like 8 miles away, is what they're saying.
Well, after 3 miles, the bottom of the boat should start to disappear if you're standing at the beach looking out, and that's well within the
The
range of
calculation
not
I'm
even
looking at says 60,000 feet.
feet. No, I said 3 miles.
Yeah, that's like. Well, I'm saying the
Yeah, so if you're
calculation I'm
6
looking
foot
at
tall,
says like it starts at 5.
kilometers.
I'm saying miles.
No, it doesn't start at 5 miles unless you go up higher, like say you're like 12 foot height or something like that. It might be 5 miles. 6 foot height is 3 miles. I remember them teaching me this at school, but I've been researching this for a long time. I know it's 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. And then at 3 miles, that should be the line where you can't see any more water, like where the horizon's defined as the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
It'll be easier
And
to
then,
see the effect if you're like up on something taller than 6 feet tall, though. Just get up on a platform.
I know, but we can get up. We've got observations all the way up to the height of airplanes where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe. We've got observations from 3 inches above the surface all the way up to the height of an airplane, where in every single instance, we can see so much further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe, and we can't find that curvature. We can't find that geometric horizon that should be there at a certain distance.
I'm like looking at videos of this right now.
Yeah, I just put some in the side chat there. If you think you've got a video where someone's done an observation and it matches up with the globe, then that's what we're looking for. But no one's ever been able to produce one that's legitimate. So if you think you have evidence of this kind of thing, then we'll go over it in good faith, right? We'll check all of the details, we'll analyze it critically, and we'll just come to a logical conclusion. But you'll be disappointed once it starts getting broken down, if you can find one. Because we've got thousands at this point where we have crystal clear conditions and we can zoom across like a 20-mile distance and we can see something completely unobstructed that should be hidden by the height of a skyscraper.
Have you like not been in an airplane?
Yeah, plenty of times. I like airplanes enough to
Just
have researched.
What's an airplane? What's an airplane? Define airplane.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
just doesn't even look flat.
What, through 3 panes of glass on the passenger side?
I've looked out of open windows while flying. I have family members who are pilots.
Yeah, so if Earth is a globe, you might not still be high enough to see the curvature, right? Because if you're
I
seeing horizon
absolutely have
curvature,
seen the
then there's something
curvature,
wrong.
both on land and on sea.
Which way? Curvature like left and right, or curvature forward and backwards?
Are you retarded?
No, I'm not. It's a very important question.
Just can't help some people.
Well,
Bro, don't
Google
oh,
it.
he's gone.
that's just an
Google
that's an ad hom,
directions.
my friend. Yeah,
He
that's if you
left.
can't answer the question properly,
left.
like if you then you start insulting people instead of answering their question. It's an ad hominem fallacy. Like, try not to do that. You're having a good faith conversation up until that point. Okay, if it's a fact that you would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from the height of a plane at 40,000 feet. That's not high enough mathematically to even see any curvature. I've flown all over the world, and you don't see curvature from a plane, man.
Listen, so from the beginning, when I was child, I studied everywhere I see. They say the Earth is oblate shaped, which is kind of like round, and you're saying it's flat. That's weird, and that means the Google is lying. Everyone is lying. So it's flat now, right?
Dude, I'll just put footage, like a time lapse footage from a flight in the side chat. Even from like 5 times that height, they say you wouldn't be able to see curvature. Even astrophysicists say that from 300,000 feet height, you wouldn't see curvature of the Earth. Relax, bro. MSK, chill, man. Calm down, sir. Please calm down.
I'm calm, man. You
All
can
right,
give
thank
your
you. Remain
explanation
calm.
to my question. All right, dude. Don't
I'm
worry.
like I'm like so like I'm like actually like amazed. Like I'm like you guys are actually on. Like I'm not even trolling. Like that guy's argument fell apart in like 2 minutes. Like, that was actually crazy.
The guy said the gravity's like pulling a drain in a bathtub.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what is he on about? I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys actually make compelling points.
Thanks.
So, if you
Stick
don't mind
around.
me just saying, my friend, just for the sake of just pointing out that, we were sounding a little adversarial earlier on, but debates, or what do you say, people stopping by like that, I think you'll see why we sometimes get um, a little aggressive a little quickly. So, I appreciate your patience and sticking around with us, friend. It's been quite my honor to have you around.
Oh, Elvis, bro. Like, I understand. You guys like flat earthers, right? So it's like you're gonna get people like that every day. Like, that's not an insult either. Like, that's just gonna come with the territory. Like you guys are going against the beliefs of like probably like a very vast majority right now. But you guys make excellent points.
Yeah, it's usually like hardcore soy boy atheists that are the most furious about flat Earth, or like extreme degenerates. It like completely triggers them because they
Yeah.
think that we're coming from a religious point of view, which we're not even. But yeah, like it seems
Yeah.
like the more degenerate people are, like the more flat Earth angers them and enrages them. So you passed the not a degenerate test for sure, bro.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, like I'm genuinely like curious, like because like if like you're right, like I've been told like my entire life, like oh that's around. I really just like as a kid was just like hey whatever. I really care, like to me what they said made sense at the time. But you're right, like you guys have some very good points. So like it, like but it's a genuine curiosity, like what that does mean then for reality, right? Like if the
That's
Earth
right.
is a flat plane, that's what
Yeah.
I'm like. That's curious. Like that's curiosity. Like
I still remember the first time I was like driving home from work, going through this early on, and I'm looking at the sun and I'm looking at the clouds, and I'm like, "What the hell is that thing? What the hell is
Yeah,
the sun for real? Like, no, seriously, what is it?" And the whole sky just felt like it was closer, like the ceiling was a lot nearer because I
yeah,
knew the outer space Big Bang vacuum story was fake.
yeah. Fuck. Wait, does that make the bin? Wait, is a Big Bang fake? Is there like big holes
Yeah,
in there
totally
too?
fake, dude.
Jeez, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
flat Earth basically unwinds everything that we've been told, and
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
get to see much more
Like it
easily
would,
what
wouldn't
we
it?
lie
Like,
about.
yeah, yeah, that's true. Like, because it really would. Like, genuinely. Good point. It's all bad. Like, it's kind of like they need this system to work for it to actually like everything else to make sense. I don't know. Like,
Right.
right?
They've had hundreds of years to build this up mathematically and provide
Yeah,
explanations. So, we took up the task of unwinding that. Like, we can tell you exactly how the globe was created and how it's not a
yeah,
measurement at all, and it's just a concept in people's minds that they've reified into reality. It doesn't
yeah,
exist
yeah,
in reality. The territory
yeah.
is not the map, and in their case, they created a map in their minds that became the territory of the real.
Mm, that's interesting. Oh, it makes a lot of atheists angry. Is that what you said? Like,
Yeah,
because like
atheists get
they
really
like
mad.
super attached. Yeah, like they're very attached to their science, right?
Right, their
Yeah,
materialism, they think they have it all
yeah,
freaking figured out.
yeah.
So
Well,
then
so
we
like,
say, "Okay," humbly
mm,
asking for a curvature measurement of the Earth. Do you have one? And what we get are excuses, just tons of excuses and redirections.
mm. Well, what other like major scientific kind of theories is like a flat Earth like kind of like falsify them? You know what I mean? Like,
Pretty much anything having to do with astrophysics or any kind of theoretical physics. But I mean,
yeah,
we're champions of science, mainstream science. We're champions of applied physics, of chemistry, biology, and so on. Like, we're not
yeah, yeah, yeah,
we're not proposing some alternate like laws of the universe. We get to keep the actual laws, the same ones that people who believe in the globe get.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, because like I'm not gonna pretend I'm like smart enough to debate you guys. You guys definitely seem like you're way more into this aspect of science. You know what I mean? Like I'm really built for this.
Well, there's
So
different approaches that people can take. Like, I mean,
yeah,
some people are not going to be swayed by the technical discussions, but they'll be swayed by the philosophical discussions or the social aspect to it. Like, one of the things we
true.
found is it's going to be much, much harder for people to believe that the world is crazy with its globe delusion than it is to accept the verifiable facts of your direct sensory experience that Earth is flat and stationary. That's a fact.
Yeah.
It's harder to accept that the world is crazy sometimes than it is to accept that the Earth is exactly as you see it. And that's what's kind of crazy, effed up about it.
Mm.
So the societal struggle is true. There's a social cost. Like if you go out and declare yourself a flat earther to your boss, to your coworkers, friends, and family, like there's a high probability that they're going to think you're crazy. Maybe want to get your head checked.
Yeah, they're gonna want to make you defend. Same thing with like being religious, almost this day and age. You know, like
Yeah.
it's very interesting.
Right. Right. So the funny thing is all you have to do is say, well, what if Earth is as we experience it? It's the opposite
Yeah,
of being delusional. Like what's delusional is when you watch the sun set. But then you say, well, it's not really setting because the sun's stationary and Earth is rotating backwards.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Which one of these is delusional?
yeah, yeah.
Pointing at the moving sun in the sky, like you can point at it and move your arm as it sets.
Mm. Good
Or,
point. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, or like yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point.
right. So that's it. We try to align people's sensory experiences with how they think about the world too, so that they're one and the same. When those two come into alignment, a powerful thing happens in your mind. It starts unlocking doors. and you start to be able to think critically through things in a much different way, a much faster way. Because right now, basically, the entire world has been brainwashed into accepting paradoxes and contradictions as truth. So
Yeah.
if you can brainwash people to think that the Earth is rotating backwards as the sun sets, even though they directly see the sun setting and Earth is stationary, you train people's minds to accept paradoxes, then their minds become more pliable to accept other contradictory terms. They're more pliable to brainwashing and other
Yeah.
avenues in life.
Do you think that that's how it started? How did this like sound like too conspiracy theorist, right? But like
Yeah.
how did we get to like a flat Earth, or sorry, a round Earth as like an accepted point? You know what I mean? Like how did that even happen?
Yeah.
Because I just got told it was flat one day and someone pulled out a globe, right?
Right. If you talk to different members or different people in our community, you'll get different answers. My take is that
Yeah.
this is almost like an urban myth that got out of hand. So
Yeah.
I think it started in the age of sailing. Like that's when it started to get picked up. People were using the stars to navigate, and they're running into mathematical problems trying to get linear distances calculated on a flat surface when they were taking angular measurements of perceived rotations in the sky.
Mm.
You know, as the stars move. So they developed a globe where they started taking the land masses of Earth that they were sailing to and from, and they plastered them into the celestial sphere. And they called that a globe, and it was useful in navigating. And then people started to believe that that was real, that map was reality itself when it isn't. And that's it. We've just been stuck with it ever since. It's been a convention. And you know
Yeah.
what? It works. Like I'm not denying that spherical coordinate reference systems, latitude and longitude, will not get you from A to B. I mean, it will get you there. But the question is, what route are you really taking to get there in real life? And
Yeah.
until you have an actual measurement without using the spherical coordinate reference system, that is to say, you're doing physical measurements apart from that to externally validate it, you have no way of knowing for sure what's going on. So
Mm.
like, so our community, when we've done these laser tests all over the world, and we've done these long distance, high altitude observations in infrared, the very fact
Yeah.
that we're seeing things too far away and not measuring curvature means we know for a fact that the unmitigated coordinate reference system that we use, latitude and longitude on a ball, is wrong. And the orientations of land masses as depicted is not going to be accurate. It's not what's really happening in the real world. Their sizes are also going to be off.
Mm.
Because those are created by calculated distances between points on the coordinate reference system, regardless of what distances they're actually measured to be.
Mm. I see. I see.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, you know, maybe a bad example, but illustrative is you ever use like the old GPS devices, you plop them on the windshield, and like you're driving, and your car looks like it's going off road somewhere. And then a second later, it snaps back to the road again.
Yeah.
You know, while this is not happening for this reason, but if Earth is a globe, or if the spherical coordinate reference system is a globe and Earth is flat, then your navigation system is going to have to snap your little car to the grid against where it's actually going on a flat Earth.
Mm. True. 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 True.
So, so you know, I think this is happening on a massive scale. The errors between a flat and a globe Earth do not accumulate much unless you're going over vast distances. And most people don't have the resources and time and manpower to actually go out and perform an independent survey to determine what the true distances are. It's so much easier to just use GPS and to map things to stars, which they had done before GPS.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah, I mean, this goes deep. So you'll hear flat earthers going down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole almost to say like NASA knows the earth is flat and they're hiding it from you. And I don't think that's the case at all. Um,
Yeah.
you
Urban
know, my
mythic
take on
sounds
NASA's
pretty
story is
plausible.
unique.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, tell me, sure.
Yeah, so let me pop open some references I got for you. I saved these in another server.
Mhm.
The history of NASA. It's quite fascinating. Most people don't know this, but what I'm about to tell you is openly verifiable. Where the hell did I put it? DJ, you there? Where did I put it? Is that under space and rockets? There it is. There it is. Okay. All right, so there was a presidential directive in 1951 in the United States. It's called the Directive Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board. So why would America need a psychological strategy board? Well, a few years prior, America was one of the victors in World War II, and there was this great campaign to cement the Allied victory into the minds of everybody into the world, to make sure that
Yeah.
everybody knew that the Allies won definitively and that America was number one and not to be messed with. So, the Presidential Board, Psychological Strategy Board, was developed for this propaganda campaign purpose. The whole point was to strategize psychological operations, and this is actually the genesis of NASA. A couple of years later, in September of 1953, President Eisenhower rebranded it. It was no longer called the Psychological Strategy Board because it was too obvious. He called it the Operations Coordinating Board.
Mm.
So now, yeah, he starts to bury it. And then in 1957 came an executive order that organized the Operations Coordinating Board under the National Security Council, integrating psychological operations within the national security framework. One of their documents that came out of the Operation Coordinating Board, titled NSC 5814, it came out in June 1958, emphasizes the need for a U.S. space program that includes specific psychological exploitation objectives. This is in this document. It's calling for a judicious selection of outer space projects to include those with even limited scientific value or no scientific value, whose primary function is to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact for the United States, essentially creating a space program that projects U.S. technological superiority at all costs. So we also have, around this memo, we've got letters, working group memos. There's one where CIA Director Alan Dulles appoints his representative to this effort to build this burgeoning space program. The OCB Working Group on Outer Space agreed that the Department of State would be the organization to provide a chairman to head up NASA in its very founding. So the OCB Working Group, the Psychological Strategy Board for PSYOPs, chose the Department of State to nominate somebody for this, for the first director of NASA, and immediately the CIA appointed his representative. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
It is fucking crazy. There's
Yeah.
language in here like how they plan to use satellites as a psychological exploitation tool to strike fear into the enemy. And I mean, the whole thing is psyops, and missiles,
Can you send me
missiles,
that?
missiles.
Yeah, that's fucking great.
So
Damn.
I don't get that they're hiding flat Earth. Like NASA's primary objective, if you ask me, based off of its historical founding, the primary objective for NASA, which might be oblivious to 99% of the people working there, is propaganda to project technological capabilities that may not even exist.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, that like does make a bit of sense if you actually look at like what they do. To be
Yeah,
honest, like
they could still think
genuinely,
Earth's a globe.
yeah, genuinely, man. I agree with you. Like I've been like seeing, because I guess like the big part of me that actually makes me question all this shit is like how unverifiable space really is. Because like
Yeah,
people like it is so, it just looks fucking faked. Like everything that they do around it just looks like fake bullshit to me.
yeah, it really does.
And
CGI
it
and
really
green
does,
screens,
man.
all kinds of crazy crap goes on. And you know what? There might be like a cadre of people at Jet Propulsion Labs or somewhere like that
Yeah.
that are still trying to work out like how to actually go to space and do real orbits. And maybe it hasn't happened
Yeah, like
yet.
the
Maybe
real.
they think Earth is a globe, and that's why they're fucking up, because they think Earth is a globe and it's really flat.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, bro, it
So,
could be like genuinely like
right?
it's right. Yeah, like
Very thought too.
that's actually like it's weird to think about. It's super weird to think about because like I don't trust them. You know what I mean? Like I don't really fully trust these like fucking people. So like I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the moon landings are so obviously fake. So what else are they
Yeah,
faking? You know,
yeah.
there is stuff that we can see in the sky, and these objects in the sky do appear to be broadcasting some radio telecommunications. But
Yeah.
even that might be in contention. But there is stuff in the sky. But you know what's really weird? Now this is where it gets weird. Um, the subject of transients has come up again recently in the media. There's, I think, some kind of like Harvard graduate who
Mm,
who is enamored with this UFO phenomenon that's resurging in the news. And she and her team actually studied some old like U.S. Army, U.S. Navy research on the upper atmosphere from like the 1940s and
mhm.
50s, and found that there were what they called transients. That there were lights that were seemingly orbiting the Earth, but flying in constellations, like patterns of 5
Yeah.
equally spaced apart, and that they would reflect light as solid metallic objects would. This is
The
before
fuck.
satellites.
Yeah.
And those transients
Okay.
are now coming up again in the news. So what's really going up there? I don't freaking know. It's possible that maybe satellites are explained by a technology, but they really have no idea what the fuck they are.
Yeah. That's
And
interesting. Very interesting.
in order to keep us from going into a panic about aliens and shit like that, they tell us, "Oh yeah, it's just Starlink."
Yeah. Could be aliens. How'd that work? If like flat uh I don't know, alien
Well,
like
I would
the
say they're
alien stuff existing?
interdimensional. Yeah, I think
Yeah, interdimensional.
yeah,
That's a good point.
exactly.
Yeah.
Or
That's all yeah,
the
true that.
flat world could be much bigger than we thought, and there are other regions where there are
Yeah,
other
true that.
people living, and who knows?
Because if it's flat in the terms of like it's like the ground, if like if it's like the ground, you know what I mean, like the floor of
Mhm.
like I don't know, like that's how I'd say. Like if there's no edge, for example, it's just flat floor for as long as it goes, and then everything else is above that. I don't know, like
Yeah, could there be other worlds with other suns that do like a 24-hour Antarctic sun thing?
yeah, I
You
don't
know,
know. What about
who
like
knows?
digging underground?
Who
Because
knows?
like if you dig underground, it still gets hotter. Like
Yeah. Well, it
that's
just so
what is
happens, yeah, that this world is structured that way, right? Like if you go up
yeah,
higher and higher and higher, things get less dense and less dense. And if you go down, down,
yeah,
down, things get more dense and more dense and hotter. And as you go up, things seem to get colder. As you go down, things seem to get warmer. Yeah. Yeah. The
that's
farthest,
crazy.
have you heard this? The farthest they've ever dug is just barely 8 miles.
Yeah, it's like fucking nothing, eh? Like yeah, that's so true.
And what was funny is like the world's top geologists were working there and made all these predictions about what the drill would find, and they were wrong every step of the way.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
I didn't know
yeah,
about
so
that. That's cool.
how do they know? How do they know what's really under the earth? You've got all these seismologists that are like, yeah, we got this big karst layer here, and we got this mantle over there, and I mean, just making shit up.
Yeah. I think part of this is it could be just attributed to like ego too. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
people really want to be right about everything. Like
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. That I find this topic, if you approach it right, does require humility. You have to be open to being wrong about
yeah,
everything.
genuinely, yeah, that's so true.
And you do this like knowledge inventory. You're like, okay, so I need to know the difference between knowing things and believing things. So let me take inventory of everything that I consider to be true, and let's separate it into two buckets, one of knowledge and one of belief. And
Yeah.
when you go through this process, you find out, like, holy shit, there are very few things that I actually know to be true in this world. And the things that I know to be true are things that I've directly experienced myself, or that
Yeah.
could be true based off of the likelihood of me experiencing that thing. So all the beliefs go in the other bucket, and you start to find that most of the things in that bucket are things that most of the world people accept as truth, as knowledge, when it's not.
Yeah. I
So
get that,
yeah,
man.
and I can tell you that for what little knowledge we can actually acquire in this world, knowing that the Earth is flat and stationary as we experience it is something that you can know for sure with 100% certainty. And we can teach people to go find out for themselves. And we do. We give people, we help them with methods and
Yeah.
and execution.
Yeah. You know, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for letting me babble.
Oh, well, good. It's like genuinely, I got an open mind about pretty much anything. You know, like it does make a lot of sense to question it. You know, like because if they can't prove it's round, then by definition, like it should be flat. You know, like just based on
Right.
what you see. You
They
know.
can't prove it's round. Yeah, everything they claim is a measurement really is not. And that's what's so striking about this whole thing is not only do they not have a globe measurement, but we figured out how they calculated a globe to become Earth in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, so we know how the magic trick is done, so to speak. We saw the little trap door under the magician's desk that
Yeah.
he pulled a rabbit out of the hat. And
It's,
once you see it, you can't unsee it.
it's just made like global warming's
So
all
we have
bullshit
that, and
too.
on the other hand, we have our own positive
Yeah.
proof claims of flat Earth because we have
Yeah.
people who've conducted these extremely well-engineered laser tests in Hungary and
Mm.
the Netherlands and across the UK. In fact, one of our one of our members of our server, he doesn't come around much anymore. His name's Dr. John D. He's actually a physicist and specializes in
Yeah.
spectrophotometry. So if anybody knows
Yeah.
how the optics of light works, and knows what refraction is, it's going to be a guy who's got a PhD in this and specializes it for work.
Yeah.
And
I
he
ain't smart
tried
enough to
to
argue against you
prove that Earth
guys,
is
to
a
be
globe.
honest.
He heard about us and flat Earth.
Yeah.
He thought it was crazy, so he took his laboratory equipment and ran all these tests to try and measure the curvature, and he couldn't freaking do it. He's now a flat earther. And he actually takes his laser gear on a road show throughout the UK from time to time and sets up demonstrations
Mm.
on the shore, and people can come and watch, and he'll show them flat earth measurements in real time. So
That'd be really
really
cool to
cool
see.
stuff. He's got a YouTube channel. Yeah, man.
That's
So
interesting.
this is where we are in 2026. Uh, if you Google flat Earth, you'll find all kinds of crazy shit like on TikTok and Facebook or X that
Yeah,
does
they're really
not
trying to like
reflect what we know or accept as true. You're going to
yeah.
find like people with fantastic, I call it flat Earth science fiction stories. Flat Earth sci-fi is out there and it's thick, and I hate it. Makes us look like a bunch of crazy retards. So
Yeah. Well, true that.
yeah,
True that. There's a lot of stuff out there trying to discredit flat Earth. But they really
yeah,
want to like people really want to like shut you guys up. You know, like it's sad because like you should just let the facts speak for themselves. To be honest, like it should be like if the Earth is really round, I shouldn't have seen that guy fumble as hard as he did. You know what I mean? Like
right,
when he came
right.
in questioning,
Like
like guns blazing, he fumbled so unbelievably hard, and he was coming in here trying to like prove the Earth is fucking round. Like
that's what's amazing for
you
bystanders
know,
to see, right? I mean, they hear
right?
people come in like this time after time after time for months and years, fumbling around. Like, come on, I thought it was so easy to prove that Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
Yep,
prove it.
yep. So
You
this
clearly,
topic really
yeah.
attracts a bunch of nutters too, which is what I was going to say before. I mean, there are people that call themselves flat earthers who are flat Earth believers, and they consume a lot of flat Earth content, but they don't really know how to think critically. And
Yeah, yeah.
and that stuff is frustrating. This topic was also congressionally censored. We've got a video from C-SPAN. C-SPAN is a channel in the United States where all they do is set up like cameras inside the House of Representatives and in the Senate, and they just record legislators. There's not even like much commentary, if at all. It's just like set up and live stream stuff all day. They've been doing this since the 70s. We got a C-SPAN recording where members of the tech industry were subpoenaed to come up and testify in front of Congress. And in this segment, one of the members of Congress is asking the head of YouTube, "What are you doing to censor flat Earth?"
It's crazy.
Like, oh, a topic so freaking stupid and ridiculous, right? That it
Yeah.
requires Congress to have YouTube censor us. You know what was crazy? If you were to like check Google Trends during this time period for the search
Yeah.
query flat Earth, you see it climbing. I mean, it was more popular than like Britney Spears and Justin Bieber at one point. And as soon as
Yeah, it
that
was getting a big
censorship
traction,
went in
yeah.
place, boom, flat Earth as a search query dropped down to the bottom, just straight down, nosedive to the basement. And suddenly flat Earth was no longer a trending topic. Imagine that.
Yeah. Well, what's the old saying, like what's the old saying? Like if you're guilty, or like if you're not guilty, you got nothing to hide, They wouldn't have to censor you if it wasn't true. You know what I mean? Like the fact that
Yeah,
they're censoring you says something, like genuinely, like
right. So
because if it is
they
flat,
still,
like somebody like we would have the capabilities to like actually travel beyond it. Like governments would have that. You know what I mean? Like they would have that if it is like if there's no edge, for example, if it just continues on, like that's the plane of existence, right? Like you would be able to continue on. Like I don't know, and it'd be easier just to keep it like a globe secret, I guess. I don't know.
Mhm.
Like
Well, they still believe that Earth is a globe, I think, and what they recognize is that if flat Earth becomes popular, then it just
yeah,
it creates a divide, a distrust of
yeah,
government and institutions. That's what they're worried about. But here's the
yeah,
thing:
yeah,
since
yeah.
we know the Earth is flat, we know that governments and institutions actually have a lot to lose in terms of credibility. And
True, true, true.
I think this topic needs to be handled delicately to make sure society doesn't fall apart.
Mm,
So,
that's fair, man.
how yeah, and that's why I think it's gracious to also, almost give the benefit of the doubt and say, it's not that people are hiding flat Earth, the government's not actively hiding flat Earth so much as they're just projecting technology and power that may not exist.
Yeah, that's a
Um,
good point too.
and
It's an
everybody
excellent point.
working there still thinks Earth is a globe. So,
Well, do you think like the what's it called? Like the whole because I like this idea that NASA is just projecting stuff that they don't have. You know what I mean? Like because it does make like it honestly makes a lot of sense to me. Like just with everything I've seen, like the moon landings and stuff. Do you think like the Mars rover is real, or do you think it's just like out in the desert somewhere? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
what's
I'm
your
pretty
thoughts?
sure that it's out in the desert somewhere, or potentially in near Greenland.
Yeah.
Have you heard about this? Near
No, I
Greenland?
haven't. No, no, no.
So
What's
there's an
out there?
island. There's an island called Devon Island west of Greenland. It's in northern Canada.
Mhm.
NASA has a Mars expedition test site where they have full size Mars rover replicas cruising
Mm.
all over this island. It's like uninhabited, never inhabited, desolate and sparse. And I tell you what, if you take their footage and you apply like a red filter, terrain looks just like
Really?
Mars. Oh, dude, yeah, totally. Absolutely does.
Really?
Yep, yep.
That's
Devon
you know what, man. I will look into that, like genuinely, because like it like I don't trust NASA, like genuinely. It's just like everything with space just seems like such bullshit to me. Like I don't know.
It
It
is
seems like
crazy,
too
dude.
real.
And here's the other thing. I think that facility was actually not publicly disclosed. So what happened is people were wearing fitness trackers. And when you wear a fitness tracker, your app will connect you to a community and you can see where other people are in the world
Yeah.
wearing your fitness tracker. And people started noticing all these fitness trackers on Devon Island. People are like, what the hell? What's
Oh,
going on
really?
in Devon Island? Like, you're not supposed to go there. Like, it's a nature preserve. And then NASA's like, oh, guys, hey, yeah, hi, we have a Mars expedition test facility here. We're just testing rovers.
On the one place that looks exactly like Mars on Earth. Lovely. Love it. Wow.
Yeah.
You're fucking
I don't
stupid. Oh my god.
I don't think
Are you fucking
yeah,
serious? Is
that's
this
the
true?
cause.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. What the fuck is this, man? What?
Are you pulling images up? Yeah,
Yeah,
it says
yeah,
National
like
Geographic pushed
what?
it.
Holy shit.
Holy shit's right.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. What? Yo, I kind of like. I asked that like not expecting an ad. Like that's such a strong answer too. Like that's fuck, man. Neil deGrasse Tyson must be like spewing when like, holy fuck, man. Like, poor guy. Like, holy shit. Damn.
And then it gets bad, right? Because we've gone through footage from the Curiosity rover and the other rovers on Mars. Their panoramas. We're finding like we found a barrel, like a rusted barrel,
Yeah.
out in the middle of the desert. We found a crushed up juice box. Don't know how that got there.
Also,
We found
really?
There's an
birds.
iron gate. I've seen an iron gate.
Birds.
Birds, yeah. Iron Gate, birds. Yep. I've seen several
Oh,
birds.
a lot. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, wow. What the fuck? Oh, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Nah, like I don't trust them for shit. Like ever since I saw that Katy Perry space video, that just obvious CGI, like nah, no. Like they're that's like 100 times more compelling. Like that just explain that. Like someone explain that?
I know.
Probably not, man.
Oh yeah, the Arctic Lemming. DJ just posted it. So there's an
Yeah, that's
Arctic
crazy.
Lemming. Yeah, on Devon Island. The top images were supposedly from the rover. But there it
What
is. There's
the
a little Arctic lemming between the two rocks, sniffing around.
Some guy didn't cash it, got fired or got executed. That's a joke.
Right.
You know, like that's what the fuck,
Right.
man?
So So they're doing this. They're not hiding flat Earth, man. They're just projecting. They're just
Yeah.
projecting this for like technology sales or something. You know.
Yeah, like they want people to
power.
think that they have the power to like leave Earth or something, or like.
And here's the thing: wouldn't it be great if you were invited as another member of the space community to come be a part of this? And now you're faking space too for your people. And then what you say is you tell them this is for national security, for international security. We're all going to blackmail each other with the space program fakery. And if any one of us gets out of line, we blow the lid.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a bunch of mafia bosses getting together who all have dirt on each other because everybody had to murder somebody to get a seat at the table. And now they can trust each other with mutual blackmail. So what if the space program is the mutual blackmail program for international security?
That's a good point. That is such a good point too, to be honest. Like that is a great point. Excellent point.
You know?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying, man. Like that's actually crazy. What the
The Apollo, the command module or what, lunar module. Look at that thing.
Yeah, that's
Look at that
fake.
thing.
Bullshit.
It's like wibbly wobbly. It's on strings in a warehouse. They're rotating it.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Dude.
I've never seen that footage before. I've only seen them like on the moon. That's crazy.
Yeah, they don't want to show you the goofy shit. They're embarrassed about it.
That's like straight out of Star Wars, man. Like what? That's like straight out of George Lucas. Like what the? That's worse, to be honest. Like they did a worse job. What the fuck? That Devon Island thing, that's crazy. I didn't know that at all.
Yeah.
God. Okay.
It's the biggest rabbit hole that you can go down, man. This flat Earth thing.
Mm.
You'll never be bored. It's true. Like David Weiss says this a lot in his videos. I don't really like his style and stuff, but he's right. You will never be bored in your entire life when you start digging into flat Earth. You will learn
Yeah.
things that you never thought you'd learn in your whole life, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
You just can't like share it with people that unless they're into flat Earth too.
True. I mean, like right now, honestly, like I have no reason to believe the Earth is round. So, like, apart from what I've been told, you guys have made a compelling point about it being flat. I don't understand it enough yet to be like, oh, I'm a flat earther, right? But I'll look into it. I'll come back and talk some more. You know, like
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, man. You're welcome anytime.
appreciate you guys, man. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah, I thank you guys so much. Very interesting stuff.
All right, you're welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you, man. You too, man.
Catch you later, man.
Hello. What's up, guys?
Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Okay, so it's like I'm new to the channel. Well, can you give me some like context about what this is?
Yeah, we tell people the Earth is flat, and we share our evidence.
Oh, okay,
That's right.
nice.
We also like to ask people why they think Earth is a globe, and if they have evidence.
Hmm.
Show the evidence.
Yeah, sounds like you're curious.
Yeah, bro, I'm curious. Just show the evidence.
You want to see some evidence? Okay. All right, so here's a GIF. It's part of a video. This was taken in the UK, in the southern UK. The location is the Rampion wind farm. You can Google it to see where it is. What makes this interesting is from the camera's position, that's 3.5 feet off the ground, he's able to zoom into the bottom of the pylons. The pylons are the windmill towers. The furthest one in the video is 11.2 miles away. If that's true, then the Earth has a radius of 94,625 miles. I have been there. The picture is fake, someone says. I have been there. The picture's fake. Let me find the video. Because he actually does, before he goes to the beach, he actually films where he is in town. And he walks to the location and sets himself up. To be curious.
Hello.
Hello. So let me go find that Rampion Wind Farm video from Dr. John D. I'll be pleased if anybody else can find it more quickly than I can.
Yeah, I got you.
You got it? Okay.
So why are you silent, guy?
I'm in the middle of pulling up some more information about it. Here's the site map for the Rampion Wind Farm. Yep, so looks like Dr. John D was just west of Worthing.
Talk to me.
I was addressing somebody else who asked for some of our flat Earth evidence, so I'm finishing up
Hey
presenting
man,
some.
why you chat muted me, man?
Who?
Why did you chat mute me?
You don't
I
sound
didn't
like you're
chat
from
mute
the
you.
UK. No, I did. Yeah,
Oh,
because you're trying to
I visited
derail
that
the chat.
location, dude. There's
Oh,
nothing
really?
wrong to say
Yeah,
it's fake because it doesn't
why is
look
it
the
fake?
same.
Hmm?
It does not look the same.
How? So they faked a video. A high definition video is
Yeah,
all fake, where they show the entire observation
yeah.
in on multiple different days, and you can go to the same location on Google Earth, and it looks exactly the same.
It doesn't look like the real life, man.
Yeah, it actually does.
Oh, okay. So you've been there, right? Did you take a picture by any chance? And can you?
No, I did not take a picture, but everyone here should go there and visit that spot.
all right. Here's another video. Same spot, different time, different day.
What a cope.
Here's another video, a different observation from Worthing. Viewing from Worthing to Isle of Wight. That's cool. 38 miles. Earth is flat.
So what the difference between flat and if it's round, you know? Who cares, guys? Really?
This is not enough evidence to prove that the Earth is flat.
Really? Do you have any good evidence to prove the Earth is a globe?
You are the one trying to prove a theory. You are the one that should come with evidence,
Yeah.
not me,
Oh,
to
okay.
prove that
Well, I
you're
mean,
wrong.
that's fine. I mean, I'm just curious if you do, because this is not all we have. This is just one of thousands of data points.
Yeah, for me it's not enough. Maybe for the others it's enough.
Okay. How much more do you want to see?
Well, hold on a second. Okay, explain what we're even presenting in the evidence. What's the argument that we're making? Explain it. If it's not enough for you, you should at least understand
I
it.
told you it's up to you to explain, not me.
So you don't even understand it, right? Because you're just a clown.
No, I'm not a clown. I want
Well,
to learn.
explain
I
it.
want to
Explain
understand.
it. Explain the observation and why it's not enough for you. Go ahead.
I'm not convinced, man. I don't know
Why?
how to explain to you. You are the
Say
one
Yeah.
say why you're
who is
not
supposed
convinced.
to.
You're
Tell
not
us.
saying why, dude.
Right now, you
I
seem
don't know,
like you're
man.
bad faith, and
That's
liars just get ejected. Right? I'm gonna hit the eject button in a second, and you're gonna go flying into a different VC. Right?
no.
Because you're full of
This is
shit,
not
bro.
fair. This is not
You're full
fair,
of
man.
shit. Well, I don't care what you think's fair. I don't tolerate lying dickheads.
This is dictatorship, dude.
Okay, well, off you go. Eject. Get ready to eject. 1, 2, 3. Have fun on the FE stage by yourself.
What a douche.
I mean, I need to ask, what's the NASA opinion about this? NASA said it's spherical or it's flat.
Well, they say it's spherical. I mean, they provide the dimensions of the globe, and we use their claim in our tests. They tell us how big they think it is, and we test it.
So I think we should trust NASA.
But we tested it, and we don't have a reason to trust them because the Earth doesn't curve the way that they say it does. It doesn't curve at all.
But I think you didn't have any machine or any of one of these stuff to test anything.
Well, I've been posting observations in the text chat the past few minutes.
Like, I mean, how did you, test it from your roof? From
No, we can see too far for Earth to be a globe.
So you send, I think it's a Grampian wind farm. So what is this?
We have an observation from 3.5 feet off the ground above the water. And the observation is of the base of windmill pylons up to 11.5 miles away. We should not be able to see the base of those windmill pylons from 3.5 feet high.
The big topic, you know. You know why? Why did you make the things more harder to yourself? Who cares? It's spherical. It's round. It's flat. You know.
Well, I mean, it matters because this is where we live.
I live in my home. I don't care if it's flat or it's spherical or it's
Doesn't
maybe
matter.
upside down.
If it doesn't matter, then go tell your mom you're a flat earther and see what happens.
I didn't mention your mom, or I mean, I didn't need to insult you about anything, but okay. I don't know why did you mention this, so it's okay.
Well, you claimed it doesn't matter. You can test that
Okay, but
right
I
now.
didn't insult you, you know. Yeah, I didn't. When I talked to you, I didn't say to ask your mom or I don't know.
No.
Okay, so why didn't you? Do you need a topic to? Maybe I insult you
Well,
or say something to
well,
you you didn't want to hear.
I'm pointing
So
out I'm pointing out that if you were to tell your friends and family that you're a flat earther today, they would think you're crazy, wouldn't they? And then it would matter.
maybe you can say ask your friend or anything. Why your mom? You know.
Yeah, I told my friends and family, yeah, and guess what happened? They all think I lost my mind. So I don't bring up the subject flat Earth no more. I'll keep it to myself. So now you know why you shouldn't tell your friends and family, because they'll think that you're lost your mind.
Yeah, 100% they will say this. Because you know it doesn't matter, you know, they believe it doesn't matter.
It depends on your family as well. You know, my wife's family are all flat earthers now, and my family no, and they don't think that. So, depends on what your family's like.
I mean, I can believe both. If it's spherical, if it's round, if it's flat, you know, I don't have an issue with the 2 point of observation. I am a peaceful
Yeah,
man.
but it can't be both. It's one or the other.
So I think must all of people to trust NASA because they have, you know, high quality equipment and they have the scientists, you know, and telescope or all of this stuff. So trust them and don't think a lot.
Yeah, and none of that makes the Earth a ball, nor does it prove it.
Listen, guy. If there is any provement about that Earth is flat, not spherical.
Yeah, there's proof. It's just the measurement of the surface. It's really very simple.
Measurement of the surface from where to where, you know.
To anywhere across the surface. See, the globe is supposed to be curving away from you at 8 inches per mile square in every direction from where you stand. So you just go ahead and measure from point to point and see if there's any curvature between those points. Well, we've done that. There's no curvature. It's a flat plane. Pretty simple.
there is something. I think it's not flat because there is area people live in high places on the ground, and in the different areas people the ground is the first floor is different. I'm sorry.
The first floor is different? No.
I
That's
mean,
the thing that we're testing. We're actually testing the water, the sea level, and that's the thing that we're testing.
in Egypt, there's a place in Sinai. There's a place. There's a lot of snow. Okay, because the level of the land is very high. Uh, it's more than the basic area or any area in Egypt. So the ground there's a snow in the ground, and the
And what
temperature
does
is
that have
very.
to do with the Earth being curving or curved?
So I think there's area is the land is very high, and another area the level of the land is very low. So it's logic to be curved, not flat.
Why in the world would it make the Earth, the entire Earth, curve when there's hills and valleys? What the heck are you talking about?
So I mean the curve will be it's not in Egypt. It will be on the world. So
Bro, you're not making any sense.
because I'm maybe I don't know how to explain it, but like
Yeah, hills and valleys and topography have nothing to do with the overall surface of the Earth being curved or not.
Yeah, dude, the Earth is not a single mountain. Like, we're talking about the whole Earth.
And even still, if it's just a mountain that you're referring to, that doesn't make the Earth curve either. And I realize that English is not your first language, so I'm not going to be too hard on you, but I guess I really just don't know what you're getting at.
yeah, but there is something. When you buy the ball of the world, global world, there is a ball beside your workplace or work مكتب اللي هو اسمه minutes. I'll translate what I mean.
I didn't catch a lot of that.
Okay, but
Is he quiet for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah, he's quiet.
I mean, there's a little disky globe on my table. Okay,
A disky globe? What
like
does
a
that mean?
disky globe. It's a globe, globe, but it's not on the table beside my PC.
Is it a ball? Is it a
Yeah,
sphere? Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
The ball of the globe.
Okay. What about it? Yeah.
It's not spherical or it's flat. It's round. So the Earth
It's
is
round.
round. You know. You know what I mean? It's like a moon.
Yep.
So
Tables
the
are
globe
round
is
too.
not tables. I mean the globe. So in the
So somebody made a rendering a projection of a sphere. That doesn't make the Earth a sphere.
Mm. 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 But I think SpaceX, Elon Musk have an opinion on this topic, right? Yeah, I think he has a point of observation about being spherical or flat.
Who
SpaceX?
cares?
Elon Musk, I mean Elon Musk. So, did you search of their point of view?
Like, who cares? We know what their point of view is. What's your point of view? What makes you think
For
it's
that.
a
I
globe?
mean, I mean, those people, care about space and the Earth and send astronauts everywhere.
Now, that's what they tell you. They're mostly concerned with making money. They're large corporations.
But my teacher in the primary school didn't lie. He say it's spherical. It's okay.
Well, he may not have lied. Maybe he's just misinformed.
So there is school
And he
in your
passed.
country. Tell the student that the Earth is flat. I think no.
Yeah, I know. Maybe they're all misinformed and they pass along that misinformation to small children. That's a bad idea, in my opinion.
So I think it's very hard to prove it. So the world is maybe you are
No,
right.
it's really simple. No, it's pretty simple. Like I told you before, you measure between points and see if there's any drop over distance. We've already done that. The Earth is not a sphere.
So how did you measure between Japan and Egypt? It's a very large distance.
Nobody, I'm sorry, did anybody say they measured between Japan and Egypt? No, we measured between points, right? Several miles, sometimes dozens of miles, and there should be quite a bit of curvature in that distance, and there's none. So it's over. The Earth is not a ball. Sorry.
Yes, but I mean that you can measure between two different, two countries away from each other. So
How
you
would you
know,
suggest we do that?
I don't know. It must be your. Just say this. You need to suggest to compare between 2 points between two places.
Yeah, there's you know that there's more than two places just between continents. Distances, vast distances, dozens of miles, which is about what our technology is limited to, and the air. So we can only measure so far. Everything starts to break down after a certain distance. So we got to keep it reasonable.
I think you guys taking this topic more seriously.
You don't think it's serious about knowing where you live and the nature of it?
You know, honestly, so what is the difference if I know if I know I live in a flat Earth or spherical or round Earth?
Well, you at least know when you're being ripped off, right? You'll know who's lying to you or giving you bad information. Maybe they're not lying. Maybe they just are ignorant or have bad information. So you don't get, tricked or fooled or believe things that aren't true. That's one great benefit, to know the truth. But apparently most people these days, they don't care if they know things that are true. So if you don't care if you know the truth, then I guess this isn't for you. You can just move on with your life.
I'm interested to know the truth in everything, but but I need to know the truth in the things that has impact in my life and make my life easier. And
Does the truth impact your life?
yes, exactly.
Okay, there you go.
So how did I do understand?
Well, you just said you like to know the truth about things that impact your life, or you think the truth impacts your life. I just asked you. So
Yeah,
the truth about where you live is going to have an impact on your life. So I think you want to know what the truth is.
I mean, if you ask me where I live, I will say Egypt, and I know that in
Uh huh.
spherical thing. I mean, spherical about. I mean the truth about the news. What I need to trust, and what not.
So would you trust people that don't know where they live?
Listen, I think if you need to prove that the Earth is more flattened, you need to have a strong reason, not just depend on logic.
No, it's not logic. It's measurements. You know, there's no curve. That's all we need. What else is there?
But you're right. You're right. But if the percent of the curve is point 0.00.1, the percent is very low. So
Between
how
what
can
points? Percentage of what? Hold on. You're going to have to be a bit more specific. Percentage of what?
if there is percentage of curve between 2 points, you need to
Uh,
measure. Okay.
no, we don't use percentages. We use feet, height, drop over distance in the vertical plane, not percentages.
I mean percentage of height. If you, I will write minutes.
Yeah, the percentage is got to be of a value already known.
Like
A per-
I mean I
percentage
mean
usually deals with the value of something. So, like if you have one whole, one third of that is 33. Two thirds, 2%, 66% is two thirds. 50% is one half. 0.125 is one eighth.
Okay,
how many
that's
percentage of curve that the NASA are saying the Earth has, so
Yeah, we've
the
checked that.
the percent of sphericalization. You know what I mean?
the rate of curvature is equal to the radius, and they've given us a radius, so we've tested that radius.
Yes.
No curve. Zero.
So we've established that the truth is important, right? How are you now going to determine the truth without being told what it is? How are you personally going to
Personally,
determine the truth?
I 100% I can't do anything, because I don't have equipment.
Bullshit.
I don't have
Bullshit.
anything. Even I don't have the science.
Well, I've got good news for you. This has nothing to do with science. This is just geometry.
What's the meaning of geometry?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You say geometry? What's the meaning of
Yeah, this is
geometry?
geometry. This has nothing to do with science. They ripped you off when you were a kid because they taught you about the globe in science class, but it has actually nothing to do with science.
Mm, Maybe Einstein have a point of observation about the spherical, it's Earth is spherical or round. I also think
No,
on it.
Einstein did not have any experiments, not one,
Not
at
one?
least not dealing with any of this. There were no experiments conducted by Einstein related to this topic.
Yeah. So you studied well, bro. Nice. Yeah.
Einstein was a conjurer. He was a mathematician. All he did was create equations and formulas that were backed up by zero measurements. They were just postulations.
Yeah, they were ad hoc excuses because the model didn't match observations.
So, come on, man. Are you gonna let NASA determine your worldview for you? Are you just gonna take it on faith?
If a surface is measured flat, it's flat, right?
Yeah, I'm searching on this topic right now. I need to know honestly, or is it flat or not?
Okay, that's good. That's a good start.
There is also another topic. Do you think the Arctic is there is alive there?
Life in
We
the
don't.
Arctic? Yeah, there's people living down there, apparently.
Yeah, we don't make claims beyond what's testable, verifiable. Like we're not a replacement cosmology with like imaginary things beyond what's testable. We just have evidence that the religion that we were all raised in as children was false.
So, in the Islam says anything about it's a flat or spherical?
Super flat.
Say it again.
I'm asked if the religion, like Islam talk about if this
No, the
if the
religion
if the
is the
earth
globe
is
religion. That's the one world religion that everybody's supposed to believe in. It supersedes the older religions like Islam or Abrahamic religions, which had a flat earth worldview, just like ancient Egypt, the Chaldeans, uh, Nordics, the Asians, the ancient Vedas. They all had a flat earth
ancient
view.
Egypt. Is the ancient Egypt has a point of view of the flat or earth? No?
Yeah.
I'm from Egypt. I don't know.
Yeah, they have a flat world covered by a goddess, which is all of the stars are basically her body.
So ancient Egypt people think that the world is flat.
Yes, the earth was another god who laid down on his back. Nut, who was the sky goddess, she would give birth to the sun. The sun would sail on a
Again,
boat
please
over to
interrupt
the
me.
other side where her mount was. She would consume the sun at the end of the day.
Again, I didn't get anything. I didn't get anything from what you want. Please repeat.
Islam claims that the earth is spread out like a carpet. The Bible says that the earth is spread out and laid on foundations that don't move.
Yeah,
The
and the Earth is like
Vikings,
pressed under a seal. So if you ever seen
yeah,
a seal, a wax seal pressed, it's got topography, but it's flat, just like the Earth.
Maybe maybe I believe it's flat because one thing. If it's spherical, okay, I think uh, if the sea is spherical, the 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 water will cover the cities, right? You know what I mean. There is a point in the sea the middle will be so high because it's spherical. So the sea the water will move right and left. So it will cover all the cities in the right and all the cities in the left. Didn't you
Now you're actually
understand?
thinking about fluid mechanics and how water actually works, and we use this as
Yeah.
one of our proofs as well. The salt flats around the world that have been surveyed and are very, very, very flat, and they get flooded. And so when they get flooded, there's about a meter of water that covers the salt flats. However, if the Earth was a globe and the water was forming into these water hills like they imagine, we could simply take a ruler and walk across the salt flat and we would be able to measure the water rising up into this water hill, which we would eventually walk into and not like have to swim. So we don't see this. Flat surfaces don't contain water hills. We don't live on a ball.
Yes. Right. I'll be Earther, like my granddad's ancient Egypt, ancient Egypt, believe. So I will be Earth. I think the flat Earth exists because like my granddad believe. But there is a but. Why all of people here in this group are, mute this, make it mute.
They're just listening in. Generally, one of us steps up and tries to talk to the person. Um, but we generally just listen here, waiting for new globe believers to come in and talk to us, and then give them the good news.
You're waiting for someone that uh, believe the Earth is spherical, and you need to cook them and make him, getting wrecked. I know this.
Yeah, we have a YouTube channel where we broadcast everything
Really?
here. Yes.
You have a podcast?
We're live streaming on 2 YouTube channels right now, and those YouTube channels get clipped for other people's YouTube channels. So we want to have a good conversation here about the topic.
Really? Yeah. So I'm now on YouTube.
Yes, you are.
Really? Hi guys. Subscribing this channel. This man is awesome. You know, he's kind of crazy, but it's okay. I'm joking with you, bro.
It's all good.
How many subscribe do you have?
The two profiles in chat that say YouTube, you can click on either of those, and they both have links to their own YouTube channels. You can subscribe to either of those, and one of them will be plugged into a conversation we're having.
I don't have the link of the. I don't know where this.
If you look at the top of the channel, there's YouTube Bot 2 and 24/7 Live. If
I look
users, you
where?
can find the links to the YouTubes.
I don't know where. I'm trying to find the links. So how many subscribed do you have, bro?
The live streams are 24-hour live streams, so they go 24 hours, and they're more of a archive for us to take clips from. We're not really trying to push that channel as a like podcast or something like that. We have other people making podcasts and making episodes and doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
I make a bunch of music, by the way.
You make a what? Bunch of music?
Yeah, I make a lot of music.
Really?
Yeah, you want to hear a song?
Yeah, exactly. I hope this.
Why do flat earthers gotta teach the globe how the global leaf even supposedly goes? You never checked it, never ran the math, just inherited truth on an academic path. You say science proves it, okay, which part? Because when we cite science, you tear it apart. Refraction too complex, optics irrelevant, measurement, that's not how it's meant. You didn't build a model, didn't test a claim, but you'll defend it like it's tattooed to your name. NPC confidence, zero audit, just vibes plus trust in the accredited. Why do we gotta explain your view? You never check, you just assume. You say science, then you deny it too. The double standards, wow, tell me what's true. So why do we gotta explain your view? You never check, you just assume. You say science, then you deny it too. The double standards, wow, tell me what's new. You ask us for a full replacement map before admitting one test didn't snap. You ask us to explain the stars, the sun, the moon. Why you never explain why you believe what you do. Flat earthers love science, that's the twist. We run experiments, logs, lists, recite optics, logic, geometry. You say that's not science conveniently, but the moment science cuts the other way, you redefine and move the goalposts, walk away. Consensus, authority, that's settled, bro. None of that science, you know it though. We test claims, you quote belief, we run checks. You say trust the priest, you say science proves the globe, and deny the science when it breaks the mold. Though why do we gotta explain your view? You never check, you just assume. You say science, then you deny it too. The double standards, wow, tell me what's new. Why is the burden always reversed? Why must this end explain the universe first? Why does falsification need a sequel before you'll admit a claim isn't equal? You reject established physics on sight. If it doesn't align with your inherited right, then turn around and call us anti-science for doing the things science actually requires. Check your own beliefs, that's all we ask. Not conversion, not loyalty, not changing your mask. Just stop pretending repetition is proof and stop outsourcing thinking institutional truth. Do your own homework, that's the plea. Don't make this and explain reality. If you say science, then let it speak, even when it makes your belief look weak. Science isn't something you invoke when it agrees and dismiss when it doesn't.
والله جامد يا نايس. Nice, bro. So who
And
is actually the singing this song?
Yeah, I'm almost done with my third new album, um, and then I'm really gonna do what Platter's talking about. I need to make just basic lyric videos and get them uploaded on my YouTube so that people can enjoy it that way. Currently, the songs I am making are available on Flat Earth Radio at our home server, which is a bot that plays the music 24/7. And then you can slash info there for lyrics, and it will also give you a link to where you can buy the song if you want to. However, once they're out on YouTube, they will be easily accessible and downloadable, and they can be also used for any flat Earth content, or if you're making your own podcasts or things like that. Uh, Flat Earthers have a free license to use my music to promote flat Earth stuff.
Nice. But you are the person who was singing this song?
No, I'm using AI uh, to produce the songs that I want to make.
Really? Wow. So this voice is not real person?
No.
Ah, well, nice. You're a smart bro. I swear. Give me your channel, bro. Right? You know, give me the link. Write the link in the chat.
No problem. Uh, the channel currently has mostly the older songs I made, and even all the way back to where I wasn't using AI and I was just learning how to use the music program and making my
Yeah.
own rap songs. So those are bad compared to what I'm making now.
You know, yeah, I think it's when you see your previous song, I think you must be proud that you made something and you see the improvement. You know. Oof, you made a lot of song. Oh, but there is something. Why are you put the girls with huge tits and
Yeah, that's my AI model.
yes, you must, you need to change your name of this channel. You can maybe say Drace Hub or one of this. Change this name. Drace Hub now is free.
Yeah, when I made that AI model, I was considering about making her an OnlyFans and all that. However, then I learned that it's technically illegal for me to make actual porn, so uh, that's as far as that will ever go. She's just a mascot for my music.
Yeah. I need to support you, but I am Muslim, guys. So how can I support this, bro? I need to really support you, but it's very haram.
I get you.
Wait, where in the Quran is it haram to believe in the flat Earth?
No, it's
No, he's
look
talking about my
maybe.
AI model because I used
Oh,
hot ladies.
okay,
And
dude. I think your role model should just be the flat Earth. It shouldn't be some naked girl.
Bro, why? It's yeah. Haram, bro.
Yeah, nobody's saying a naked girl is a role model. It's just I have a female AI model and a male AI model that act as my band members.
Okay, bro.
Make that flat.
Hello.
What's up, Sabir?
What's up?
Something is up, but I cannot say because I'll get banned.
Is it clouds? Stars? The sun, maybe? The moon? Those are all up.
My rocket. I think I won't get banned if I say it like that.
Okay.
Okay, so I had some questions about the art. Why do you think the art is flat?
I know it is flat because that's the way it's measured. It would be like I know my shoe size because my feet don't grow anymore, and I use the same size shoe every time I go to the store and pick them out. I know how tall I am because I took a measurement of myself. I don't have to believe I'm however tall. I don't have to believe my shoe size. It just is what it is, and I know it to be the case.
Okay, so I came here before and you said you have some proofs. Can you show the proof to me?
Yes.
If you have no problem with that, I mean, it's like you don't have to if you don't want to. You know what I mean?
All right. Here, I'll give you something. There you go. You see where that ocean meets the sky in the distance while
Bro,
Snoop Dogg sits on the beach? Do you know what that's called?
That's a nice way to give an example, man.
Yeah, thank you. But do you know what that line is called, where the Earth meets the sky?
With who is Trace? Oh, it's a like chatbot, right?
Uh, is my voice coming through? Do you hear the words coming from?
You're fine. You're fine.
So, do you think Snoop Dogg
Okay,
knows
so
it's flat?
do you know what that line is, where the sky and the Earth appear to meet in the distance? Do you know what that's called, dude?
C?
Yes, you.
C?
Are you saying sea?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the water, right? And then the sky and the sea, they make a line off in the distance. Do you know what that's called?
Water.
No, horizon. The
Oh,
sea is made of water. The sky is made of air. When you look off into the distance, especially at the beach, like Snoop Dogg's doing, that line where the sea and the sky appear to meet, that's the horizon. Okay? Do you get it?
ah, okay.
So you understand, right? All right. So,
But do you think Snoop
so
Dogg knows it's
yeah,
a flat Earth?
yes, he does. All right. Now, do you think that that horizon line would be at a specific location or at a set distance if the Earth was a sphere? Kind of like, standing on a hill and your friend walks away from you and then begins to go down the hill. And then now the hill is hiding your buddy. Like his legs begin to disappear because the hill is in the way. Well, on a sphere where the objects begin to disappear into the distance, that is the horizon line. Because it's a
Wait,
sphere,
wait, wait.
then it's
My
the
brain is not
Earth
braining. This
that's
is too much
causing
information for my
the sphere.
head. Wait. Let me just load the information I already have.
This should be what you already have because this should be the thing that they teach in school, right? They
Yeah,
teach you that the Earth.
exactly. You should teach in the school like the earth is flat, but they are not like giving us the like information that is important for ourselves, like in the real world, right?
Right. They don't give you relevant shit. What they do is they say, okay, Earth is a ball, and you're like, okay, and you believe it. And then, like, maybe you'll have a test that'll be multiple choice, and unless you choose, this specific answer, you're wrong, you know? And you just memorize the answer, and then you pass the test. Yay, because you remember the right answer. But you didn't
Right.
challenge to identify if that was a real, actual answer. And
So
so
I have
I'm
a question.
trying to get you to realize why I know the earth is flat. And I'm just trying to talk about the horizon and how the horizon is the reason I know the earth is not a sphere. Can I talk about the horizon? Can I finish explaining what that means?
I think he left.
That works too.
But just carry on.
Okay. Well, that sphere would have a geometric horizon where objects would disappear because they're traveling down the surface of the sphere. And now the sphere is getting in the way, like the hill gets in the way of your friend. Now, this person standing on the sphere would be at the top of the arch. Okay. And then measuring from where they're at out into the distance, there would be a drop that would happen on a long arch, right? Somebody could establish horizontal. They make a tangent on that sphere. And then they can watch the ground curve down and away from that horizontal tangent that they made. For example, a laser shoots straight and set the laser, it'll be level. It sends it straight line across the earth, and at the other end, you should see a deviation. People don't see that deviation. Whenever people look at an object in the distance and they say, okay, well, from where I'm standing, that's 10 miles. And they watch the horizon line where the earth and the sky appear to meet. Change distance. It'll be in front of the object or it'll be behind the object. The horizon will change uh, between me and the object in the distance, or goes beyond the object in the distance. The horizon is changing distance. So I can either conclude that the Earth is expanding and contracting, becoming a bigger ball and a smaller ball, and the horizon is showing me how much that sphere is changing in size. Or I'm looking over a flat surface, like the laser is showing me when I make it horizontal and level and shoot off. If it's 1 foot on one side of the lake, 1 foot on the other side of the lake, I see the laser hit the target at 1 foot. I don't have any curvature. There is no deviation from that level horizontal path that the laser has created. So then I can easily conclude that the horizon is not due to the shape of the ground, and that there is another reason other than the shape of the ground causing the horizon to change distance. And of course, you can always create a third option, but then that needs explained.
There's a third option? What's the third option?
Well, Globers like to say that the Earth has a geometric shape. You can't actually see it, and light bends in such a way that it causes it to come around the curve.
Third option is you're a brain in a jar and you're just hallucinating everything, but then you have to explain why the earth is flat in your hallucination.
So, how do we determine if objects are receding out of view because of angular resolution or because of a physical curve? How would one verify that?
Is the horizon.
2 days ago, there was an equinox, right?
If Earth
Do you
if
guys
Earth is a
remember the
globe,
equinox?
then you should see the scaling of perspective coincide with drop over distance that's curving. So that's exponential. So there should be a combination of a linear scaling and an exponential drop happening, but nobody can present that. All these horizon distance calculators for the globe exclude perspective scaling with distance. So the tops of objects should be scaling down twice the distance, half the size.
Source. Do you have any like sources that can prove otherwise?
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear you.
He's asking for a
Do you have
resource
any
to be able
sources
to
that
explain.
yes, to understand better what you're talking about?
Like a resource for the calculators or a resource for the subject matter regarding
Subject
perspective?
matter. Subject matter. It is not about the calculator and all. I just want to understand key what is going on here. So can you like give me a resource so that I can understand what is going.
Yeah, I would suggest you Google perspective.
I think just playing around with a curve calculator is a good way to get an intuitive understanding of the distance to the horizon. If you just play around with the here, I got a good one. I'll post it. Posted in the chat an interesting lesson on perspective and scaling. So we have a parabola. In mathematics, a parabola continues to widen. It never closes. We can map a parabola flat on a 2D graph, just as you see here. But if we tilt that graph in 3D space, if we tilt it away from us, that parabola looks like a circle because the ends of the parabola, even though they're widening out forever and ever, are forced into the vanishing point due to the law of perspective and how we see. So the parabola is not able to widen fast enough or at a rate that's large enough to outscale how your eyes perceive distance with perspective. I find this fascinating. So
If you were to imagine a rocket launch starting at the point of origin, and the rocket just goes higher and higher and higher, from your vantage point on the ground, the rocket could look like it's going up and then going down. But it's not.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to understand. He's just talking about equinoxes now.
What in the world? Why don't you focus and get a hold of a single topic and stick with it? This is kind of nuts. All right, so we gave you what you asked for regarding perspective and globe curvature. Fun fact, the ancients who cataloged the seasons, the rise and the setting of the sun throughout the year, they were flat earthers. They're the ones that gave us the concept of the equinox. They're the ones that gave us the concept of the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Just as with the equinox, these are locations in the sky, conceptual locations of where the sun is at a given time of year. The problem is people think these are conceptual lines on a globe on the surface that you walk on, which is absolutely not true. You walk underneath the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. You walk underneath the equator.
Hello? Is there anybody here? Is there anybody in here? I don't know. Maybe you're talking to yourself. Ah, I wasn't. I don't hear anybody. That's why I asked. Okay. Well, we had a conversation, but right now I think I became busy. I'm sure somebody else became busy. Okay, no problem. What question you got? What's up? Well, I actually I was in the feminism channel down below, and but maybe I go to politics and religion. Let's see. I'm just trying to find some interesting conversation. Alright. Let's see you. Have fun.
Yo, Megatronus. I see you're in the chat, dude. Do you want to just talk instead? How does gravity prove the ground is curving.
You talking about?
Talking about gravity.
Why are you silent?
What did you say?
How's it going, Abdu?
Yeah. What's up?
What up? Do you live on a globe? Yo, Megatronus. Do you consider gravity a force and not a force a contradiction?
Hey there, does anybody know what came of Rain just a bit ago? Who was in here? He started off a little trollish and then seemed to calm down a whole lot, and we had a really good closing conversation with him. But then I had to go before he did.
No idea. Hello? Okay, goodbye.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm having some difficulties, bro. So I think some other people are gonna have to talk to you if they're here.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Where's the layer talkers?
No. No.
Hello? Oh my gosh. Said hello at least like 5 times now. Nobody's.
People are probably just busy. Hello, I am as well, but I just wanted to say hello so you know someone is here.
Oh, how did you come to know the Earth is flat? In truth?
Yeah, I'm kind of AFK at the moment, unfortunately, or I'll talk with you. Maybe there's someone else. Otherwise, just hang around a little bit. Someone will come online.
No problem. Whoever just joined, how's it going?
Oh, fuck.
How's it going?
Not much.
Come upon. How did you get into flat Earth?
Well, there was a period of time where I was still in the military, and I got put onto a night shift. And me and the NCO I was with had nothing to do, so we were looking at all kinds of topics, and eventually, flat Earth was on that list of topics. And then it became a pastime for debate in the office. And then I changed duty stations. And then I started getting more people's opinions in my questioning. And then I was checking on what their questions were, trying to formulate opinions on things, learning fucking whatever I could think of. And so I pretty much sat on the fence for maybe 4 years. And then um, my Christian background solidified the deal, since the biblical description is that the earth is not moving. It's, you know, set on foundations. In the last days, the earth melts like wax. The mountains will be brought low. The valleys will be raised up. The stars fall from heaven like figs from a tree when it's shaken. The heaven is stretched out like a tent to dwell in. So then I ended up making my way into the 24/7.
Week.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
then I found out that there was more than just, pointing at correlations. And then I heard um, AV, who at the time was Miggy, talk about the 3 points, learn the 3 points, and then decided which things were worth actually discussing and what was not worth discussing, pretty much refining the argument. And I've been with the 24/7 since maybe December of 2020.
Nice. I like how you were introduced through your career in the military.
I was just saying it like it was. you know?
Um, I I always heard about flat Earth like as a conspiracy, but when I was actually pressured on it for my first time in this Discord, actually about a year ago, I realized it was probably Miggy too, somebody, but I realized like I didn't actually have any rational basis for believing what I believe in. That was kind of a shock. And then I've been going hard for about a year, just listening on my way to work, on my way back to work.
Yeah.
Took me a while to get to a point where I could articulate how and why the earth is flat. But the more I look into it, the more it just seems to sense.
Yeah. What's up, McKnight? Marshall, what's up?
What's up? The only thing, because I'm here, tomorrow I won't get a chance, but I still want to wish you all a very, Merry Christmas in advance. I hope you can like spend the time together with your families, please, and enjoy it together. Have you all that can hear me right now? Have a great day. Bye bye. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You too. Great guy.
It's also interesting getting into flat Earth from a biblical perspective, because if you talk with other denominations, like Catholics, for example, it says in their translation, I forget what verse specifically, but that the Earth is a globe. And so it's an interesting theological side of things as well.
Well, I'm convinced that the heliocentric model actually came from the Catholics. So it is not surprising that they would have something somewhere in their list of, you know, ways to translate something that they would try and call it a globe, or say something along the lines of, supporting what they've created. So, I mean, all right, they say it's a globe. What's the foundations? Where's the water underneath the earth? Why wasn't the command to not worship anything in the waters inside the earth rather than under it? Why is heaven called a tent? Why is this tent his throne and our sanctuary? Where are the foundations of heaven found on the earth? Why is it that the stars fall from heaven and then described as falling like figs from a tree? Why
Yeah,
does
it's
heaven?
kind of
Keep
sorry.
going. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just gonna ramble.
Yeah. Was our solar system the first solar system created?
What about when aliens show up? Do we baptize them too?
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. It was a solar system, and then he made it insignificant because he made many other solar systems as well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the Catholics teach the shape of the earth is spherical, because it's the school of thought that actually dominated Rome at the time. And so in Rome, you have the Pythagorean philosophers, and but even more interesting than that is in 1588, the Spanish tried to invade England, and their armada was actually wiped out by a storm. And at the time, the official authorized English Bible was the Bishop's Bible, and the verse cited to suggest a spherical Earth is in Isaiah 40:22, which in the Catholic translation, the Douay Rheims translation, they use the word globe. And in the English translation, they don't use the word globe. So this Armada 1588, I think, was an attempt to establish that translation as the dominant translation, right? So I think very interesting how their Armada just got conveniently wiped out, you know. I'll leave that up to your interpretation, but I think that's an interesting part of history as well, concerning the globe and different theological views on the nature of the.
Yeah, well, you can take circle of the earth as what's that word? Does it match the time whenever he said something that's more akin to what a globe would be when Israel was supposed to be violently turned into a ball and tossed into a far country? Why didn't they say globe then? Also, that word that they used for circle rather than globe, it's also for um, a circuit or a compass to like surround something, to compass something. Also, Isaiah says several times that the earth is spread out. If I was to give you a piece of fabric and tell you to spread this out, would you clump it into a ball? So
That's true. Since we're on the topic of Bible, what do you think about 2 Samuel 11:11, where they explicitly word flat Earth?
you could say that that's not talking about the entirety of the earth, and that's probably just a flat portion of the ground. That would not be a strong argument.
I suppose, but they do use the word Earth, not like, you know. Oh. Anyway,
Is the word that covers either a portion of earth or the entirety of
Right.
earth. So
Adam, Adama, or Eretz.
yeah, you can use it to either mean a portion of land or the whole of the land?
Maybe. I've looked at the word, the Hebrew word that they use, and it's adech. It means a field as flat. Doesn't mean a field is curved.
So is the field
what's the
entire earth or just a portion?
Can you read us the verse?
I'll throw it in the side chat even, because I have this in my notes.
Alright.
And to answer your question, they're using the Hebrew word analogously for the earth. So I know the Hebrew word is specifically for a field, but the way that the translation interpreted the word, they referred to the entire earth. I'll throw it up right here.
Yeah, I'm not. I think in that context, it's saying that they live on the flat ground, like they live on flat land, like on a plain. Whereas, like, opposed to some living in hills or something like that.
Yeah, I suppose. I just think it's interesting as a particular quote that uses the phrase flat earth. But there's many other verses you can find that refer to the same.
Yes. Yeah. Isaiah 44, 40, so chapter 40, verse 4. I think it is. It's the same chapter that talks about the circle of the earth and all that. Earlier in it talked, when it's to do, they say it's a prophecy of Christ, right? Make you straight the way, right? All that stuff. That whole verse, like if you look into the is it the easy English translation, it actually says, like that when the King James says something like the hills shall be brought low, that the valleys be raised, etc., etc. Right? In the easy English version, it says, and the ground with the rough surface will be made flat. And it is referring to the whole earth, like in that sense. I think it's talking about that people take it metaphorically or as symbolism or something to do with like a spiritual journey rather than like an actual physical thing. But it talks about the earth being made flat, like literally, like Bev and his crew wanted to be. Would rather that have that connotation. No, absolutely no part higher than another, like literally flat. The hills will be leveled, and the hills and valleys are going to be leveled. everything is just going to be flattened out, right?
Good.
Yeah. But whether it's talking in a physical sense or a spiritual sense, it's, I guess, I don't know. Or both, maybe. I don't know. But it does talk about, yeah. It does. And you look into the, your meanings in the original language, or in the Hebrew, and it talks about, it refers the terms, the words, and the terms used in that verse is talking about planar, like a plain, broad stretch of flat land. So I don't know. It does talk. The Bible does reference a few places land, or the surface of the earth, either whether it means parts of it or the whole. I don't know, but it talks about it being planar.
Yeah, and see, that's the irony. Like, how can you, with a rational mind, look at all of these quotes together about the nature of this world that the Bible is telling us, come away with anything other than, like, there's also another, Job 38:14, the topography is like a garment. I love this one because that's one rebuttal they say is, there's mountains and there's topography. The earth can't be flat. Yeah, dude. Does the topography extend linearly towards the horizon? Like, that's what matters. It's not that there isn't any geometric curvature. It's the overall projection of that. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, that's why when I have somebody ask me, I want to give them a sheet and then say, spread this out, and then have those repeatedly by Isaiah, and then like you just referenced, Job calling it like a garment. When you take a garment, you spread it out. What does that look like? That doesn't look like a sphere. They got to
It's like,
commit
what?
intellectual just for them to say, "Oh, well, my current belief of the way the world is okay to have it," and like force it into the context. And my justification for doing that is to say, well, they didn't actually know, even though I'm going to say out of the other side of my mouth that they were inspired by God, right, and to say the things that they did in the way that they did it. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and what is the what's the topography situated on?
Speaking of horizons, right? You mentioned horizon. Don't you find it interesting, right? That the way that we define the horizon, right, is, as in humans, is the place where the earth and the sky appear to meet, right? And the first verse of the Bible, Genesis, says God created the heaven and the earth, the sky and the earth, right? Right. Did he create the horizon? That's what came first. No, I don't know if it's in that sense. Like, it's just interesting, like heaven and earth, where
Yep.
earth appears to meet heaven, is the horizon, right?
And would also reckon it's a composition fallacy when, you know, you look at a table, for example, and you notice an indent on the surface of the table, and you're like, okay, because I see a little bump, therefore the table overall is flat. No, I'm sorry, that's not how it works. Otherwise, you can't describe a table surface. If that's the case, it's not flat, is it?
Yes, the table is still flat, even though it has a, 1-inch diameter dent somewhere on the table. The table is still flat.
Right. And so this is kind of what I say with people who use topography as refuge.
But I suppose we might be losing some of the crowd talking about that. So, anyway, the way I see it, right, just want to say this, is that, right, so these are domains that he created because his throne is at the top. Underneath that are domains, and he talks about the hosts of heaven, right? And we're the hosts of earth, right? So I don't see the sky as, I no longer see the sky. I used to, but I no longer see it as just this very large, somewhat relatively empty place where there's scattered around some dust. You know, it's a place where something lives. That's based on my biblical perspective. But that's all I'm going to say about that.
I mean, I would agree that these are separate domains. And I think that makes it a category error when you talk about the sky and you talk about the sky and you try and relate it to the surface. As if the things in the sky are operating or functioning any way similar to the things that are bound to the surface. They're not. What's keeping the sun or the moon or any celestial in the sky? How do we keep things in the sky? We need engines and shit. Where's the engine for a fucking sun? I shouldn't be swearing.
Well, you necessarily there are objects that float, and you're just redefining what it means to float. Because they're always like, oh, well, there's anti-gravity craft that we can make or design, or aliens when they show up, they'll have anti-gravity technology, and gravity won't pull them down. Well, that's just buoyancy. I have a beach ball. I throw it up in the air. It comes down because of gravity, and it floats on the water because of buoyancy. I got a balloon, fill it with helium, let it go. It's not going down because of gravity. It's going up because of buoyancy.
I think that's another way to explain why things rise and fall. I think the mechanism behind what Archimedes did, when an object displaces its medium, I think that mechanism itself is still unknown. So Don't really know why things are falling. But I don't need to know why to know about the surface and the horizon. I don't need to know any of that shit.
Yeah. If you're going to speculate, you got to assert some assumptions. You can't prove them to be true or not.
Yes, we are here. There is people willing to talk. Please don't leave just because nobody is talking at the moment you dropped in.
Or not.
I guess they weren't really that interested.
It's okay. They'll put down their phone and they'll look up and they'll realize they can't run away from it.
You ever try to chase the horizon?
No.
It's always there. Can't run away from it. Almost like it's an intrinsic aspect of this reality.
Each. What's up?
Hey, what's up, brother?
How you been?
Well, good.
Good to see you.
Thank you, brother. So, what about the Earth is not flat, I guess?
Guess?
Yeah, it's not flat.
How do
Why
you know
not?
that?
Mm,
An
it's
educated guess, or you just random
yeah,
throwing lawn dart type guess?
it's complicated, brother, because I was like long time ago. I know the Earth is flat, even if you look to a surface. you will see it a flat. Even if you are on a top of mountain or a hill, something like very high, you will see. But the problem is came to when you I forget the word. Uh, one moment, please. One moment.
Take
I
your
need
time.
to. Yeah,
We
I need
got
to go.
all day. What's up, new guest?
Earth is kinda oval, you know. It's not round, not very circle, but like an egg. So it depends on the way you are looking at. Some people will see it flat, and others will see it oval.
Huh? What if? Okay, the the ground is constantly changing a curvature rate, right? Like if the horizon is where things disappear because of the spherical nature of the ground, why is it then that the horizon changes distance? Is this egg changing size?
My point is, if the Earth is flat, how how the sun will show you day and the night?
Because
Like
when it's bright outside and the sun's in the sky, that's called daytime. And when the sun's not in the sky, that's called nighttime. And when the sun goes away from you, it's nighttime. And when it comes back, it's daytime. The sun
I mean,
moves, the earth does not
if
move.
the Earth if the Earth is flat, why
If the earth is
you will go?
flat and it's the
Yeah,
floor of all of existence, and the sun is a light in the sky above the earth, and the earth is much larger in width than
mm,
you can imagine, and the sun moves above that earth, then wherever that sun is above that earth, that's where it's daytime.
how about the other movement of other planets?
The planets are
Yeah, yeah,
stars that move differently than the rest of the stars. All of the stars in the sky follow the same paths. The planets, coming from um, the Greek word to mean to wander, to go astray, those stars, they make retrograde motions periodically. And instead of going east to west, they begin to travel west to east. And then they go back to east to west. And over the period of nights, if you was to plot the path or take a picture of it while it makes this retrograde motion, you will see a loop.
yeah, yeah.
That's why they're
That's
called planets and not
yeah.
stars like the rest of the stars. So you sit in your lawn chair in your yard at night and watch the stars move in the sky. You don't move. The stars are moving in the night sky. You sit in the
Yeah.
lawn in the chair during the daytime and you watch the sun move. You don't move. The lights in the sky are moving. You are not moving.
We have been told many years ago that Earth is move like around itself, you know.
Yeah.
That's why you feel the movement of the stars, but you are not moving.
You don't feel the motion of the earth. The earth does not move.
Mm.
It's
That is
counterintuitive.
it's so
Yeah.
complicated. You never know Earth is flat or Earth is oval or even round. It's so complicated, bro.
No, it's too easy,
It
right?
really isn't. Yeah, yeah. It's very simple.
Why is it complicated? You keep saying it's so complicated. That's telling us that there's something you don't understand. What is that?
It is many things, but I cannot explain it very well, like the gravity, you know,
Yeah.
So
holding.
how is
Yeah.
this gravity affecting the shape of the ground we walk upon? See, our
I
problem,
mean,
my friend, is there's a few gentlemen and ladies that come through this channel that have actually gone out and measured the ground. And there's no measured curvature. So if we don't have measured curvature, it's impossible to live on a ball, on a sphere. So you're concerned about something that's not related to the ground.
mm,
Yeah. Because, like, if the ground is flat and there's no measurable curvature, then everything that you experience is done on a flat earth.
That you'll have people try and make it more complicated than it really needs to be, and they make it complicated because that's what they have to do. They have to do a bunch of mathematical and mental gymnastics to try and justify the idea that they live on a sphere, because their immediate experience of physical reality tells them nothing like that. Actually, their immediate experience of physical reality tells them that the Earth is not moving and it's planar, it's flat. The surface of water lies horizontally. It's that simple.
Let me answer that.
think I said the radius is equal to the rate of curvature an hour ago. I was wrong. Now it's clipped forever.
So, how's everyone coping with the Earth being flat? We doing all right?
Looks like somebody said that some of our water shoots off into space now too.
Wow, that's interesting. Is it in water form?
I have to scroll up and really see this. I'm intrigued by it since the water levels never changed.
So the mass of the Earth is getting smaller.
I guess that would be the consequent, yeah. Does that mean that the gravity would be decreasing?
The gravity and the radius value.
Yeah, yeah.
Start to feel lighter and see less further.
Well, that's going to mess everything up here. I'll think that I've lost weight, but I'm just as fat.
Well, what about all the people investing in gold? It's going to lose value.
Yep.
Or will it? Will it? Hang on a sec. Yeah, well, it would. Wait, because they say the closer to the center you are, the stronger the gravity is.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe it'll all just equal out, I guess. Of course, the Earth will still be smaller.
Hi everybody, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we
Do
measured
you
the
hear
Earth
anybody?
flat.
Flat Earth Discord.
Do you have a question or?
No, I think, but I don't find a question about that.
Oh, okay. Well, if you do, let us know. Meanwhile, just thought you should know that we've checked to see if the Earth was a globe. It turns out it's all flat. So it's exactly as you experience it.
This Discord about geography.
No, not geography. Nope. Geometry. Measuring the Earth.
Right. Uh, my English is beginner.
That's okay. You got to practice somehow.
Yes, yes. If you talk, I will hear. Listen, I will listen you.
Okay. Well, like I said, we've measured the Earth. It is indeed flat. No curvature can be found anywhere. So we also measured for motion of the Earth, and it's not moving. It's not rotating. It seems to be exactly as it always is, which is still or stationary. And it seems to be enclosed because we have gas pressure, air pressure, the air that we breathe. You can't get that without some kind of containment, physical barrier of volume. So, yeah, the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed.
Mm.
It's just the way it is.
Welcome.
Hey, hello, Governor.
How you doing?
Man, I'm finer than a frog's hair in a biscuit. How about yourself, sir?
All right. All right.
Well, I guess you can't beat that. So, anything interesting going on in here? I guess that's a no.
Did that answer your question?
That's why I said I guess that's a no.
But it could be interesting. I'm not normally in here.
Well, in that case, there's always something interesting. Even the silence is interesting here. Right, T-Dub?
T-Dub's in a wind tunnel. He can't talk to you right now.
You sure he's not standing next to that rocket that's getting ready to launch?
Where does it go again? The rocket?
Yeah, he might be sitting next to it, the one that's going to the moon.
I wonder why the moon looks flat.
That's how we know it's so spherical, because it looks so flat.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. Flat means curved. Up means down.
Moving means motionless, or motionless means moving.
Two rotations from one rotation.
Yeah.
Nonsense makes sense. That's another one, right? Nonsense makes sense.
Yeah, it's the upside down world. The clown show. I mean, it only makes sense if your whole belief system is a web of contradictions. You can't tell the difference anymore. Oh, and here's the best one. Flat means curved, or vice versa.
That's right. You know, it's so curved because it looks so flat.
And fat. Apparently it's too big. You can never see it, so it must be there.
We've had the likes of Matthew Lyons even tell us that when they're talking about the abyssal plains being flat, they don't mean it's like flat. It's curved. It's just flatter, less curved. You know, flat as in less curved than other places.
Yeah. How does the horizon get flatter?
you've got any questions, go ahead and ask. Okay. Ooh. What's up, car?
Hello?
Welcome. How come nobody talking?
I had just joined. I don't know. Hello.
Well, we all have various jobs throughout the day, so sometimes we'll sit in here and wait for someone to come in here and ask questions. Oftentimes, many of us we know each other, so, you know.
Okay. Okay.
But, I mean, what brings you in here?
Actually, I used to enjoy the conversation that you talk here about the earth and stuff, but for now it's just empty and no one is speaking. And you have just explained to me why.
Oh, yeah, no, like, you know, we've been gone for a few days. We go from location to location to bring the conversation to other people, and we decided to come back here today and create a group setting for people to come in and, you know, ask questions.
Okay. I'll search for some question, then I'll ask.
What were some of your favorite discussions that you like to hear?
Well, I don't really know. I'm not fluent enough to speak also.
I mean, your English sounds good. You know, I'm sure you understand basic mathematics
Yeah,
and science.
I understand, but when it comes to speaking, I struggle because a lot of complex words and stuff. Maybe in French I will sound better because I'm studying a specialty called geodesy.
Yeah.
So it
How
has
long you been
some
studying geodesy?
for a year now.
Okay. Are you
Yeah,
just
it's
studying it because you enjoy it, or are you making a career with it?
no, just because I enjoy it. But it's more about like the measurements and stuff. It's not about like a flat Earth and rounded Earth. But like you can have some informations about it, not directly.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're
Yeah, so all of the scientific words that I know, it's in French, because my specialty is in French.
That's okay. If we agree on terms, though, like I can tell you this much: if we agree on mutual terminology, we understand each other in the sense that we're not going to base our reality off of a mathematical concept, but more or less we're going to go out and use what we learned about measurements and about physics, like real physics, not mathematical concepts. If we're going to go out into reality and we're going to use those use reality to base reality, then, you know, the conversation can be very basic and still have
Yeah, I
a good,
agree.
fruitful conversation.
I agree with you. Yeah, that's true. This is true.
So, you know, like, you know, it's a good way for you to practice choosing words, right? Like, I'm sure in French, you know how to be very linguistic and
Mhm.
you know, poetic with your words. And it's the same thing with English, you know, like it's one thing to learn standard phrases and just have basic conversation, but then to take a basic conversation and, you know, have more choices with the words you use, practice choosing those words, it gets fun.
Yeah, true,
I
true.
bet that's probably why you like it, right? You miss hearing all the, like, oh, wow, I never thought that word would be
Yeah, well, like actually, the words like sound the same too. There is a lot of words that are similar.
Mhm.
It's not like completely different vocabulary,
Right.
but there is some slight words that needs to be like learned. And well, I will be back as well, dog. Uh,
Yeah, no worries, man. You're welcome back anytime. If people are quiet in here, it's usually because we're polite to each other and we try to have like at least a one-on-one conversation. If we run on to each other's words, like if someone jumps in front of me or whatever, we know how to back away and let somebody else take point. Those kind
Okay, good luck with that.
no worries, man. Come back.
Okay.
So the other guy just left. I don't know. I just came in here and we started talking, and now he's not in here.
Yeah, what happened? Didn't he want to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah. Well, the other guy was in here listening, and then some guy came in just that I talked to, and yeah, it's really quiet in here. He's like, the other guy was like, oh, I know, I just showed up, and it was like that also. Don't be afraid to talk, people. It's okay. Alaska Malamute's not going to hurt you.
Yeah, it's okay to have a conversation with people, and I was hoping he'll talk to you for longer because I want to hear some more talk about flat Earth.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Well, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like anybody who has any understanding of geodesy definitely could have a conversation with this guy because it sounds like he has a base understanding of geodesy. So it would be interesting to pick his brain apart on that.
Well, planar surveying is going to be the basis from which he goes with the rest of his measurements and studies.
I figured that, but I'm sure anybody who is able to step over that line and flip some words into the second part of the conversation and bring it back to that planar surveying, like I said, it's going to really help people who are essentially brainwashed. I hate to put it that way. I don't know how else to put it. Now, I know flat Earth is the conversation here right now, but anybody who's watching the news today, we are having a day. That's just in America. I don't even know what's going
Sorry, what's going on?
on. Give it to the base, right? So at the end of the day yesterday, the Pete Hegseth announced major U.S. Navy moves. I think they bought a bunch of battleships. Got this, like everything's new, state of the art or whatever. So there's that. This morning, DOJ released tens of thousands more FC files. Rand Paul reported over $1 trillion in waste. It'll be interesting to see what budget issues were going on. There was an explosion at a Pennsylvania senior home. There's a mass casualty response there. Supreme Court is weighing in on Trump's use of the National Guard in Chicago. Just moments ago, a jet carrying African countries, one of the countries in Africa, their army chief, their plane went down over the capital of NATO, which is weird, right? Like NATO's not country, so why would it have a capital? So it's what, like 10 a.m. where y'all are at this morning? 10 a.m. Christmas.
9/11. It's 9/11.
9/11.
So some interesting headlines there. I haven't checked mine for today, but lately it's been centered around mainly what happened in Bondi 4 weeks ago, tragic event. And then there was subsequently reports of other planned events. And
I heard about that.
right, so there's been high alert.
Like some
We're
events
on
were
high alert.
foiled.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, by a couple of passing teenagers. Yeah. You saw that. Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
I don't.
It was a brief thing over here, but I saw that.
That I don't know just how much that's connected to anything. Like that could have been some mob kind of hit planned or something. Nothing to do with anything like that.
Right.
But time will tell. See what they release to the public, what information, and all that. But yeah. So there's this. I guess mainly in the major cities, there's probably a lot of paranoia at the moment. A lot of sideways looks and stuff.
Right. I got a DM I'm gonna send you real quick.
Not very good for it's what's supposed to be a peaceful festive season.
There you go. I sent you a DM.
All right, let me take it. Wow, why is everybody's? There's a whole heap of people in the panel with the exclamation mark next to their name.
That's weird. I don't see that.
Okay. Oh, gone. They're gone. Weird.
Yeah, I think Professor Triangles will like that. What I just sent you to. How are you not friends with me? Oh, that's right. You have to make a friend request to me. I can't DM you.
Oh, okay. Hang on. No, it says we are friends.
No, you and I are, but I'm not friends with
Oh,
Professor Triangle.
oh, sorry. I thought you. Oh, Professor Triangle.
Pick a country. Ed, you know what? I want to see it.
Somalia.
Pick a country. Somalia. Pick
Yeah.
a
I don't
westernized
know
country.
what. A westernized country? Belgium.
I used to be able to search that up. Hmm. 2017. Huh. Is this person trying to say the Earth is flat? This is weird. This is I just found a PubMed article that talks about flat Earth. may have to get somebody who does statistics to read this. This is weird. Check this out, T-Dub.
Okay, let's have a read.
So that's the weird thing, right? I'm not sure. I think they're doing like trying to understand statistics, what a statistical analysis is. But for whatever reason, they're correlating it with flat Earth. Now, when you type in flat, most of the terminology that shows up in that search is inflation or inflated numbers, inflation of material. But every once in a while, like I think there's like 3 or 4 times it mentions the Earth is flat. Weird.
Okay. Well, I'll read out the abstract for the audience. The widespread use of the widespread use of statistical significance as a license for making a claim of a scientific finding leads to considerable distortion of the scientific process, according to the American Statistical Association. We review why degrading p-values into significant and non-significant contributes to making studies irreproducible, or to making them seem irreproducible. A major problem is that we tend to take small p-values at face value, but mistrust results with larger p-values. In either case, p-values tell little about reliability of research, because they are hardly
That's interesting. So I guess Belgium is home to the founding of the flat Earth. Or maybe it's just a band. Oh wow, Facebook post. I have a confession to make. We in Belgium know the truth. Water is flat. We even call it flat water. Shout out to Belgium.
Well, if there's no carbonation, it's definitely flat water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was about 6 paragraphs in before I realised nobody could hear me. Never mind. I obviously can't like have Discord open and read material at the same time. Like from another page.
We could hear you at the beginning of your sentence when you started reading it, and then you cut off.
Yeah, never mind. It's all good.
G-Dub, did you read something about the probability stuff, right?
Yeah.
What was the connection to the flat Earth with that, if I may ask?
Was getting there. I don't know. I haven't read it fully yet.
All right.
From just a base look at what I was looking at, it looked like it was basically going over the idea that just sharing the idea that like with statistics can be skewed. I don't know why it has such a why it had a connection with flat Earth, but you know, from my connection, what I can tell about math is a language, right? So if it's a language, you can lie with. Statistics is an obvious example of how you can lie with.
Bang. Yeah. Whatever.
What's up, AI?
Yeah. What's the probability that I would join the call when you're talking about probability? The answer is a certainty if you accept the many worlds hypothesis or the multiverse, et cetera, et cetera. So the guys that really study that, they're forced to realize, well, if there's an infinite possibility of universes, then there's an infinite possibility of permutations of expressions of the laws of physics. And because of that, the Earth is most definitely flat in one universe. And now they came to the idea of the infinite worlds through the heliocentric paradigm. So in other words, if the Earth is a globe, then also the Earth must also be flat, at least in one universe. Of a certainty, not of a possibility, but of a certainty. Because in
The
that
probability of
worldview,
100%. Right.
yeah. So if you know, according to that the probability that the Earth exists as flat in at least one of the parallel worlds, right? How do you know it's not this one?
Wait, based on what hypothesis would that be?
Yeah, multiverse, many worlds.
Many worlds.
How they answer certain. Look, it's something that they think about to answer certain philosophical questions and mathematical questions that arise from experiments. One of the ways to solve it is to have an infinite amount of worlds. And when they postulate that, they quickly realize, well, if that's true, then that means all all permutations of physics, just as all permutations of choice, all permutations of whether you're ugly or fat, whether you were born or not born, all of those permutations exist somewhere parallel to this world. And so at least one of those worlds, the Earth is flat. Now, I came upon that by just watching lectures, physics lectures from advanced theoretical physicists. And I just let it on autoplay. You know, they started talking about real stuff. Then it went into creating stars on Earth. Then it went into giant CERN rings circling the sun. And then it went into a single atom is responsible for all reality, and it travels backwards and forwards in time and space to render your thumb in my butthole. And then it went on to say, well, there's an infinite amount of worlds in which one of those worlds, the Earth is flat.
Wrong.
I didn't say it. They said
Wrong.
it. In front of an entire
Wrong.
group of peers.
But you realize that's like a hypothesis.
It's not what?
It's a hypothesis, right? It's a philosophical.
Oh, they need it. Yeah, but they need it to punch the holes in their La La Land claims. They need the many worlds. And the reason why they need the many worlds, let me tell you the truth, bro, why they quote unquote need many worlds. Here's the answer. Because without the many worlds, the inescapable conclusion is what, sir? I'll tell you what it is. Specific agent creation. And they hate that idea.
Bingo.
How is it that?
Because
everything.
Dude, permutations of probability of a bunch of options could be removed by a definitive choice. And the only way to have a definitive choice is to have an agent.
So, because
So they don't want to listen. They know that they have two options. Either there's an infinite permutation of worlds, or there's a single sentient agent responsible for the circumstances that we have in this world. And so that since they hate that idea, they're going to choose the other idea.
No, it's not what it is.
Dude, listen, if that wasn't what it is, then they wouldn't have written it in their own words, and they wouldn't have said it in their own mouths.
No, there are hypotheses about different versions how the world was not made but came into existence. Doesn't mean that they have like two choices. I mean that's what you come up.
You don't need the many worlds hypothesis to explain the functions in this universe that are up to highly improbable circumstances. Okay, they know that. And if they just have a specific creator that decides this is the values, then they don't need the many worlds hypothesis. They can just take it, throw it in the garbage. It's not necessary for anything. So look, you can put your fingers in your ears and your thumb in your eyes all you want, dude. We all know that they hate the idea of a specific agent creator that they're responsible to, and that's why they choose all their fantasy nonsense. We know that. We all know that. So, it's not hidden. It's not a secret. Yeah, it's not a secret, dude. Dude, the idea that there's an infinite number of universes of which you just happen to be in the one where things are the way they are, and it requires an infinite number of unprovable universes to be where you're at, yeah, that's fantasy nonsense, brother.
It doesn't require that. First off. Second off,
I wonder if they think. Sorry, just quickly.
All
right, go.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, dude. I don't know, dude. I think I'll take the word of the guys who are standing up on the stage in the lectures rather than you. Okay? Sorry, bro.
I'm just wondering if they think it gives them plausible deniability.
Yeah, it's the old, oh God, if you were real, how come you didn't show yourself to me? Therefore, I'm excused for all the things I've done wrong.
Sorry, but you made that shit up. You made it shit up.
No, I didn't make it up, dude. And everybody in here, besides you, knows I didn't make it up.
God? You didn't make God up?
Holy crap, dude. You really don't know how to pay attention, bro.
Like, again, tell me your position.
Dude, I'll put it to you like this. The physical, natural, material, temporal, energetic world requires an eternal sentient agent as its grounding. Okay, that's the reality we live in. Okay?
That's your claim.
There you go. No, that's the fact.
That's your
No,
claim.
that's the facts.
It's not a fact. No, it's not a fact. That's your claim.
Can you prove that matter gives rise to consciousness?
I don't have to fucking prove anything about that because you don't have to either. Because you claim
Why
that
are you so mad, bro?
has to be.
Okay, so if I
I'm
don't
not
have to
mad.
prove it, then I'll just ipse dixit, it's true.
Yeah, but then again, when I say anything, it's true just as much, right?
Oh, dude, listen, information theory, information itself, laws of causality, all of these things, which include temporal and energetic states when studied at a micro scale, point to the fact that you can't have anything at all without sentience existing in the first order. Now, I didn't say that, my friend. That's evolutionary biologists, globe believing, NASA loving cuck shills saying it, right? So it's dudes from your own side that through experimentation and science and mathematics have come to the conclusion that the fundamental unit of reality is not matter, it's not energy, it's not time, it's actually sentience. And sentience must be eternal. That's their conclusion. So take it up with them, my homie. I'm sorry.
That's not what it is. You fucking lie, bro.
Really? So what? How did I lie?
You're saying that all mathematicians and all scientists and all physicists say that.
All right, dude, get muted. Get muted like the dumb fuck you are. I'm gonna give you a hint, brother. I didn't say all. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a chance to rethink what you heard and actually pause for a moment and be like, yeah, you're right. He didn't say all. Okay. So maybe I forgot to parse it out for the slow kids in the back, which includes yourself. Some, not all. Okay, just because I say scientists say doesn't mean that all scientists say. The same way when people say doctors say, it doesn't mean all doctors say. So you're taking it to the absurd, Rusty. So stop being absurd. All right. Get unmuted. Go ahead.
I don't know how I can talk to someone with that thin of a skin, but yeah, some, like you say, scientists say that. But again,
Dude, how are you talking to me? How are you talking to me? My skin's too thin. You having a hard time?
Yeah, you
I
are
didn't
muting.
accuse you. Listen, Rusty, I didn't boldface accuse you of being a liar, did I? No, you did that to me.
How you muted me because of it?
Yeah, I muted you because you accused me of being a liar, so I had to set the record straight for your dumb ass.
All right, no, never mind. You do your thing.
Yeah, how about instead of jumping to the conclusions and calling people liars, you actually think about what comes out of your mouth before you say it? How about that? So, in case you didn't know, Rusty, there's scientists of all ilks, some Christian, some atheist, some Buddhist, some Hindu, etc., some heliocentrist, some geocentrist, some electric universers, some Einsteinian, some Newtonian, some of all different types that believe in different things and have different metaphysics. So yes, science is not a monolith, and scientists do not have a single voice of which they all agree on all things. In case you didn't know that, now you know.
Yes, thank you. I believe in scientific consensus and not about what some single fucking like homeopathic idiot believes.
Define homeopathic.
I'm just saying.
Dude, homeopathic
You're
is the course he takes to his lover's house.
Whatever. I'm just saying, if you can, whatever opinion you have, you can find someone who also believes that opinion, who has like a PhD or something, who's a
Dude, I
scientist.
could care less whether they believe it. It's the reasons why they believe it that matter.
Right. For philosophical reasons, I can't
That's
go
fine.
along with that. Hey, Rusty, can you read what I posted in the side chat and then refute it?
The fact that matter can't create consciousness, I think matter can create consciousness. The evidence is us. We are talking to
How?
each other right now, right?
I
Is that
think
your
matter
scientific
can't
consensus?
listen. Watch this. I think matter can't create consciousness, and consciousness can't create matter. The evidence is us because we're talking to each other right now. Wow, that was easy.
Not equivalent to my statement.
Yeah, the same exact thing, dude.
No, you said it can't create matter. I mean, yes, but yeah, like, what is it that would create us? I mean,
Yeah, same token,
you're
dude. What
probably
is it
like,
about matter that would create consciousness? What is it about consciousness that would create matter? Holy crap. The fact that you don't see it's the same burden is ridiculous, dude. You just think
it's
it's a
not. It's
given
not
that matter
equivalent.
comes first. Yes, you think it's a given that matter precedes consciousness. That's what you think, brother.
And you think that consciousness precedes matter, or what? Is that an accurate description of you, of your opinion?
No, I know
Or
it
not?
does.
Well, you know it does. So if I would say that there is no consciousness that creates matter, it would also be like I would be in the same position as you.
Okay, let's say that's true. So what you just admitted is that the positions are equivalent. That we both are trying to find the precedent cause, which we have no way of knowing. Good job.
I didn't admit anything. I was
I know
asking
you
something.
think you didn't admit it because you want to still stay in your gilded house where you get to think matter comes first and consciousness comes later, and ignore other people who I proffer to you, who, by the way, themselves are evolutionists, right? They all ball lovers. They love balls floating in space. They love to look up at balls and watch balls in the front of their eyes, balls all day long. So they're definitely ball believers.
I don't.
Okay, they're not flat earthers. They're not necessarily any particular religion like Christian or anything, and they're looking at the experimental data. They're doing the math. They're doing all the higher order functions of quantum mechanics, Einsteinian relativity, all of these things, and they're coming to the conclusion on their own, just based on what they're researching, that you can't have matter, time, or energy without sentience existing in the first instance. Period. That's their claim.
Yeah, like the two people that might think that.
No, it's not two people. It's many people.
Yeah, maybe. If you think that, I don't think you're any less than me, right? I still respect you as a human as much as I respect myself. It's just that I think that hypothesis is pretty fucking bullshit.
Right. So
because there's no evidence
right.
against that
Yeah.
at all.
No, it has evidence. It has evidence, dude.
No, it doesn't. Like by the basis of that statement, it cannot have any evidence.
Why not?
There's no. How would you prove that there is some sort of consciousness behind anything?
Oh, it's easy, dude. You first start proving that the conscious agent, right, has a effect on matter, right? That's where it all begins. They keep doing more experiments down the line, dude.
Wait. What kind of matter?
Now, watch this, brother. Have you ever heard of Berkeley and idealism before?
No, explain it to me.
Right. So, well, let's go back a few steps. Have you ever heard of the quantum eraser before?
I've heard of it, but I need a refresher.
Okay, let me go back one step. Have you ever heard of the double slit experiment before?
Yes, heard of that.
Right. So, among all of these things, there was these tests that were done, And they concluded, and it's actually supposedly the most reproduced scientific experiment in the history of mankind, that you get a different result, and the only difference is knowledge of the path of the light. Because light has the possibility of taking different paths, and if you measure the path, you get a different result in the end. And so they concluded, now you could argue whether they did it right or not, that's fine. I'm just saying the reasons why they come to their conclusions. Could be wrong. So they concluded that it's knowledge, the information existing, is the reason for why the permutation affected in reality occurs. So in other words, whether you get a discrete pattern on the photo plate or whether you get a wave pattern, or sorry, a probability pattern.
I mean, with that, I got into because it was
what
whether you interact with the light beam that was shot.
No,
That
it
was the
wasn't.
thing.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was whether the information was stored and able to be retrieved. In other words, there was knowledge present that could be known later. It wasn't just the interaction. Because if you did the interaction and removed the recording of the knowledge, the same pattern didn't exist. So you're wrong.
No, if
The
you
information
observe,
had to be retrievable. No, it wasn't about observed either. So you're wrong.
but you said the same thing right now.
No, I didn't.
Yes, the information had to be retrievable. That's what you said, right? Wasn't it?
Right. So the experiment itself didn't have to be observed. It just had to be retrievable later.
It doesn't need to be retrievable later.
Yes, it
You have
does.
to.
If there's no information that can be known, the pattern is a certain way. When there's information available to be known, the pattern is a different way. So the recording of the knowledge is what changes the pattern, dude. Holy crap, dude. I can
The
see why you don't understand
information.
any of the higher things. You can't even understand the simple ones.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you look at the
Hey, let me ask you
you
this
know
question,
what?
dude. Did you solve listen, did you solve Bell's inequality?
Shit. Come on, go on with your explanation.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So anyway, dude, you could argue till you're blue in the face about the actual thing that happened. I'm just saying what these guys' conclusions were. It's kind of like Christians. I could tell you what Christians believe, and you could say Christianity is false. Therefore, they don't believe it. That's not true. They still believe it, even if it was false. Who cares?
Yeah, I haven't denied that.
Right. So anyway, around this time, people were doing experiments that introduced this concept that knowledge directly influences reality. And since knowledge itself is immaterial, right, and only can be held in minds, they deduced that minds are greater than the temporal, material, energetic world. Now, they started coming up with ideas about, well, how does this happen? Now, keep in mind that they weren't divorced from the history of claims within certain religions that an eternal sentient mind is actually the holder of the temporal realities, which were created by the eternal sentient mind. So, they had some ideas mixed in there, don't get me wrong. So then there came this question, well, if nothing's really being decided without a sentient observer, and since sentient observers don't exist everywhere in free space and time, then how do you have a matrix of reality which can coordinate itself among all the observers? And so guys like Berkeley came in and said, well, that's easy. You just need one mind that's the grounding of the experience for all the other minds. In other words, the programmer that holds the program, of which the game players within the program go and arrive at. So, for example, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? The answer would be, in this view, the tree hasn't fell yet. The tree doesn't need to fall until it needs to be available for a sentient observer to observe. And beforehand, the probabilities are held in the overmind. That's what Berkeley called it, the overmind. So in other words, in an idealism view, the mind is the ultimate reality, and matter, time, and energy are really fleeting and illusory, and only experiences of the mind. Versus a materialist view, in which matter, time, and energy are the ultimate truths, and the sentient mind is the illusion. And of course, it's more likely that it's somewhere in the middle.
Hi guys.
I mean, you could take any I don't know, philosophical view from that and think that that's your reality. Same can be said from actual reality or some sort of interpretation of the world
Yeah,
from
that's
anything else.
fair.
Like it's like of course it's like a
Man.
It's
philosophical
not that
discussion
simple
at
though,
that
Rusty.
point.
Rusty, it's not
And
that
I
simple.
understand that.
It's
I
not that
understand that.
simple
I
because
understand
many more experiments were done after that point to the same conclusion. So it's the experimental data that's pointing to this conclusion, not philosophy. But whatever.
Somebody here
Anyway,
think
there's a
that
new
the
person.
Earth
But
is
again,
flat?
it's a
Hey, Rusty, we got it. Rusty, I get the last word. That's how it works. All right, Gedrick, what's up?
Somebody here think that the Earth is flat, or is
No, the
cube?
Earth is clearly flat, my brother. Everywhere I go, up is up, down is down, and the Earth is an extended horizontal plane that's used as a reference for up and down. So yes, sir, water level covers 70% of the Earth, and if 70% of the Earth is level, that means it's a datum between two horizontal planes, which means it's flat. So yes, the Earth's flat, my bro.
Oh my god.
Not only that,
It's our opinion
not
about
only
flat
that.
Earth is flat.
Okay, that's fine, but
You're
see, the
crazy,
problem
man.
is your opinion. Yeah, I know. What'd you say? You say I'm crazy?
The Earth is flat.
Gedrick,
Yes,
don't spaz
you're
out on us
crazy.
now. Gedrick,
The
don't
physics
spaz
are
out on us now, bro.
crazy?
You lost him. You lost him.
We lost him, dude. He barfed. You could hear it happening, dude. He was about to upchuck. He's like, if people think the Earth is flat, I can't live in this world.
You gotta reel him in slowly.
Well,
Yeah, you'd say that was too much. That was too much down the windpipe. No tanks.
I think it was the surface of water part.
Funny thing is, AI said the same sentence about 5 different ways, and it made him freak out.
Well, listen, men of conviction tend to have that effect on betas. He was like, I only believe the Earth is a globe, and here's this guy telling me he knows the Earth is flat. Oh, I'm out of my league, bro. I thought this was just a belief fight. All right, I guess we better unmute Rusty since he's the only source of entertainment.
You know, what's wild is the people that gave him his philosophical viewpoints literally came up with those philosophical viewpoints because they didn't want to deal with the idea that they were the center of the universe. All evidence points to Earth being the center of the universe. And they're like, no, we can't have that, man. We can't be special.
My goodness, dude, why are they doing this to me?
Not without introducing, something else which can excuse it, right? That you can't prove and you don't know is true or not. You just introduce it anyway. That covers it, right? Band-Aid fixed.
Those guys I was talking about earlier, dude, they're like guys that work at CERN, like high-level physicists and stuff. So they're really doing experiments and tests on the fabrics of the fundamental units of the smallest things, whether it be matter, energy, or temporal states. Okay, they're the ones coming to those conclusions, not me. Yeah, their conclusion happens to agree with my conclusion. Sure, that there's an eternal sentient agent behind everything. Do they agree that it's the same agent that I think it is? No. Why am I talking about it then? Well, because they're coming to their conclusions based on following the evidence of testing the universe, testing the world, testing physics.
Right. Don't they lean towards a more of a collective consciousness type of thing or something?
Yeah, usually some kind of monistic or at best a pantheism style type of thing. I mean, look, I'll put it to you like this. You could still believe that eternal sentience is necessary for reality, but still be a non-theist, right? You just refer to that thing as not being a god in any theistic sense. You know what I mean? Like you're not responsible to it, because if it's an aggregate monistic entity, then everybody is a part of it, and the responsibility and morality and ethics, all of that is dithered among the whole, rather than one person being the bona fide boss of everyone. Now, but the problem is, even within that view, some of these guys speculated, well, even within this view, there should be the permutation of some of these agents are stronger than others, and whether that strength be limited to the physical or the metaphysical, right? So they actually believe in kind of like a pantheon of demigod entities that have agency, but are very strong and powerful. You know, kind of like the Lovecraftian space gods, the cosmic horror, like Cthulhu and all those other guys.
You've got the three categories, right? Civilization type 1, type 2, type 3, sort of thing. Or is it might be even more? Where type is it? I can't remember which is the better, the lower or the higher number, but we're very primitive, right? Whereas another civilization may have harnessed power of the sun, right? You know, and then another civilization may have harnessed the power of the galaxy, right? And even Dawkins was willing to consider, you know, those sort of possibilities where an intelligent sentient beings, you know, manipulated this solar system to produce life, right? Like, and then left or something.
Yeah. Or even this idea where it's like the level 5 civilizations. So, for example, if you look out into the sky and you see a dark spot, or you look out and you see a black hole, right? You might think, oh, the black hole, nothing's escaping, therefore this, and that. But these things would actually match what a level 5 or level 6 civilization would do, because they would be harnessing all the energy from their host star. So there'd be there'd be no light leaving their zone, because all of the energy they'd be consuming for themselves. So when you look out and see a dark spot in the cosmos, you can be like, oh, that's a zone where all the energy is being used within the zone and not leaving. So these guys can't even be straight about what they see in the sky, dude, with their own claims. It's like one side of their mouth they're talking about black holes, the other side of the mouth they're saying, well, this is what a level 6 civilization would look like. But keep in mind, these other dudes aren't even talking about level 1 through 6 civilizations that exist within the material, temporal, energetic universe. They're talking about entities that don't require matter, time, or energy. They don't require matter, time, or energy that exists within this universe. They're above it.
Kind of like the Q from Star Trek.
Yeah, and then even bigger than the Q. But yeah, like the dimensions of time, the dimensions of time, space, and energy are the lowest dimensions. They're contingent dimensions, which means they're contingent on something that's not contingent on them, which means it's greater than them. Now, they came to those conclusions based on experiments in the physical and natural world. They didn't just pull it out their buttholes. In fact, they came to those conclusions kicking and screaming against their wills. They didn't want the universe to be sentient. They wanted the universe to be a cold, dead rock that just farted out an explosion and later on sentient was emergent property. That's the philosophy they went into it with. But then they looked at all the experimental data and like, oh, dang, turns out sentient eternality as a necessary precondition for the creation that we view is actually the truth, just like everybody used to believe.
How is it the truth, though? What's your evidence for that?
Oh, my God, dude, I just told you, dude.
No, you didn't. You said some bullshit.
Dude, I said based on their,
look,
to be fair, based on their interpretations of the experiments, okay? But they're doing the experiments and they're coming to these conclusions based on that.
That can prove this. You should fucking understand this. There's no experiment that can prove this. Or maybe you can present an experiment.
I'll tell you what. How about you watch the lecture? How about you watch lectures from the guys who are? Yeah, go. Yeah, then okay, dude.
No
Then get
fucking
fucked,
lecture.
Rusty. You're not even worth talking to. Then get muted, dude. You're not worth talking to. Okay. What I'm trying to tell you, Rusty, is that you can hear it from the people who come to those conclusions themselves. You can hear the reason why they come to the conclusions and the experiments, the math, and the physics that they proffer for the reasons why they came to their conclusions. Okay? So if you're going to put your fingers in your ears to that and you don't want to actually go to the primary sources who are making the claims, then what the fuck do you want me to do, bro? Like, you're so disingenuous, Rusty. Experiments. I already told you one. The double slit and the quantum eraser. Okay? Those are just the beginnings. And yes, the double slit and the quantum eraser, and especially the delayed choice quantum eraser, made a lot of people conclude that sentient agency is a higher order than the material natural world. And if it's a higher order, then it can't come from it. The other has to come from the other. Like, this is not hard logic to figure out, Rusty P. Now, they could be wrong, don't get me wrong. And you could say, I don't accept that line of reasoning and I don't accept that evidence. But to say just nothing exists that points to this whatsoever, you're just wrong, Rusty.
So, hey, Rusty, is there a possibility that you're a brain in a jar somewhere?
No, he is a brain in a jar. He's actually sitting on my table right now.
You say what?
Yeah, Rusty P, you are a brain in a jar that's sitting on my table.
I was just asking if there's a possibility that you're a brain in a jar.
You me every time, of course.
Rusty.
Yeah. So what?
Is there a possibility that you're a brain in a jar somewhere? Or better yet, is there a possibility that you're just a figment of somebody else's imagination?
Accept all possibilities.
Okay, so then if you're a figment of somebody else's imagination, you're a part of consciousness. Consciousness is the higher order.
Oh.
So you disproved yourself again.
Maybe in your definition of consciousness, probably.
Well, you're not matter. You're just you're somebody else's delusion.
No. What are you saying?
Same thing that AI was saying, that consciousness is a higher order and all things are derived from consciousness.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, but it's just I can say whatever I want, and does that make reality? Probably not. I mean, of course.
Do you just want to reduce reality to absurdity? Is that what you think reality is? It's just nothing can be trusted. Everything's subjective. Is that how you define reality?
everything is as it is. There is no the difference between me and like a Christian or someone. It doesn't have to be a Christian. Believes that there is like a higher consciousness that exists. Is that I don't believe that consciousness exists. We just exist. We don't need a consciousness to do that.
Okay, with facts, then God just exists, and that's it.
Why do you immediately
We don't need a consciousness.
Repeat that.
Why do you immediately jump to a Christian God when it comes to a higher consciousness?
Because it's the closest religion that exists in my culture. It's just I don't know. I could say
It's also one of the religions that has a deity that carries all the preconditions for the necessities that we have.
I don't care about deities. I was just saying that it's Christianity.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that other religions, they have deities that their qualities wouldn't make them the necessary grounding.
They would do what?
Well, like other religions have deities. Other religions have deities that are themselves contingent
Fallible.
and not all powerful. They require the universe to exist to act upon, et cetera, et cetera. So the Christian conception of God has unique qualities, among others, that a few other religions do possess as well, but most religions don't.
Yes, I mean I'm just invoking Christianity because that's where I'm brought up, and there's Christianity around me, like that.
Yeah.
Do you
I
believe
don't
in
want
God?
that
Do you
religion.
believe there's a creator? Do you believe there's a creator, Rusty?
No, I don't.
So then, why, if you're so vehemently against Christianity, I don't
I'm not
understand.
against it. I'm fine
You
with
are.
people being Christian.
You are.
I don't
You
care.
mock it. You disagree with it. You think
Do I
it's an
mock it?
absurdity.
Do I? How do you
Do
know
you?
that? I've
How
been
do I know
through
that?
I've been through a Christian school, man.
I may be
I'm fine with
prejudging you, but
Christianity.
I can tell in the sound of your voice that you get a kick out of getting people to disbelieve what they believe in. I've met people like you.
I mean that's your opinion.
So just out of curiosity, why would you result to just a Christian deity? Why wouldn't you just say any deity?
Again, because I grew up in an area where Christianity is the most prevalent religion.
But there's other religions now. So why are
I
you
know
so
that, yeah.
clung to Christianity?
Because I'm
It's like
pretty
you
sure that
almost like
I'm.
something happened and now you hate Christianity.
That's what you want to say, but again, I'm talking to probably westernized people, or probably more
Like we wouldn't even bring up Christianity
more
if you
about.
didn't bring it up.
Well, I didn't bring
In fact,
it up.
AI
Even
never even brought up Christianity.
Yeah, I
AI
didn't either.
just talked about a deity, and that was it.
Yeah, I didn't bring up Christianity either. You brought
You did.
it up.
You did bring
No.
it up. Yes,
No.
you did.
My first statement: not bring up Christianity.
Yes, you did. We have it recorded. If you want me to go get it, I can. But if I go get it and I prove that you're lying, then I'm gonna ban you from the room. So you can
Maybe.
admit that. Okay.
Did you guys tell him space was fake yet?
He knows.
Even if I brought it up, of course it comes like I'm a fucking European. Of course I'm gonna bring up Christianity.
There's Muslims in Europe.
Right.
There's Hindus in
If
Europe.
but
they're
it
taking
doesn't
over
fucking matter.
Europe.
But what was the original conversation about?
The original conversation was about consciousness being the higher level of reality,
Yeah,
and how
and we
space and
all
time is not the infinite, like they want to say it is, because they need it to be in order to have curvature in there.
all right, but it's like a Western perspective that is being conveyed, and there is like a Christian undertone to it. Wouldn't that be it? Because I'm thinking like
I'm not a Christian, and I'm a theist.
yeah, but the moment that I joined this conversation was basically that there is some sort of consciousness that is creating or has created that is underlying our general existence, right? As a
Whatever that
worldview.
consciousness is, it doesn't require a specific religion. It is what it is.
Yeah, but as a yeah, I mean, I know that, but
I mean, you believe
it's basically
everything came
just
from
that.
nothing.
No, it doesn't have to be from nothing. Just has to be from something that maybe we don't know
Oh, you think
where it comes
matter
from.
gives rise to consciousness, right?
It has to come from something
Yeah.
that can account for what it is, right?
Well, matter
It
can't
abides
give
by
rise to
laws.
itself either.
Right.
So
It abides by laws.
nature cannot produce or get rid of energy and matter.
Yeah, like whatever
It is
this thing
about
is, I don't know, Rusty. I could be wrong. I thought I heard you say like whatever it is, it could be something, right? But it has to account for the thing itself, right? Like if something exists, then it has to be accounted for by something that has the attributes to account for it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, no, but I'm just filling in a few more things. You said it could be something else that accounts for these things.
Didn't say that either.
Yes, you did, dude. You said it could be something else. All right, rewind the tape. Get them.
The physical cannot have come from itself, right? Is that agreed upon?
Yeah.
Does order come from
Right.
nothing? Go ahead, T-Dubs.
Order is a human creation, so doesn't mean anything.
Would there be life without humans?
Without what?
Without humans, would there be life?
Yes, obviously.
So why would order be a human creation? There would be other order in this world if
Is this a serious question? Really?
it's observable.
Of course.
There's ecosystems out there that don't have human involvement in them, and they thrive just fine without humans.
Yes, but order, as humans view it, is a human creation. Or it's not a creation. Like we don't create it, but
There you
it's a
go.
human.
It's a human discovery, right? Human discovery.
Yeah, it's a subjective view of nature or the world. Like it's not. Of course, we don't create shit. I mean, we do, but in a different way.
Yeah, we can only discover, right? That's step one, and then we can only discover what's already possible. We can't create an impossibility. It has to already be possible in order for us to discover it. Like the order. We're just discovering it. We're not creating it.
Everything
And if
that
it
we
exists,
already exists.
What's that?
Everything that we discover has already existed.
Yeah, right.
That's clear. I don't even know where we are. Just
Well, it was just like an easy
faster
step,
yours.
right? Now we have discovered that like consciousness exists, right?
Well,
Like
that is
the human
something that we found.
experience, this consciousness, this thing that we're referencing, this conversation.
That notion that had already
that is
existed,
something.
right? Before consciousness was the thing being, you know, was the thing that AI Overlord was presenting, you know, from another side, from your own side, right? From academic figures on your own side, have contention with that view now. That's what that was what that was all about, right? Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's good. It's good. Actually,
That was the exact
you
point,
got it.
right?
But yeah,
It was there
you got the
because it
point.
was always there. It existed before. That's why it was
No. That's
Wait,
not what I'm saying.
it began to exist then? Like it wasn't always possible. It just began to exist. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
So the
of course.
impossible occurred. It was never possible. Like I thought you said, we don't create anything. We just discover what's already possible.
No, it wasn't impossible.
Obviously not, because it exists.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So it was always possible. So whatever's fundamental, right, and grounds all possibilities, has the ability to actualize consciousness. It didn't become suddenly possible. It always existed.
Yeah, there have been.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there are like the conditions that make consciousness possible. Of course, at some
Yeah,
point.
that was always possible. It has to, whatever actualizes it, whatever has to have the power, right? It has to have the attributes to account for it. So it has to have that attribute, which is consciousness, to account for consciousness. Whatever's fundamental.
I mean, again,
It's obvious.
the thing is, we are discussing that in the point of view with us being able to perceive consciousness and trade in a way that we can talk to each other, right?
I don't know exactly what you
Perceive
said.
consciousness.
Yeah,
To
what are you
perceive
saying there?
perception. To perceive perception, right?
I mean,
I perceive that I perceive that I perceive that I
I can
perceive.
talk. I can say words you can understand. So you can
No, I really didn't get that one. I
process
really
in your
didn't.
mind, right? Yeah, but I mean that's the thing. So of course, like the conditions at the start of the universe might have been some way, and then that led to us.
Tell me, bro, is there anything that's unaware of its perception?
Fucking no. I don't know. And
Yeah, we weren't. You said, well, we
Right.
actually. Yeah, he's like we're talking about perception and what it is. No, we weren't. We experience it. It's revealed. We know what perception is. It's the thing that's necessary to have this conversation.
right. So like, what question would you ask even? Like it's
No, I wasn't really asking.
we
I
have
wasn't really
like
asking a question. Yeah, I wasn't asking a question exactly. I was pointing out that whatever exists, right? It's either ultimate or it's like dependent upon something else. It's either like it is, either things are just brute facts and unexplainable, or they're dependent upon something else for its explanation. And so what you can do is you can say, well, we have this thing in the world, right? Like a tree. Well, a tree depends on something else, which depends on something else, which depends on something else. That has to account for treeness in its form and its utility and its, its existence. So now we have consciousness, right? Something that exists in the world, and it can't be like two brute facts that came together out of nowhere, right? What this consciousness that exists has to, whatever, sustains it has to have the power and the attributes to account for consciousness. So whatever is fundamental and ultimate, non-contingent in the world must be conscious because consciousness exists. It's just that simple.
see it's
Yeah,
simple, but you've made it pretty complex.
No, it's very simple.
No, I mean, no, you exist.
Well,
you have
the way
you have your
the way you
own
know
experience.
right, the way you know is that you can argue from the what is possible and impossible. Like, so if there's something that's possible, right, there's something that makes it possible.
Not really.
Yes. Otherwise,
I
you'd
mean,
be by definition saying it's impossible.
I mean that's logic. But
Right.
if I think that, like, from if we go that road, right?
Well, that was it.
could
I already
say,
wrapped it up. Like, is consciousness, was it always possible? And you said, of course, because it exists. It wasn't impossible and then became possible. So it was the possibility always existed.
no.
So whatever. Oh no, it did become possible. So it just ex nihilo exists.
Now that's the thing. The possibility that it is. I mean, we exist. That's a possibility.
Isn't
There
that?
doesn't have to be. There doesn't have to be some sort of mathematical possibility calculated based on whatever metric you want. We exist, and that's a fact. Right?
Yeah, and there's
That
people
doesn't have
out
to
there.
be. That doesn't have
There's
to be
people
some
out
sort of.
there. I was just gonna say there's people out there that are creating math to prove the possibility that we don't exist for no reason other than just to be absurd.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it comes down. Like, I have to ask you the question then, Rusty. Do you believe in like oneness? Like everything came from one thing, or do you think there's multiple single things? Like the pantheist thing that AI alluded to. One universe, or
neither of them.
No, there's not one. Okay, so there's another choice. That everything is its own. That everything accounts. Then that's what I think you were saying earlier. Is that all things can account for themselves, which would lead to the impossibility of not. Then you could never know anything. If everything accounted for itself without, that was non-contingent, not dependent on something else, you would never have like a coherent
It's
system
impossible.
of justification to know anything. Yeah, you couldn't know anything.
It's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics.
Well, like if what he's, because that's the only other option. I'll let maybe you give it yourself. I don't want to. Yeah, good.
Okay, give me the two options again that you presented, because just give me.
Well,
give me the two of them.
either all things are dependent upon one single thing, or not.
Well, both of these things actually don't matter to us at all. In reality.
Okay, then what's the third option?
That's your point. Like you would have to make.
Let me ask you a quick question. Let me interject real quick.
I gave it to you.
Let me ask you a quick question, Rusty. Are you afraid to take accountability? Are you afraid to be accountable for all of your own actions in life?
No, that's what I'm already at.
Most people, believe it or not, are not accountable for everything in their life. A lot of people will push their opinions off to authority and let authority determine what their opinion should be. And I'm just thinking, like he asks you a question, a solid question, and then you're like, well, it doesn't really matter. I don't really need to answer that. It doesn't. It's not necessary. Sounds like you're just trying to avoid accountability.
What's the question?
That everything came from one thing, or everything is independent from each other.
Yes. So, how is that like a what?
Well, you said that doesn't matter you said that doesn't matter. But if all things are not connected, then you can't know anything. So it's like you're destroying the possibility of knowledge, which would also consequently destroy the necessity of obligation. Then you wouldn't be morally obligated. You could say, I don't know anything, so how could I be morally obligated anyway?
How does it do that? It doesn't do that.
Yes, it does.
The
way that you know, I'll explain it to you. Like the way that you know that you're standing on the floor is because there's like a there's like a cohesive relationship between your feet and the floor and the air, right? So there's like a contingency between the different things so that you can know one single thing. So right, so like without those things, right, having like a unity within their diversity, without the floor being the floor and you being you and the air being the air, without that diversity and the unity, which where they all cooperate with the oneness of what of that knowledge of you standing on the floor, then you couldn't know it. So if floor was its own thing and its own and didn't have any relationship with the air, and air was its own thing with no relationship to you, and you were all distinct and separate, and did not in any way communicate together, then you couldn't know that you're standing on the floor. You couldn't know anything.
And you know this is true, Rusty, because if you were walking on land and walked up to the edge of a cliff and kept walking, you know there would be consequences. So you take accountability there, but you won't take accountability for furthering the knowledge of the world that you live in.
How is that connected?
Like if I were to ask you, if I were to ask you what is a tree, right? Like you're going to describe the tree, and you're going to say, well, it's green, right? It's got green leaves. Well, and it's soaks up the sun and the water, right? And you're going to describe the different things to say, well, this is a tree. So all of those differences, all those specifics and distinctions cooperate as one thing so that you can know what a tree is. So without that, you can't know anything.
No, I know what a tree is before.
No, you can't know anything. I mean, I could give you different examples, or just
I
take,
can,
or
I
you can
can
just
know
run it
what
through
a
yourself.
tree. I mean,
How?
Good.
The way you know things is the relationship with other things, right? I mean, this is like, you could destroy the materialistic thing by like, if you like, we go down that road, but you know things by the relationship with other things.
Of course.
Right. So there's a unity and a diversity.
Yep.
There's diverse particulars, all unified under one, common law. The one.
It's not diversity. It's
There's even a
it's
theory out there
reality.
that there's even a theory out there that there's no deity, and that we're all just one collective consciousness having an experience here.
Yeah, I mean that was just like a point. Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, thanks. You're doing a good job. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out like that whole thing I went through with the diversity and the oneness, right? Was should be like commonly accepted. That was just to kind of piggyback off of what you had said earlier, Rusty, which was that all things can account for themselves, which they couldn't, and then as well as the we can't create, we can only discover. So we discover through this diversity and the oneness that brings and the one unifying thing that brings them all together. So I mean, I thought you were on board with that.
How doesn't that apply in your worldview? Like how do we create without discovering? Would be a question.
No, we don't create anything. We can only there's no that we can't do that. We can only discover what's already possible. Otherwise, we'd be saying that we just otherwise like we would be saying we just caused through our own minds the impossible to occur from nothing.
Yeah, but how would you even describe the impossible? Like, what's impossible to you? I don't get that.
Yeah, I've never seen impossible. I don't know what that looks like. Like the same way I've never seen the same way I've never seen chaos.
But that's the thing. Like, if you would ask someone like 100 years ago, people probably call the shit that we do today impossible.
Yeah, no problem.
Like,
yeah, they may have called.
What is it? Like, I mean, you are proposing that there is some sort of consciousness behind everything in the world. And
all I'm pointing out,
no evidence. Like, there isn't even like some sort of evidence to it that would even like touch.
This is what so this is what I pointed out with all of those preconditions in place, all of those presuppositions, all those preconditions, all those things that we just agreed to, those terms that we kind of agreed to there in place, right? Then we say, instead of referencing a tree, right, we say we have consciousness, right? And if we were to follow that back, like, all right, well, this caused this, this caused this, this caused this, right? Whatever the thing is that's possible, which is consciousness, which we have here in reality, right, was possible, must have came from something that had the potential to actualize that possibility. It didn't become possible. So whatever grounds that fundamentally, like, if in a causal chain of sequences, must have that ability within the oneness of it to have what you have right here, right now. Like I could say it in a way like, you have the cup on the table, right? Like you had you on the floor earlier. You have the cup on the table, right? But the table has the potential to actualize the cup, right, and actually hold it up. But then what's actualizing the table, right? So the table has the potential to sit on the floor, but what actualizes it is the floor. The floor has the potential to actualize the table, to actualize the cup, but then that's the foundation of the house, right? And you can follow that all the way back to something that has to have all of the properties to account for the cup on the table now. Has to have it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the cup here on the table now. It would be falling, but it's not falling. It's sitting right here on the table.
Yeah, but what's like the actual evidence that you would have?
The cup on the table. You are conscious. These two things are the equivalents, right? So whatever's holding up the cup is we call that the foundation, right? Like whatever's fundamental and foundational, which sustains all things in a hierarchical, column, above and below it, right? So we have the cup on the table. So there's a foundation, something that does not rely on anything else to hold up the cup. So it has the ability fully within itself to hold up all of those things above it. Same thing with consciousness. We have consciousness here. So if you follow that train all the way back, right? Whatever's fundamental, whatever's fundamental has the ability to actualize fully in and of itself consciousness. So it must be conscious because we have the cup on the table. We have the consciousness right now.
Why is it conscious though? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would it be a consciousness?
Why is conscious? That's a whole nother question. That's a whole nother question.
Let's say that, maybe don't say why, but how
why do you think,
consciousness? I'm asking the question. I'm not believing in it, so I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, it's like denying a tree or denying the cup. That's what I mean. That's how bad it's getting. Like in this day and age, 2025, about to be 2026, is that people deny consciousness and they deny that God exists when they're looking at their own selves in the mirror and they're looking at the cup on the table and they're like, no, maybe there's something else holding it up. Crazy talk.
But it's just an excuse for them to push accountability out of the way, so that way they can continue to live their hedonistic lifestyle.
Yeah, like how can I know this is true? Because it's being revealed to you. It's obvious, and anything that's revealing it to you must be intelligible, so you can understand whatever's being revealed and shown to you.
It's intelligent,
and therefore, obviously, if you can understand it.
Okay, so a cup on a table is standing there. Why? I mean, it seems like you have a. Yeah. Again, like it seems like you have a specific explanation for that.
Yeah, because someone consciously created it.
God created it, and then he placed the fucking cup on the table.
No.
What? I mean, or wait.
Yeah.
Go ahead, no tanks.
What I'm pointing out is the foundation and whatever's fundamental and foundational, which is necessary, right? It's necessary for that cup to be on the table now, must have the attributes to account for all of those, those layers of the table, the cup, the floor, the joists, and must have all of the, have to be have the attributes to account for that. And now we have consciousness. So it just runs the same way. You have consciousness in reality, you have a tree in reality. Therefore, there must be something fundamental and one and singular to account for the distinctions that are all unified that can account for consciousness. So it must have that ability, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible. And we know it's not impossible because it's actual. We have it right here, right now. It's simple. I'm dumbing it down, really.
It's not simple though. Because you are invoking a consciousness that has previously existed.
Because you're conscious, dude. It's obvious.
There is no obvious thing about any of this, man.
So you would then what would
If
the other
you read the
possibility
Bible,
be?
yeah,
That
like a fucking
the other
repo.
possibility would be that you are conscious and you came from something that did not have the attributes to account for consciousness. That's the only other option that you're giving me. It either does have the attributes to account for it, or it does not. It's a true dichotomy. And you're putting forward that whatever is fundamental does not contain the attributes to account for what is possible now. That's madness.
The attribute for any sort of possibility is something that you have created. All right. That's
I didn't hear
the
that.
spawn of your mind.
You're cutting out a little bit, Rusty.
The attribute. Okay, wait. I'm going to repeat that. The attribute of consciousness is something that you have created.
Not just something that exists, like a tree.
No, it doesn't exist. It is something that
Yeah, it was
us
already there. You
humans.
just came to the realization.
No, it's a philosophical thing that we humans made up because we have to.
No, it was already there. You just realized
No,
it.
it was not there. No,
It was.
it's not there.
It's there, man. There's like you can like not to make this about a completely other subject, but you can look at babies in a womb and they kind of move to music and they react to words like loving words and things like that. They play with their hands and their feet in their womb. They're conscious already. They all it was already there. They just are helped and coached to realize that through their upbringing.
Exactly. When you're born, then the shit starts. But it's not about that. It's about the creation of the universe.
Is that one thing or multiple things? This how you say universe?
It's about the universe. Whether there is
Was there a singular explosion, or was there multiple explosions?
It's not really prevalent. It's basically science hasn't figured it out.
Listen, I mean, I'll just ask this like the simple thing, like in this Big Bang, right? Was there like watermelon and buffalo and all of these things were contained within the oneness? They were all in there. Just I'm asking for a friend.
Well, that depends on like philosophical but I mean, possibly yes, but no, actually not. They were contained in there, but
So what diversified the oneness of the universe to give you buffalo and cow, snorkel? All right, that's enough. Rusty P, you don't have the answers. You just need to. It's Christmas
the thing
time.
is,
I think
though,
you need to go to. I think you need to go to church. It's Christmas time.
let me say one thing more. Right? Like if you ask any scientist, of course we don't fucking know what the Big Bang is or what it was, but it's still the most.
Why did they come up with it?
They didn't come up with it.
How did they come up with it? What led
They
to their
didn't come up with
conclusion
it.
that that's how it started?
They looked at the was it the Hubble observation that the universe is expanding, and then they basically discovered that it's probably that the universe is expanding. I don't fucking know. It is fucking.
You're so lost in the story, man. It was actually created by a Catholic priest. The Big Bang.
Yeah, if that was the case, fine.
The only reason why they think the universe is expanding is because of redshift and blue shift. And they can see that and observe that, but what happened is it looked like everything was actually going around the Earth and that Earth was the center of the universe. But for philosophical reasons, they decided to make Earth not the center of the universe. And then because of that, they came up with, based off of redshift, blue shift, that the universe was expanding. But if they went by their current mathematics on gravity, that eventually the Earth would expand into absurdity and nothing would hold together. And so then they had to come up with placement holders because in reality, what they're seeing when they look at the sky is that everything looks static and centered around the Earth. That's literally what they had going on back when they came up with the Big Bang.
Oh, you're saying like that maybe regular people can't discern between the information that they take from like looking at the stars and what scientists tell them?
Why would you look at the stars to understand the Earth?
Because it's a pretty important part of understanding the Earth.
You're looking in the wrong direction.
Okay, so I would have to look at like my feet.
Well, the Earth. You need to look at the Earth if you want to know what the Earth is.
I mean, I know what you want to say, but did you ever think about that?
About what?
Claim that claim that you just made.
That in order to know what the Earth is, you should look at the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, did you ever think about that?
That's a form of logic. If you want to know something, you should look at the thing you want to know.
Yeah, to a point. Again, yes, but you should look like outwards at some point.
How did you just walk your own thing back? Weren't you just the one saying to look at the Earth, Rusty?
No, I said look at the Earth.
Say what?
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, he was the one saying that you can learn about reality by inferring the sky. And I don't know, man. Like, I want to know where they come up with the Big Bang.
We talked about this 10 minutes ago.
Okay. How did they come up with it then?
They looked at it. They observed it.
Observed what? The Big Bang?
No, all right. You can observe something. So, for example, the people that observed the Big Bang did, or, well, whatever, they looked at the sky and saw that it seems like the stars in the sky seem to move away from us, right?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of right. I mean it is kind of right. There was guys before Hubble that theorized redshift, but it was really anyway.
Well, there was kind of the first observation that it's not just that the stars kind of move away from it. It's also like redshift.
That's just an interpretation though of what redshift is anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
That's all it is.
It was an observation that the stars move away from.
Which ones? Because listen, it's Christmas is coming up soon, right? And it's on a specific date, and the way we know the specific date is that the stars are back in the same place that they were last year. So which one of these stars are getting away from you?
Doesn't really matter.
I mean, if it's the case that we know what a day a day is based on the repeatability of the sky, right, and their stars' positions, then how is it the case that you're saying it's moving? It went away? Is it not? Is it not? What is today? Not today?
Your entire argument is
It's
contrary
just
to what
a
we're
stupid
saying.
question.
I know your entire argument is just whatever we're saying. You're just contrarian to it, and so this is your argument. He's repeating your argument because you're contrarian to what we're saying.
So me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Of course. I don't think the Earth's flat. I mean, of course, that's a pretty normal thing to say. Yeah.
Well, yeah. People don't use they don't use those words exactly, but it definitely is normal to say.
I mean, of course,
I
like
found
if I'm going in here and refuting the shit that flat earthers say, perhaps, which is basically like 99% of the things that I would say. Of
No,
course,
people.
I'm going to.
I'm saying people do normally say this. They just don't say. They do. They even do say flat. Like the best way to they tell you like professionally to calibrate your auto level, which is a tool for like doing differential leveling to find elevation changes from a horizontal. They say this is what they say. They say whoever gets the very first auto level, what you need to do is take it to a known flat surface and calibrate it. So what is a known flat surface? They know. Everybody knows. They're like, oh, I know what a flat surface is, and they know it. It's normal to know it. Yeah. So like whoever has the very first auto level, which is a tool for establishing horizontal, they have to go to something that naturally occurs in the world that is flat, and they know what that is. And then when they're like, listen, I'm gonna go there, right? They don't think that the ground is moving beneath them. They're like, I'm going to go there because if I don't get up off my ass and go there, I'm not just going to magically appear over there. I have to move. I have to cause motion, and that's because there is no motion currently. I'm going to be in motion relative to the stationary ground, and it's normal. It's just a normal thing that people know.
Apparently, I just found this today.
You're not
I just found.
relative motion. You're not moving relative ground, by the way.
I found this phrase today. This Latin phrase. I just googling around. Mundus volt discipi ergo discipiatur, which means translates to the world wants to be deceived, so let it be deceived. So like most
I agree.
people, yeah, no, like I understand when they say like in order to have knowledge you got to climb the ranks through the Freemasons or whatever it is. Like you have to do the work in order to gain the knowledge, right? So I get it. Like we're out here trying to give you a freebie though and try to help you guys give you guys the tools in order to go out and learn more about the world that you live in. And instead, you're just going to dismiss it, claim authority has a better idea of what's going on, and then you're just going to remain in your sleep wonder, your slumber, and be deceived because you prefer to be deceived, have the wool pulled over your eyes, remain basically ignorant, and you don't want to have accountability for your own life.
I'm gonna be open to being held accountable. If you say that, what you just said, go on.
Okay, well, why are you drinking so much? All right, is it wrong to be drinking this much?
What?
Should you stop drinking? Is it morally wrong to drink this as much as you drink?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you
I should learn.
talking about?
I should learn that Latin. I never will, right? But I should. I ought to learn that Latin phrase because that's my go-to when they ask why would they lie. That's my reason.
Because they can.
No, because you're demanding it. You're demanding it, dude. The government is doing exactly what they're supposed to. They're serving you, and you don't. This is what you want. You want globe. They're not. They're doing their job. Yeah. So exportio po glorious. You want to be deceived. That's what you want.
Is it you people that want to be received?
No, because I stopped listening to everybody else and I went out and checked for myself. I don't have somebody else deceiving me. And I have enough
Really?
integrity to admit when I'm wrong.
That's like step one or maybe step three. If like when you know somebody's actually like a flat earther, is they stopped asking men to prove the dirt to them. They just went to the dirt. Like I don't, that's it.
Let me ask you this, Rusty. At your job, whatever your job is, have you ever asked permission to go to the restroom? No?
No.
Why
Of course
not?
not. What ask it?
Your boss. Why? Like, if you need to use the restroom, you should ask your boss. Why wouldn't you ask your boss to go to the restroom?
I don't know what country you live in, but no, that's the thing. Country.
I'm just giving you an example of an easy way that people give up their accountability.
I mean, yeah.
People in general are just weak-minded.
I mean, yeah. In general, yeah, I agree with you.
You know, there's a
weak-minded, but
when I Google
step.
searched, when I Google searched "the world wants to be deceived," that's when I found that Latin phrase. And then there's an attribution to Walter Kaufman, who says that truth is an acquired taste. Like, in order to learn the truth, you're going to have to accept the bitterness of reality.
That is right, but again, then we get sort of philosophical question because
No, the truth is the
everyone.
truth. You don't need to be philosophical about the truth. When you start trying to be philosophical about the truth, it means you have a certain intention. You're trying to sell something. You don't need to be philosophical about the truth.
Yes, you have to be. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course, in today's times, like look at the channel that we are in. We're a flat Earth channel.
Do you think flat Earth is a philosophical question?
No, it's not definitely a philosophical question, but the discussion is taken at a philosophical level to a certain degree. Like it's not that.
Only when you want to know why they would lie.
But what?
Once you start asking the question, why would somebody lie? Why would somebody lie to me about where I live? That's when it becomes a philosophical question. When reality presents itself as you go out and you make a measurement, and then you measure it again just to be sure, and you're like, oh shit, that's the measurement. You don't have to philosophize that measurement. Oh, did I use the right ruler?
You still do.
Why?
The reason why is probably take too long. I mean, I'm not a philosopher or whatever. The reason is that because if you believe in a flat Earth, there's something seriously wrong with you, and that's the reason you would probably.
So when's the last time you went out and measured the Earth?
Again, that's different conversation.
Well, you want to tell me that I believe the Earth is flat? I don't want to believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you don't want to?
No.
Why do you do though?
No. See, I didn't want to believe it. I had to go out and test it for myself to make sure the Earth is either curving or it's flat, because I didn't want to be a flat earther.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, I kind of like a lot of things made sense, but I'm like, no, I got to go test it for myself because like flat Earth is just stupid.
Yeah, and you tested that then?
Yeah. I turned 3 people into flat earthers that day.
How did you test
I already knew in my heart that the Earth was flat because I knew that this was probably the one lie that the powers that be could get away with. They couldn't lie to me about a lot of other things in reality, but this would be the one that they'd be able to like sneak one in on. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just go check because flat Earth is really stupid, but I know the Earth is really, really big. I just don't understand how big. So let me just go check and make sure my eyes aren't right.
But how,
And then I went and sat across a lake that was 7 miles wide from the point where I sat versus the point where my friend sat. We sat across from each other 7 miles away, and we had binoculars and we waved at each other. And 3 people became flat earthers that like, oh my God, I can't believe I could see you on the other side of the lake.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're very proud of that, but how do you explain like everything happening in the world?
How do you explain everything happening in the world?
You didn't let me finish. That has to do with space.
Well, are you going to go to outer space and verify all the things that they say about space?
No, I don't have to.
I don't have to either, man. When I look up in the sky, I see lights in the sky. They move in a cyclical pattern that seems to give us our calendar and our clock. And that's good enough for me, man.
Yeah, if it is, I'm fine with that.
Like I don't need to say, oh, that red star up there has an atmosphere 1/4 of the Earth, and that big bright white light up there actually has a storm going around it, and I don't need all these stories to go along with it, dude.
I mean that's completely fine. I don't know why
Saturn has rings. Yeah, I can see Saturn has rings. That's great.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean that the Earth is a planet.
Well, I mean, the things that scientists say, if you don't believe in them, just fucking ignore them, right?
Well, what science did they do to prove it?
But they look at planets and look at their difference where they are and shit like that. Like what is it called?
So if I take a telescope out and I stare at paint drying on a wall and I start making up stories about it, does that
Yeah, you
mean that
can.
I've developed a science about it?
No, you can make up stories about it.
Right. I just choose not to believe their stories, man. They're just stories, fairy tales.
Yeah, that's fine. You can. You don't have to. No one is forcing you to believe their stories.
Yeah, no one's forcing you either. But you come in here
What?
wanting to know why we're flat earthers. I choose not to believe in the stories anymore.
I mean, being a flat
I
earther is
choose to
kind of
be
fucking
I
stupid.
choose to live in observable reality.
Yeah, but it's still like being a flat earther is pretty fucking dumb.
That's your opinion, bro. Just because you want to be stupid and
That's right.
deceived.
Hey, what you said? True.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to prove. Well, A, you'd have to define and identify the thing that you're referencing, and then you'd have to prove that it's stupid. The thing that you're referencing.
Yeah.
So, what is it when you say that? What are you referencing? Flat Earth. Like, what is that? The thing that you're saying is stupid. What is it?
About to believe?
No, what is it? The thing that you believe is stupid. What is it?
No, I was the one that said it was stupid. I said he
No,
was
he's
being
correct.
stupid and choosing to believe somebody else's opinion instead. Like, come up with a better story than what they're saying. Be cool, dude.
That's
Put on a
Yeah, 'cause
leather jacket and some sunglasses.
Rusty did he did say that being a flat earther is stupid. It's stupid.
I didn't say that.
He said it's the bottom of the. He said it's like the bottom of the feeder chain.
But what is it, Rusty? The thing that you're saying is stupid. What is it?
The bottom of the rung. It is the bottom of the rung because the cosmic ladder hinges on the idea that the Earth is a ball, and if the Earth is not a ball, the whole fucking ladder falls apart.
I mean, who is honestly like in a realistic way, right? Who
Dude,
is believing this?
I don't know what you're talking. Just define the thing, whatever it is. Whoever this, when you're saying people who are believing this, what is it?
I mean, honestly, like when it comes to flat earthers, I can't define them.
All right, so you don't know. So then you said. So then what you're
That's
saying is
why.
the thing that you
No,
don't
no,
understand
wait.
and you don't even know what it is stupid.
That's why I didn't define anything.
No,
Yeah, because you don't want accountability.
Stupid. Yeah, that's true.
I wasn't defining anything when I was talking to the other guy.
You were referencing something. That thing that you're referencing has a definition. It has an essence. It is something. What is it?
Flat Earth? Do you mean that?
Yeah. What is that? What is that?
It's not something that I can explain because I don't
Okay.
want
So
to
is it?
put
All
a
right, let me ask you
straw
then.
man
Is it stupid?
of my perspective. Yes.
You don't even, dude. There's no. You don't even. You just said you can't define it. You can't reference. You can't say what it is. You can't reference it. You don't know what it is. So how could you say
Yeah.
it's stupid?
You were asking me.
Okay. Yeah, but you're supposed to say I can't tell you that because I don't even know what it is, right? So I mean, is flat Earth stupid, Rusty?
Again, if you ask me, is the flat Earth stupid? Then I would say yes.
Okay. All right. So now that you have formed an opinion about a thing that you're referencing, like what is that thing? What is it?
Again, I can't fucking reference it. When
Okay. So then
you
you
ask
can't have an
me,
opinion on it.
all right,
I mean, do you like the
Ray,
flavor of? Do you like the
fucking,
flavor? Is the flavor of chaplupla? Is that good or bad? The flavor of chaplupla. Are you going to say it's bad? Okay. What is it? Is it good? What is it?
What are you trying to do, man?
I did what I was trying to do. What I was trying to do was point out to you that you're forming an opinion based on a referent that you can't even describe.
Great. And you presented me a quote unquote like presentation of the flat earth that I was
All right, step one. Do you know what flat is?
brush shut the fuck. Come on.
Okay. Do you know
Ask me a
what?
real question. Ask me a real question.
Well, here's the
That's
thing,
it. That is.
Rusty. You're acting like a bigot, dude.
How? How am I
Well, let me read you the definition of bigot.
the fuck?
A person who is obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
Bigoted against flat earth. God damn.
You're a bigot.
What do you think? You think it's a group, right, Rusty? You think that's what the Earth is?
No, it's not really a group.
Okay, what's the Earth? These are two words, right? Like that's what I said. Like it's two words. Flat. What is flat? And then Earth. What is Earth? So you just have to go define those things.
An oblate spheroid planet that is
all right. Point to it.
Orbit.
Okay, point to it.
I'm pointing down right now.
Okay, so that's the thing you're referencing there. The down Earth. What if it's in front of you? What if it's a mountain?
I'm looking down right now, so I'm looking.
Right, but what if? Okay, all right. So that's it. So that's the oblateness right there where you're pointing.
I'm not pointing. I'm looking.
Obstinate. That's what, this is what sheepdog just said. You're just being obstinate now.
How is it? You are asking me a question. I'm answering.
Hey,
I asked you to point to it, and you said you were pointing down, and then you said I'm not pointing. I'm looking.
Yeah. I was pointing. Then I'm looking. Do you know
look at the
people can do different things?
Look at the side chat. This is what the English Hub defines the word bigot.
So I'm being asked questions. I'm not pointing any opinions, right?
Yeah, you are, dude. I asked you the two words. It was flat was the one. I said define it so we know what we're talking about. Then Earth, and then you pointed to the ground.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. You said it was. I said all right, I said define Earth, and you said it's an oblate spheroid orbiting. And then I asked you to point to it.
That yeah. And even if what you think you're going to achieve, calling me a bigot, do you think that I care?
I don't care if you care. I'm just pointing out facts.
All right. Go on then.
I don't know. I thought you would want to have more of like an argument against it, Rusty. Like for you to be able to say, "Hey, the flat Earth is stupid." If somebody were to ask you, "What is the thing that you're saying is stupid?" and you'd be like, "I don't know," makes you seem stupid.
Generally feel stupid.
Like if somebody would ask me, like, if the globe Earth is stupid? I say, yeah, the globe Earth is stupid. And then if they ask me why, I would say because they're saying that the Earth is a convex sphere, and I'm staring at a valley right now. Like that's not convex. So obviously, it's stupid when they're telling me that valley, like you know what I mean, that's down where water sits, is actually convex and humping up. That's stupid.
It would be concave in your expression, but
yeah,
honestly,
a valley would be concave, and they're telling me it's convex. That's stupid.
No one's telling you.
Yeah,
No one's
yeah.
telling
Are
you
you,
it's
all right, dude, listen, do you think the Earth is a ball, like a spheroid?
yes.
Okay, well, here's a valley. That's concave, dude. And you think the Earth is convex, a ball. This is a valley. That's stupid.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's just that simple. When you're saying, listen, this is humping up. And I said, dude, it's down. And everybody knows it's going down the valley. Then you're stupid because you think it's humping up like a ball. And like you said, it's concave. That's a concave area.
Who has taught you that?
The measurements, and then just like the consequent relationship that if I were to like
And measurement.
put a ball at the edge of it, or put some water there, it would roll down into the valley and rest at the bottom of it.
What measurement told you that the Earth is concave?
Well, that Earth right there is concave. It's a valley. That's where the
Where?
water sits inside of it, you know. And then
Like a
somebody
bowl.
says, no, it's the water is and the Earth is a ball. That's stupid.
All right.
Hey, Rusty.
Right?
Just out of curiosity, do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be?
About 43 kilometers in diameter.
How much?
1,000. 43 or 40,000 kilometers in diameter. I don't know. Fucking
That's true.
Close. 40,000 kilometers in circumference. It's
yeah.
about roughly what
It doesn't.
12,500 kilometers in diameter, roughly. But I know those numbers are big. They sound really big, right? Like if you break down what a kilometer is into meters, right? That's like 12 million meters, right? That's a huge number. It's absurd. Nobody's ever going to see a million of anything,
Not that
right?
much.
But the nice thing about geometry is that in order to you can actually measure the surface of a sphere just by taking a tangent on the surface.
Okay.
The curve the curve should be where it's supposed to be if the sphere is that size.
That's cool.
So
Yeah.
that's
If
all.
you
You know,
think
it's
that,
not a
that's
belief.
fine.
There's
No,
actual math that goes into it.
yeah, that's fine.
So this idea that you keep thinking that it's a belief is really absurd, man. Like if I
Believe
wasn't a
about
flat
what?
earther and we were having a conversation, like,
I
oh
mean, you
yeah,
still
man, we can have knowledge, but because I'm a flat earther, now we can't have knowledge.
what? You just presented like the negative side of belief. Like, what the fuck is the evidence right now for
Do you know what
your
belief
side?
is? Matter of fact, I'm gonna
Yeah,
give you.
I
I'm gonna
understand
give.
that, but the belief doesn't fucking count. Who fucking cares about belief, man? If you believe that belief means anything, I
I'm gonna post a video for you to watch. I think
you
it's important.
no, you explain it. Explain it to me. No, don't
So
explain it to me. Actually,
belief
explain it to the world.
belief is faith without knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
right? You don't know. You're hoping it's true, but you don't know.
Yes,
Knowledge would mean that you've gone out, you did the work, and you've exhausted all your efforts to disprove something, and you've gained knowledge in the process based on experience. Not somebody else's experience, but your own personal experience. I posted in the side chat for you. It's a little 1 minute, 30-second video. It's a beautiful, brief synopsis of, Carl Jung. You know who Carl Jung is? You know who Carl Jung is, Rusty?
Carl Jr.
Yeah, pretty smart guy. Well,
It's
somebody interviewed him.
pro. Right?
Somebody interviewed him, and they asked him the question, after everything that you've learned through science, do you still believe in God? And his answer is quite amazing. I hope that might give you a little bit more clarity on the difference between belief versus knowledge. So when you come in here saying, "Oh, flat earthers believe this, flat earthers believe that," it's not about belief.
Bro, before you sent out that video, I hope you understand that it's not going to have like any effect on me as an atheist. Whatever.
I'm just asking you to look at it through an objective point of view. Stop being a little.
I'm going to look at it
start.
objectively, but if it comes to the core question,
Be objective, man. Be real. Don't go in there with a bias in your mind, thinking, "Oh, I'm just gonna refute whatever he says. I'm gonna find something to refute." Just listen to what he says.
It's actually going. You know what's going to actually happen, Rusty? It's going to turn into it's a trick video. In 3 or 4 seconds, it turns into a flat Earth proof. So just beware.
Yeah. Something that someone says.
I'm just so you know, I'm not gonna watch it if it makes me believe in God. I'm just telling you right now. I'll turn it off.
No Tanks is poisoning the well. That was the whole thing about flat Earth, right? I thought it was stupid. No, this is really stupid. But when I heard it from the person I heard it from, I was like, I had a little respect for him. So I'm like, all right, let me go investigate, right? And so it set me on my quest. And after a couple of months, I was flabbergasted. I'm like, I can't find any evidence that the Earth is a globe. Whenever you Google searched back then, when you Google searched flat Earth, you wouldn't get like science experiments proving that the Earth is a globe. You would get like magazine articles saying that flat Earth is stupid. Like, why is that so attacked? Like, why is this such a bad topic, right? Like, who cares if somebody's contrarian to the mainstream narrative? Unless there's a narrative to be had, and they don't want that narrative to be taken away from them. That could be a reason why they would be protecting that narrative so much. But regardless, it was just nothing but magazine articles, like Science.com, or Livestrong.com. It's like why is a magazine article covering this topic so much? Why can't the science just settle it? And so I started looking into it more and more and more. Eventually, I came across not this server, but the home server, the 4/7 Flutter Discord home server.
Do you have some like these bullshit magazines that cover
just Google flat Earth and you'll find it.
No. No, I'm like if you bought magazines, but
Well,
aren't
I thought
there
it was
like
stupid, but I wanted to see the Saints. I didn't want to.
no?
I didn't want somebody
Wait,
some
wait, wait,
idiot.
wait, 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 wait. I'm asking you, like, are there like I don't know where you live, but are there magazines that are just covering like bullshit claims about some sort of uh, celebrities in your country at the place where you
Sure.
buy these? Yeah, okay. So there's like these magazines.
As much as they are of these celebrity magazines, there are also magazines where space and pictures of Earth from space are plastered everywhere as well, just as much as the celebrities are.
All right, again. So there are like the celebrities in your country that are in these magazines, whatever. But are there like science magazines in your
Yeah,
like where you can pick them up
yeah,
and you read them?
yes.
For you, so I can't do that.
There's a variety of. Dude, America is home to the most propaganda in the world. There is every kind of magazine you can imagine for everything. It's what happens when they say that you have free speech. They can just print whatever they want.
You actually tell me though what magazine you actually read, so I want to read it too. Oh, hello, hello. Please give me the information for the magazine that you read about space, please. Well, now what?
Sorry, did you hear me? I don't know if I cut out or if I wasn't, if I was muted. So let's see. There's Science Magazine, Nature, National Geographic, um, Popular Science, Physics, Popular Mechanics, Explorers,
You cut out right before everyone who was here
Scientific
and
American,
left.
Science World, Popular Science, Scientist.
Yeah, you're just naming things
Yeah,
again.
I've looked through all of these. I've looked through all of these in the past, man. For 39 years, I believed the Earth was a globe and that we were a ball spinning around the sun in outer space. I wasn't born a flat earther. I probably
No,
was,
yeah.
but that ended pretty quick when I was brainwashed when I was 5 years old to believe that the earth was a ball spinning around in outer space. Because they have to teach it to me as a child. And then when I don't understand it, but there's a test coming up that I have to pass, and I tell my teacher, my parents, I don't understand it. And my parents are like, just listen to your teachers. They know what they're doing. So now I have to listen to authority in order to pass my test. So I grew up believing the earth was a space ball.
You're lying also.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
How am I lying?
No one fucking asked you to answer a question. Otherwise, you would fail.
What?
No one asked you to answer a question a certain way. Otherwise, you would fail.
Yeah, if you don't answer the question on the test a certain way, then you fail.
Bullshit.
They even give you multiple choice because some people can't recall the answer without having options.
Yeah, and you're bullshitting.
I'm bullshit.
Yeah.
Explain how.
I don't have to. Because you don't have to explain any sort of evidence either way.
Bro, you are fucking delusional.
What?
You're fucking delusional.
How? Because you
How?
are making a claim.
What, that you
That's
have to take a test in order to pass school?
What do you say?
You have to take a test and pass it in order to graduate from school.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
So how am I lying about that?
So you are acting like the whole global elite is taking vengeance on you, right?
No, I'm not. You're putting words in my mouth, bro. I just want to know why, when I'm 5 years old, I have to be told that the earth is a ball spinning around the sun in outer space.
Well, it's exactly what it is. You think you are being indoctrinated, even though you are educated.
So is it indoctrination if you're taught to believe in something that isn't real?
No, indoctrination is, I know, but
Here, let's see what English Hub defines indoctrination. Holy shit. Teaching someone to accept doctrines uncritically. What do you think about that definition? Like, if you're not old enough to critically think, right? You're 5 years old, you don't know how to ask critical questions. 6 years old, you don't have ask critical questions. By the time you're actually old enough to ask critical questions, you've just accepted everything that you were taught before as law, right? Because why would they lie?
And even if you ask those critical questions, just like I did, I was like, why don't we fall off the globe? The teacher was like, well, I can't explain that currently, like gravity and stuff, but like I can't go deeper into that. You have to go further into schooling. And so you just have to accept that and write that on the test, otherwise you fail.
Do you disagree with that, Rusty? Do you disagree with the idea that if you give the incorrect answer on the test, you will fail the class?
I don't know. Here on the test. So
It must be late where you're at, man. You sound like you're starting to get tired. Hey, Drace, look at this. Have you learned this function yet? The definition function? You don't have to go search up words anymore. You can hit question mark, DEF, and then type in the word.
I've never used it before. It's interesting.
Look at what horizon is. They can't no longer run away from that definition. We have the discussion.
Yeah, that's one thing Globers have a lot of problems with is understanding what words mean and then misapplying those words.
Expo. Where are you at? I don't know. Why are you muted, bro? I'll unmute you as long as you got control of your mic. Hmm. Somebody playing finger tag with me. What's up, Expo? You got control of your mic now. At least in here you do. It might be different in other places. Look at the definition of level, Grace. And Karma.
Karma says, hey. I
What's
like
up,
definition
Kyle?
3.
Right.
A flat surface at a right angle to a plumb line. And we know the plumb lines are plumb. They're not curved like the Globers like to believe.
But yeah, it's fun. Yeah, Expo or Flat Earth. Are you using a translator, or do you think you have enough English to have a conversation? Like, if you look at this definition, I'll put it in here again, of Horizon Expo. You see the definition of horizon that I just put up there? Look at definition 1, the great circle on the celestial sphere whose plane passes through the sensible horizon and the center of the earth. So did they change that definition? No, that doesn't mean the earth is flat. So they said to us that boats go over the curve, and that's the reason why we can't see that far, because of the curve of the earth gets away. As you get further away, things go behind the curve of the earth. And so I always believed that the earth was too big. So even though it never looked like it was curving to me, it always looked flat. I just accepted what everybody was telling me because they just said it was really, really big. And then one day I met somebody who basically put the idea in my ear to go and check. I didn't understand what that meant right away. Really took. But like I said earlier, I met these guys at Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. And after listening to them for a while, then I understood what I needed to do in order to go and test for the geometry of the Earth. Once I did that, it was a sealed deal. Where's the wall at, man? Which way is south? Which way is south? Sure. You're going to have to pay all my bills while I'm gone and pay for my trip. It's not going to prove that the Earth is a sphere, though. I mean, you can put any link that you want in here. Just if it's discovered to be spam, it'll be from the server. Why are you taking a trip to Antarctica? What's your purpose? You think the wall is at Antarctica? It's a shelf. No one's claiming that Antarctica is the edge.
Say that again, Karma.
I was saying, because that guy always does big T's randomly for no reason, I keep reading it with an accent. To send something about the wall. You wanna come with me with an airplane and go to the wall. But then he wrote Antarctic with small T's.
What? Oh,
He wrote Antarctica. He left the A off.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy is thinking.
He does sound like a Nigerian.
That's just how he wrote it, man.
Batman.
What's up, Expo?
So my mic is open. Yeah.
Yeah, man, your mic's open.
So how you doing, brother?
Wait. Of gravity.
Submit this.
How to be flat man.
What's up, Expo?
To be flat man.
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
Speak up, man.
I'm speaking.
You got some card to show us.
Is my mic far?
No, you just keep cutting out like you're turning it off too quick.
It also sounds like you're whispering, man.
Are you ashamed to be talking to flat earthers?
I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. Said why you person is flat. Or you believe Earth flat.
I don't believe it's flat. I go out into the world and measure it as flat. Maybe you believe the Earth is a globe. I don't know
And I
why you
see
would want to believe that.
because this is the logic.
Well, yeah, if I told you that I had a piece of wood that was 8 feet long and I was trying to sell it to you for 20 bucks for 8 feet, right? A 2x4 by 8 feet. And then you told me that I wasn't giving you 8 feet, that I was ripping you off. How would you know?
You are talking with the wrong person.
Would you
This is
just buy my 8 foot board and say, you know what, he's right?
You'd measure it, of course. If it's not 8 feet and you paid for 8 feet, you'd be like, bro, You only sold me 7.5 feet. Pay me the difference.
Bro, the other half foot, that's dark matter.
Well, Expo, if that's the way you think, you're gonna get scammed, bro. People gonna tell you the world is round when it isn't, and you're just gonna believe it. I think his real question is, why would they lie, right?
Oh, you missed it earlier, Drace. I have to go back. I was Googling earlier today. Just messing around. I wanted to find. I was looking for a specific quote. Um, I found something else. I don't know why I came across or why I typed in "the world wants to be deceived," but for some reason that's what popped up. So listen to this Latin phrase. This is an old Latin phrase apparently. Mundus volt discipi ergo discipiatur, which means the world wants to be deceived, so let it be deceived. And it just goes back to what I've always been, say always, probably the last couple of years been saying. The reason why people don't want to believe that the earth is flat is because, it leads you down a bunch of other consequential questions, right?
Yep.
And they don't want accountability at the end of the day. They
Yeah,
don't
you
want
don't
to
want
be
to face
accountable
what
for all that.
you don't want to face what the state of the world really is. You just want to live in your happy bubble, thinking you're the height of humanity, and in your slavery, you're actually free.
That's it, man. Really, at the end of the day, you're like, oh, why would they lie? Because you want them to lie to you.
Yep. You've been raised in this belief, and if it is wrong, then your whole life just collapsed. But at the same time, you don't actually have to fear that, because that that life that collapsed was a lie, and you can actually build on a firm foundation and become a solid human being.
Not only that, but like, think about the food that you take into your body, right? You go to the grocery store and get things that are in a box, frozen in the freezer, or are you willing to go out to somebody who's grown some food and they're selling it fresh?
Yeah. Do you take accountability for your life, or do you outsource that to uh, the general public and their opinion of what's hip, what's good for you in the moment, which then 10 years later turns out to be actually bad for you?
So yeah, I just couldn't believe I come across that quote. It was amazing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of us who don't get pulled along by the consensus cult just sit on the outside looking at the what appears to be NPCs just following the programming. What's important today? Oh, support Ukraine. Like, we sit on the outside of that stuff and we're just like, what's actually measurable? What can we know? And that gives you an advantage in life because you're not getting pulled along into stupid things.
You know, check this out, Drace, and you too, Karma. I just took a screenshot of the AI overview when I typed in Google, the world wants to see. I mean, it's taken some of us years to come to this conclusion without even knowing that this was ever even a real thing. Like, I didn't even know this was an actual thing in philosophy.
I know, right? A lot of things have already been discovered. Like, most of the things have already been discovered. We're just kind of rediscovering them again because they weren't taught to us. We were taught irrelevant garbage that didn't actually help us as humanity to advance. And so humanity has stagnated as a result.
So check this out. Walter Kaufman noted that truth is an acquired taste. Basically, you can infer from that, like, the truth is bitter. And it doesn't require you to like it or not like it.
Yep.
But if you follow along with it long enough, you begin to like it because there's something special about being right and living in righteousness.
Yeah, it's solid. It has foundations that don't get shaken. It's easy to live in comfortable lives. Uh, it's it's a little bit harder to live with truth, but it gives you more comfort, more security because you have solid ground you stand on. The other side kind of is stuck in the air, floundering around and panicking because it is afraid of touching the ground.
It's just amazing. So yeah, now when people ask me why would they lie, that's going to be my answer, because you want to be lied to.
That's a good answer. I made a song.
Oh, you made a song on about that? You know, I told you I'm going to write a song. I need to write a song.
Yeah, please
Maybe
do.
I'll.
Let me know. I'm gonna be hounding everyone for their songs because I know a lot of us have been making songs. Sporadic DJ, everybody's been making songs. I need all the songs for my FE radio, and I will be hounding you guys once I finish Volume 3.
Yeah, for sure, man. And like, I mean, I don't feel like I have a voice for music, but I believe I'm um, what's the word? Melodic in a lot of ways. Like I understand melody, I understand rhythm. I think I could write a good song. And now that we have like actual AI out there to create the music for us, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I want everything. If you make AI songs, I want them. If you make real songs, I want them. I'm gonna be contacting everybody and I'm gonna be hounding you guys to give me your songs and the lyrics so that I can put them into the bot, so that I can have a 24-hour live stream of just good flat Earth music on YouTube, and people will be like just listening to that while they're working or chilling. It'll be a good thing. I know I love listening to my flat Earth music and other people's flat Earth music. It's just so refreshing to have like something that's actually speaking about something important instead of just like booty shaking. Uh, Something that's speaking about physics or speaking about logic. I love that kind of music, or any kind of music that speaks to something.
Truthy music.
Yeah, truth, like Karma says, truther music, something that speaks to the truth of the matter. It doesn't matter what it's about, as long
Yeah,
as it's about truth.
yeah. I mean, not to point to any rapper in particular, but like someone who's like really hit the scene over the last few years and has made truther music pretty popular. Tom McDonald, for example. Um, you don't have to rap about drugs, guns, or killing people, right?
Yeah.
Or it was drugs, guns, money, um, prostitution, sex. You don't have to make music about that. There's plenty of other things to talk about.
It's also like entertainment and music is a good medium to actually learn things through. And I kind of feel like it's undervalued for that, and it's being misused to program the population poorly. Because if you have something repeating in your mind that's actually a good affirmation or an actual truth or some uh, formulation of logic that you want to remember, uh, listening to it as an art piece, as music, helps you remember, and so it becomes a useful tool as a human being to be able to articulate and understand different concepts. And so when entertainment and music is relegated to this degenerate nonsense, a lot of people are, of course, going to end up programmed with degenerate nonsense instead of actual reasoning.
Oh, let me add to that. A good example of this is, for instance, when I was a teenager and I was studying economics and stuff. And on one of our big tests, I ended up getting an answer right because of a truther rap on YouTube I'd listened to, where he just so happened to go into the fact that economy came from the Greek word household management. And it literally asked about what does the word economy mean in Icelandic. And I'm like, is it okay if I answer in English because I'm bilingual and I'm not sure I can articulate this well in Icelandic? And she was like, yeah, sure. And then I just wrote down verbatim what the rap song said, and it got me an extra point.
Yeah, like you
That's
can
funny.
learn from entertainment, or you can degenerate, get worse from listening to bad programming.
Yeah, no, and I agree, and that's why it's really special. And I mean, you know, before you started making this channel, I'm sure you probably had it in the works, but I was just like, you know, we need to have just a music only channel, right? And where people can go in, and because some people just want to listen to music while they're like doing homework or something like that. And
Yeah.
so, like you said, it's an opportunity for a wholesome value to come to people's minds.
Yeah, you're cleaning or something, and you're washing your car or something. You want something in the background that's nice. Like, it's nice to have the live stream from time to time, but sometimes you just want to jam to something, and that's kind of what I want to help provide is uh, a chance for us to have more culture, more things that we can enjoy. Uh, that's outside this echo box of the globe, and so uh, it can draw people in as well. Like, that's one of my ideas. Is like, if you make a really good song and someone loves that song, and then they realize, oh shit, my favorite artist is actually a flat earther, and then you're listening to their other songs and you're like, I love this song as well, even though it's like speaking about flat earth, and you're slowly learning in the process, and by the end of it they're like, I don't know if the earth is a globe or not. Like, I'm just gonna like live my life and have a good time, and if it is a globe, that's cool. If it isn't a globe, that's fine as well. You don't have to take it so personal. It's just because we were so programmed as children to take this globe belief and place ourselves on it, when that has no relation to your life. You live on a flat plane, buddy.
Well, not only that, you're planting seeds too, right? Like people are like, "Oh, I like the beat. Okay, the lyrics are pretty cool. What did he say?"
Yeah, and they might have questions on something, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do with my songs, is try to answer the different questions. And like, we get a guy in here who's like, "Well, climbing a tree proves the globe." I make a song about that. And we got a guy in here who was like, well, but what about gravity? I made a song about that. I make songs about all of their questions, so that in the end, when people listen to the songs and they go through the songs, they'll be like having all their questions answered. Well, I have a song I would like to play for you guys, which is "Why Would They Lie?" And I'm waiting for some Glover to ask that question, so I'll be like, hold up a minute. Let me play this song for you.
question already missed the point. Why would they lie? Wrong place to start. Most people don't. That's the easy part. Belief doesn't need a paycheck signed. It just needs a lens to frame the mind. The crowd repeats what fits the view. Interpretation does the work for you. No conspiracy, no secret call, just inherited models filtering it all. You don't need liars in every seat. When belief already edits what people see. The majority doesn't fabricate or scheme. They interpret through what they think it means. Why would they lie? Who said they did? Belief does the work, the model does the spin. You don't need fraud when faith is enough. The lens makes sense of the visible stuff. Now ask the real question, who does lie? Same answer always, no need to divine. Money, power, leverage, control, that pattern's old, it never gets old. Institution guard their frame, carries grants, rank and name. You don't get paid to break the mold, you get paid to repeat what's already sold. That's not paranoia, that's how systems run. You don't bite the hand that signs the funds, but none of that touches the evidence base. It doesn't rise or fall with intent you can't trace. Intent isn't hidden, comfort isn't true. You don't test reality by guessing motives for proof. Appeal to incredulity dressed as debate. I can't imagine it, therefore false, you say. Asking me why someone would do a thing doesn't undo what the measurements bring. We don't divine minds, we test claims. We don't read hearts, we read terrain. The ground doesn't care what you're okay believing. It measures the same with or without agreement. Flat where it measures, still where it stands. Not curved by consensus or comforted plans. Truth isn't democratic, polite or kind. It just remains when belief resigns. Why would they lie? It doesn't apply. The data stands where the motives pass by. Believe what you want, sleep just fine. Reality stays planar, still and unaligned. Truth doesn't need motive, it needs measurement. Ooh, comfort is optional.
Sorry. It ends somewhere around there. I haven't quite finished prepping all the new songs. This is a preview that's not finished.
One world you live on, one world you're taught. The globe didn't rise as a public claim. It stayed in circles that played a different game. Fringe in the open, whispered inside. Hypothesis out loud, doctrine in private. People remembered land, seas and shore. How sight behaved, how measures worked before. Flat was in theory, it was daily use. The way you farmed, sailed, built and moved. Meanwhile cults traded abstract forms, bound by secrecy, symbols, oaths and norms. Not to describe what people saw, but to separate who belonged from who did not. Two worlds running side by side. One you measure, one you're told inside. One stays public, one stays sealed. That's how doctrine gets its yield. The globe worked best when not debated. Kept hypothetical, never demonstrated. Openly framed, this could be so. Privately held is what insiders know. That's how cults survive the street. Never challenge what people eat. Undermine authority without a fight. By forming bonds out of sight. Us versus them, initiated and blind. Knowledge as identity, not design. You don't need proof when belief's the glue. You just need members who won't defect from you. Not truth versus lie, that's not it. It's in-group meaning versus common sense. When belief becomes belonging, logic stops being the entrance. Schools with schools, sex, names, different roads, same hidden frame. Each one citing the one before. Copying copies, nothing more. They don't test land, they test loyalty. They don't measure, they quote authority. Opponent at work phase when not recopied. Burned, lost, buried, or quietly denied. Roman Herods, the same divide. Practical men, imperial pride. Surveyors still leveling roads and towns, while doctrine crowns heavens upside down. The public lives where reality stays. The elite rule with symbols reign. Two visions never reconciled. One enforced, one exiled. Two worlds, one below, one above. One built on work, one built on love. Abstraction, secrecy, chosen few. That's how control outlives what's true. When knowledge survives by copying itself, and alternatives vanish through neglect or fire, you don't get truth winning. You get doctrine inheriting power.
I'm sorry for the double songs. That was not the intention. If you guys want to talk, now's the chance.
Right, them songs are really good. You try and do one where you do like a between globe flat. Try and get like the questions and answers out. Unless you've done it already, I don't.
Well, I got infinite songs. If you want to hear more of them,
Play more songs. I'm working, so it's good.
no problem. Which one should I play? Yeah, it's higher up.
Find it.
It's
Or even my shitty one.
Which one?
The
Belief in Faith. I like that one. I'll play that one. This is Belief in Faith. Karma wrote the lyrics.
Questions unanswered and questions ignored. We answer yours, so I'm quickly getting bored. Facing Mr. Unprepared, and he seems not scared. Good at keeping logic at bay when he jumps in the fray. Day after day, it's the same old ballet, so loud and proud, posturing and preening for the crowd. But then you finally said the quiet part out loud. I believe. Or is it just pure fantasy, a pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief, 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 belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Or is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with beef. does it hurt? And have you thought to question why? Losing the ball is so painful that you grasp straws from the sky. Does it seem natural to you that the first thing you do when faced with a new view to stew your emotions like a storm they brew? And it's the short straw you drew, cognizant and composure slipping. First the horizon was geometric, but now he's flipping, clutching excuses and perfections, but he's gripping. Oh no, oh boy, oh. Crash and burn illusions are getting shattered. Now he's claiming it never mattered. He says we can't know a single thing. Simulations don't teach devil and I am sophistry's king. Maybe we don't have hands. We are just in the hourglass, grains of sand. Oh, is it just pure fantasy or pure fate from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with thee. Why come here if the truth scares you? Did someone dare you? Didn't expect the OG crew to wreck you. Well, damn, son, maybe learn humility or some of your own model, your own belief and claims. Maybe if you do that, you can earn some acclaim. But prepare to be annihilated if you're playing games. Oh, is it just pure fantasy or pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end, it's all just belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Oh, why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with me.
That was Belief in Faith. I kind of love that song. It really gets me grooving. Next song on Drace's Radio Hour. If you're sleeping, I recommend lowering the volume. I'm sorry that I'm playing music, but
They can say something if they want you to pause. Put on my song. Put on the song I want you to play, the one you made.
okay. Logic Warriors up next. Karma wants me to play that one, so I'm playing it. Here you go.
Yeah. Step into the ring of reason, where claims get tested and logic gets seasoned. You say orbit proves it. Let's take a closer look. Yo, you size satellites like that's airtight truth, but I'm seeing hidden premises sitting right in the booth. You said orbit proves curvature, but that's a disguise. Your model assumes the thing you're trying to verify. Parallel rays, distant suns, gravitational play. You stacking unspoken assumptions like it's child's play, but logic ain't Lego, it ain't built on because you gotta show your causal chain, not the myth of what was. You lean on definitions to claim empirical fact, but that's model dependent motion, not the evidence act. Orbit ain't observation, it's determining your scheme. You're confusing how you talk with what can actually be seen. I'm a logic warrior, slicing through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. You point a satellite, say they circle above, then jump to Earth's curvature, but that ain't logical, bruh. That's a category error, mixing models with proof. Treating theory like observation, master back from the booth. Equal finality hitting hard, multiple ways it can look, but you clutch one explanation like it's carved in a book. You ain't rolling out alternatives, ain't setting the stage. You just pick the interpretation that fits the modern age. You claim X per se order, but that ain't no guarantee. That's appeal to authority, do better empirically. Show me raw measurements, not just stories you heard. Logic don't bow to consensus, it bows only to the word.
No, I don't need conclusions, I audit the chain. I'm here to check reasoning, not preach what's insane. But if you bring me weak structure and call it airtight, I'll break it apart like a fraud under light.
Logic ain't biased, it cuts through the fog. I'm surgically cold like a philosophical scalpel dog. You can keep your conclusions, I'm after the why. And if your wise assumptions, yeah, I'm calling that lie. I'm a logic warrior, listen to the noise. Breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points, yeah. I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. So next time you drop claims like they're carved in stone, remember logic checks structure, not what you condone. If you wanna prove something, don't skip the trail. Make your premises explicit or prepare to fail. I'm out, but the reasoning stays. Logic warriors don't sleep, we sharpen blades for days. I'm a logic warrior. 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 I'm a logic warrior.
Welcome, Sarah Senorita, to the conversation. I was just playing music because it was silent. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
Yeah, I'll say this, Trace. This falls in line a little bit with your, little comic book thing that you were doing there for a little while. Just wanting to make truth or propaganda for little kids or for children.
Yeah, we need to create culture. That's the thing. You need to create things for people of our disposition to enjoy, and that includes for the younger generation as well as the older generation. So we need to create content for everybody, and that's kind of why I went into this. I thought it was a great idea when CSC was making music, because I could see how it bridges gaps, entertainment, and things you can enjoy. So you might enjoy this song by this flat earth artist, but you might not be a flat earther, but you still enjoy the song. So it has the ability to cross boundaries, and so that's why I like it. They use that against us all the time through entertainment, programming people, and so I figure, why not use that against them? Because that's how people react. They respond to this kind of stimulation, and so these people use it against them. And so let's use their own tactics to deprogram these people so that they can think for themselves, so that they learn a little bit of logic, and then maybe when these people try to program them, because they have this little bit of foundation, they can be like, wait, what you're telling me doesn't actually make any sense, and so I'm not just going to auto accept it. And that's
Right.
kind of my thinking process behind this.
Well, I kid you not, Drace. One time when I was in here, I decided to do like a little mini event because there was nothing really going on, and I was just, I wasn't expecting to have conversations really with anybody. I know the message is to have conversations when people come in the room, talk to them and address them. But I just created like a little event, and I just played my playlist of music. I called it Flat Earth Music. Come listen. And I kid you not, like nobody was in there for the beginning. Like they came in for a little bit,
how it does when you first start an event. Everybody pops in and then people pop out. Well, by the time it got down to your song, "Welcome to the Arena," this guy came in and he's just jamming and jamming, and I was like, "Hey, did you want to talk?" He's like, "No, turn that shit back on, dude. Like, I might become a flat earther just for that."
That's
So
hilarious.
it's special. It's special.
It's so hilarious because that's the first song I made.
Yeah, it was a great song. That one and Mortician. I love Mortician.
It's so funny because I feel like that song's so bad because I made the beat for that one, and I was like, the beat's so bad. I'm so bad at this. And I started using beats from YouTube, like beats that I thought were good.
No, you did a good job, man. Like, everybody is a critic of themselves, right? Like, even when I hear myself talking on the internet, you hear me and you're like, "Oh, that's Bulldog or that's Sheepdog," you know. But when I hear myself, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, my voice is cringe."
Yeah, I get that. I think everybody has a little bit of that in them, like, unless they're super narcissistic and they love everything they do. Uh, most normal people have a little bit of, like, yeah, I don't think I'm the hot stuff.
I'm the exact opposite. I am the hot stuff, and I don't give a fuck what anybody else says.
Yeah, I used
I
to
came
think I
up.
was the hot stuff, and then I realized that, like, the world is far bigger than my small little pea brain could comprehend. And then I kind of took the humble stance, and that's how I grew into the person I am.
Yeah.
In being like, I don't know everything. I can learn though.
Right. No, I'm the same way, and I'm like, I eventually I had to start getting arrogant because I was good enough, right? Like, a lot of people go through the world and they wonder if they're good enough, right? And unfortunately, if you have doubt, somebody's going to play on that. And so you just got to take a look at yourself and what you can accomplish. And then from there, it's okay to toot your own horn, like, no, but don't make it like the the
Yeah, you don't want
only
to blind
one and all.
yourself. You don't want to
Yeah.
blind yourself, but it's there's nothing wrong with being reasonable and understanding that the majority of the people out there are freaking dumbasses. And so, like, even though you don't think you're the most intelligent person because you look around and you find super intelligent people that you look up to and you learn from, uh, compared to the average dumbass who doesn't learn anything, you're freaking a giant among men. Like, they would love to stand on your shoulders if they knew how intelligent you were.
Yeah, but I mean, the piece that I was going to plan was like, for those out there that lack confidence, if you know you can do something, go do it. If you say you're going to do it, go do it. And if you're saying that you're going to go do it or whatever, like, use maximum confidence. Like,
Yeah,
own
yeah,
it.
yeah. If you want to do something, just start. Just one step at a time, just start.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, you're like 10 steps into that stuff, and you're like, I kind of know where I'm going with this. I want to go this way. And you're on your way. But if you don't start, if you don't take that step, you're never going to get there.
It's just like when you're baking a pastry, right? Which do you add first? You add the fruit first, the dough, the flour, the sugar, the salt. Like, who gives a shit? Start putting something in the pan. yeah, like own it, man. Be accountable. Be present. Oh, you know what the next step should be, Trace? We need to start making holiday music for like
Making what?
holiday music for like common holidays.
Karma's been saying that. We made a song for last Christmas and November and stuff like that for our other band. Yeah, it's all in Icelandic. There is certainly a market or a thing for going for Christmassy songs. I don't know. I don't have a plan to make like flat Earth Christmas songs.
But like, I mean, how funny would that be, right? Like, jingle bell, the Earth is flat.
Jingle ball flat.
And everyone knows it's flat.
Like, we could make those songs, no problem. But it's not something I thought about.
No, but I mean, like on the day of the holiday, right? Like it would be something funny to play as like a little Easter egg for people that pop in on the holiday.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. Like Karma said, you would want to have it mostly about Christmas with a few sneaky flat Earth references, and then people be like jamming to the Christmas song, and then like, wait, what? And then we just need to get all this flat Earth music into play. And so people from all over the world need to just call into their radio stations and be like, yo, play this song. And get them to play all this flat Earth music on the radio regularly. And then what are they going to do? I mean, you don't have to do a lot to contribute. Like, if you want to make songs, get me the songs, the lyrics, and the link to your socials, and we'll link that all up and put it into the bot, and then it'll go 24/7 live stream Flat Earth Radio. But if you really want to just help, you can just get any of the songs played on the radio, and then normal people will get exposed to it, and that's all you need to do. You don't need to argue. You don't need to know all the arguments. You just play the songs on the radio, and people will be forced to listen if they listen to the radio.
If I remember correctly, like we've probably talked about this before. How funny it would be if Flat Earth was on Grand Theft Auto, but I think they've mentioned it a few times in like some of the little talk radio skits that they do.
Yeah, I should just like contact the people who are making GTA and be like, bro, I can make you an extra radio station.
Yep. They're like, how much is it going to cost? Nothing, man. We just want it in there.
Yeah, free, bro. I love your games. I want to contribute. I want you to have variety so people love your games.
Tell them you want $10 billion in Grand Theft Auto bucks. It's just a code. They don't have to do anything special. It's free anyway.
It's not a bad idea.
You know, if you're a fan of Grand Theft Auto, you could, you know,
But I don't
that way
really
you can
care.
have fun with it.
I like it. Like I'll play that game like crazy when it comes out anyway. So like I don't care
Right.
if I get money to begin with. I'm just afraid of them ruining the next franchise as they ruined the last one. Then I kind of canceled on most of the single player stuff in favor of the online stuff. And then the online stuff is too gated by like, we want you to spend money and buy these cards so that you can get money in game. It's retarded. If you want money in Grand Theft Auto and you're a flat earther, just talk to me. I'll run you through some heists. It's no problem.
But yeah, man, it's becoming more and more popular. I see a lot more martial artists speaking up about it. Think of what else.
Yeah, the stigma that they try to push on us is dying because it just doesn't work, and the culture is kind of shifting towards more free speech, more. If somebody tries to censor you, you look at the thing they're trying to censor, and so when people look at us, they're like, "Wait, these are the people that." But they're so reasonable.
Or my thing was when I was looking into flat Earth, like, why are they censoring it? It's stupid by itself. We should look into what they're saying so that way we can counter it. And then when I actually found out what flat Earthers were saying, I was like, oh shit, it makes a whole lot of sense.
That's how I went through it as well. I was like, yeah, let's look at all this stuff. Let's just debunk it. And then the more I looked, I was like, ah, shit, this kind of is actually correct. And like, sure, I have these ideas that are gonna solve these issues, but I can't really prove these ideas. And and the more I looked into it, the more I was like, oh shit, this idea just got debunked. And oh no, this
What
idea also got debunked. That means I have
what year
nothing.
was it for you? What year was it for you that
It
you
was
started looking?
back in 2015.
Oh, so see, the algorithm was different. I was so asleep. I wasn't even looking at YouTube from 2015 to 2020. But what got me was it was like just why is there so much censorship? Like they would be magazine article after magazine article. I'm like, I already know flat Earth is stupid. I don't want to know how to debunk flat Earth. I know I can debunk flat Earth. I just want to see what a flat earther thinks. And then I found one. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, there was no censorship when I started. It was just like, I thought this was a crazy, dumb idea. And I was like, I'm gonna debunk you with science. And so that didn't go very well. And so I was like, bro, well, I guess I need to rethink everything. I'll just not be like I believe either side. I'll just play like the fence. I'll sit in the middle. I'll ask questions of both sides and get the answers. And then the more questions I asked, the worse it looked. And so eventually I was like, ah, fuck it. I'll just I'm a flat earther. That's the evidence leads that way. And so I'm just not gonna like talk about it much. And then I kept watching the flat earth videos and I saw like the people in the comments being like, here's a bad take for the flat earth side. And then some glober would be like, you're a retard, blah 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 blah. And I'd be like, oh, like I can't watch some guy not understand what was being said, get then wrecked by some retard glober. So I started commenting, and then as I commented more and more, they would be like, "You're a flat earther," and I'd be like, "No, I'm in the middle. I don't know what it is." And so the globers really pushed me into the flat Earth side. I didn't want to be a flat earther at all.
Same. I found that too, but also I was copping a bit from the other side too. Like flat earthers were doubting my skepticism. So I was like, God, I was like, I mean, really sincerely like asking both sides questions, and both of them were doubting my skepticism. Oh, you're actually a globe. You don't, and then the globers were like, yeah, right. You're sure. You're just a flat earther. You're pretending to, to be on the fence. It's like, no.
Yeah, I think that's a big part that the globers don't really realize is that in order to become a flat earther, you have to go through this whole process. It's not like you just wake up one day and be like, I'm a flat earther today. Everybody was like raised in this globe cult, and so like a person who's like been raised his whole life within Scientology, you're not thinking anything outside of Scientology. You're thinking like, yeah, we have the truth. Scientology is the truth. And then later on, you learn about Xenu and the aliens, and you're like, what? You start to understand the belief system, and you're like, what? I'm supposed to believe this? But that doesn't match everything else. And that's where the questions creep in. And like a lot of the people that deal with the globe, they're so hyper specialized in their specific field, they don't realize the problems because they don't actually look at the other fields that much.
Peace.
Yeah, we see examples of that a lot where people come in and they think they have a position that they're able to defend, and then they're researching their position on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, I get you, bro.
What's up, what is it? Paco Romero.
What's up, bro? How you?
Sorry, I butchered your name there.
What? What did you say?
I said I butchered your name, which is like it's an expression to say that I had trouble pronouncing it.
Ah, yeah, I know, bro. Paco Romero.
Oh, that sounds so much cooler with in the accent.
Nah, bro.
How are you? What are
It's
you?
smooth.
Why is everyone muted?
Well, it's a bit quiet.
Okay.
There was a conversation going on just a moment ago.
Okay.
So, have you spoken in here with us before?
No, I'm new here in the server.
You're new to the server. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I
And you
mean, I
chose.
have many years that since I entered, but for the first time, but I never use it.
That's fair enough. And you came to this channel.
Yeah. I mean, yes.
Have you talked? Have you talked about flat Earth before?
No.
Have you heard about it?
Yeah, of course.
What have you heard?
I mean, I don't know. There's some people that think that the Earth is plane, but and others that defend it like it was like if it's dumb to think about it. But I don't know. Do you guys think that the Earth is plane?
Yes.
Yes, the Earth is measured flat or as a plane.
What?
The answer to your question is yes.
Okay. And why?
Well, like Jace was saying, he's saying it's measured to be flat or a plane.
The
We don't
measure.
measure any. We don't measure a drop over distance, proving a curving surface.
Yeah.
So yeah, just
Well,
that alone. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Paku, what is it, Paku or Paku? Paku. How do you experience the Earth? What does it look like to you?
My experience with the Earth?
Yeah, your experience. When you go outside and you look at the world, what do you think the Earth is?
I am from the south of Spain, which they are. I don't know if you know it. There are many beaches, and when I'm walking and I see a beach and I see the ocean and the sea. I mean, I have experienced it when I go to Tarifa, that is in the south. It is in Cádiz, but it's more in the south than Cádiz capital. If you there is the point of the world that the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, get together, and you can also see Africa. So from Europe, you see Africa, and I don't know, because when you see Africa, it's that far, but yeah, you can see a bit that is a bit more down than you. I don't know if it's because of something. You know?
Yeah, man. Don't you think that's weird that you can see Africa from Europe?
Yeah, I mean it's
I
weird,
mean, to
but
you think the Earth is really big.
yeah.
Yeah, but
It
when you
must be
actually
really,
look at
really
the
big.
mathematics of the Earth, you realize that the Earth is far smaller than what we perceive. like we perceive the Earth to be far bigger than what they tell us, or 3,959 miles in radius, that would require a curvature that generally would block such views as looking to Africa.
Yeah, when you when you look out over the water, do you know how far away the horizon is supposed to be?
No, don't know.
So, how tall are you?
Meter point five six, more or less.
Meter 0.56? That's a unit.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and.
No, meter 0.85. Sorry.
85. Okay, that's a little bit better. So, meter 0.85. So, based off of your height, when you look out over the water, the horizon should be probably about, I'm going to round up on this one. So, like 4.8, 4.9 kilometers away.
Okay.
Not even 5 kilometers to the horizon. And then everything behind that should be behind the curve of the Earth.
But I don't know. Have you ever looked to the when you are in a plane or something to the window and see?
Yeah. You can see even further.
Yeah, I don't know yet.
It still looks flat from a plane.
Yeah, but you know,
It
people.
just looks like a circle around you instead of a sphere. Circles are flat. But that's a special number, man. From your height, you're probably about 6'1", probably around 6'1", 6'2". That means that you're looking at the horizon, like the curve of the Earth is like 3 miles away, 4.8, 4.9 kilometers.
Why you think it's the point that everyone want to lie about it, about the curvature of the plane?
Because you'll believe it.
Yeah, but you believe it, but why? What is the point? You know, what is the key
Because
point
you'll
to?
believe it. Because you're not going to go and look for yourself. You think the Earth is too big, so why not lie? You give up all of your belief system to authority, right? To other humans who claim to know better than you. You're like, yeah, you can go ahead and tell me what to think. I'm just a dumb person. I need to be told what to do in life. Is that a good enough reason?
I don't know. I don't know why would. So you say that every country, every government, every scientist lies to us only
Okay.
to see. I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, yeah. So, scientists do what they're paid to do. There's no scientist out there, at least in the light of TV and radio. There's no scientist out there that's uh, doing science on their own. They're usually trying to get some kind of funding, so they're going to do what they're told to do. And as far as the governments go, does Russia and China and America and India, do they all trade with each other?
But for example, you think the Russian government, the China government have seated like with the English, like with the American one, with the European one, to say like let's lie to all the world and say that
Well,
the
like
Earth is
pick two countries that hate each other.
uh, American Russia.
America and Russia. Yet somehow they trade with each other on resources, and they even have two astronauts from each of their countries up in the International Space Station.
What you say that there are Russian in the American in the NASA?
Well, they hate each other. They're enemies, right? But yet somehow they work together.
In what way they work together?
I mean, they work together in trade.
Oh, well, yeah, I
They
mean,
trade oil, they trade wheat, they trade food, they trade resources. They
yeah,
even
but
trade secrets.
because of a reason that need.
Well, I mean, you said that all the governments couldn't be in on it together, right? But yet here I'm showing you how governments cooperate together.
Yeah, I mean, because I mean, for example, a country like, I don't know, Czech Republic. Czech Republic don't have a sea, so they do not fish. So
Yeah,
they
but
have
what does the Czech Republic have a space agency?
no, but I mean, they have a need like, I don't know, oil, fish, I don't know, meat, olive
Yeah.
oil, and if they have their needs, somehow they have to get it, like
Like,
to get that need, done.
yeah, I
So
mean,
if
so like if you think about the Czech Republic, though, they're just a farming country, right? Like that's all they're good for is farming for the bigger country.
yeah, but I mean, like our other country, I don't know, a country that don't have olive oil. Maybe that country don't like Spain government, but they ask for olive oil because here we produce a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
But
like
I
I give you an
don't.
example for the Czech
But
Republic.
I don't
Who
know
who
if
which country is Czech Republic's hero country? Because there's always a hero country that comes to their defense, right? So which
the hero
country
country of Czech
is their hero?
Republic. Uh,
Yeah, like who? If Czech Republic goes to war, who's coming to defend Czech Republic?
the NATO.
The NATO. Okay, so there's your cooperation of governments right there, right?
Yeah.
Now, do all of the NATO countries do business with Russia?
Yeah, in somehow yes, but because they have
Right.
that need, and
Huh?
with China too.
Yeah, yeah. So like these countries are supposed to be enemies of each other, but they do business.
Yeah,
If I
just
had
like
an
when
enemy, I'm not going to do business with my enemy. Go ahead, Reese.
the Nazis were defeated, the start of the two space programs were Nazi scientists recruited both to Russia and to America, and those two groups started uh, the space programs for both nations and the CIA for America.
Yeah, at the end of the day, hold on.
What do you say?
Sorry, I got a phone call. At the end of the day, man, if you really think about it, uh, their leaders and our leaders go into dark rooms behind walls where no one else can hear, and they have conversations together. And you don't know what those conversations are about. Um, so why would they cooperate together?
Yeah, you know that people like Epstein exist. You know that powerful people go to people like this to have their desires met. Then those people end up getting controlled. that keeps things secretive. The world doesn't require secrets. You can go out and check it for yourself. You don't need to believe anybody. Don't need to believe us. You can just go out just outside yourself and look at a boat going towards the horizon, and then you can check your phone and you can see the ship tracker and you can see how far away that ship is from you, and then you can be like, wait a minute, I shouldn't be able to see that ship. That's 3 orders of magnitudes, 4 orders, 10 orders of magnitude beyond what I should be able to see. The globe cannot accommodate that, because if you're going to be refracting light around the globe to make it appear flat, you have consequences, and that is different wavelengths refract at different rates. And so all of the white light would separate into rainbow. And so you would be looking at a gay world if you were on a globe.
Bro, the fact that you said that so seriously, that was so good.
You know, it's funny that you just came in here and you asked why would they lie. Like I did a Google search. For some reason, I was trying to find something else, and I typed the words "the world wants to be deceived." Apparently, that's like an actual thing. Like that's a known Latin phrase. Um, goes mundus vult decipi ergo decipiatur, which means the world wants to be deceived, so let it be deceived. Right? The reason why the world wants to be deceived, people don't want to accept responsibility and be accountable for their own daily lives.
Yep.
Right? They want a government to tell them what to do because
Yeah, they want an authority to tell them what to do. If it's not a government, it's a priest.
yeah, because the truth really at the end of the day is really bitter, right? Like there's truths that make you feel really good, and then there's truths that you're like, I didn't want that to be true because that means I have to change who I am and accommodate for the truth because the truth
Yeah.
is the truth.
Yeah, it means you have to take responsibility for your actions. It means you have to be responsible in the world instead of just YOLOing your life away.
But that's a far more deeper conversation because, you know, really what you should be saying is you shouldn't be asking the question, why would they lie? You should just be asking the question, are they lying? And then go from there.
Yeah, can I know if what they're telling me is the truth? You don't need to believe us. You don't need to believe them. You can just check if what they're telling you is the truth. And once you know that they're not telling you the truth, you're one of us. Yeah, that's FE is correct. Belief is the enemy of knowing. Belief is the thing that keeps you from actually looking and knowing better because you believe it's something else. You don't actually look.
Yeah, you get all comfortable and makes you feel all warm inside because you, oh, that sounds really good. Imagine being told that you're on this little spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and you're in this Goldilocks zone, right? And everything's all nice and comfy here. Everything's too far away for you to get access to outside of Earth. There could be life out there, but we're comfortable where we are. Oh, no, you got too comfortable. The Earth is actually getting warmer. All the ice caps are melting, and we need to find a way off of this rock.
Yeah, imagine believing the globe Earth story. You're like stuck in this void of nothingness, with the entire cosmos being like very far away from you. You're stuck in this insane void of nothingness. That's where the Earth is supposed to be in the globe model. It's insane. And meanwhile, if you just translated all that is created from the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. And once you take that assumption away, all of that assumption about how the sky is ordered goes out the window. And it's like the sky is much closer than you believe based on this story. That makes the world so much more intimate, so much more closer to you. You're not this random speck of nothingness in an infinite expanding universe. You're a purposeful being on a world created for this experience. And your purpose here is perceived beyond time and space. And so the impact you have on other people, the people that you bring into the world through a copulation, actually impact the world to a larger degree than we can imagine. And so the creator sees all of reality at once, all of time at once. That's the meaning of being omnipresent. Like it's experiencing all of reality at once. And so that means that we have a purpose, that we have a meaning far beyond this global insignificant monkey people. That is a delusion meant to control you so that you don't experience the full extent of what you are capable of.
Yeah, you've got the spark of life in you, right? You're the light in the eye of the beholder. And like Dre said, you have purpose, right? What is that purpose? Purpose is to go out there and love everyone as he loved us. Right? Share this experience together, grow, multiply, build. There's certain laws and certain order in this life that we have, but the sky is the limit on everything that you can go out there and create. Have fun.
I mean, if there's a dome, then there's a limit. Then the dome is the limit.
I said the sky is the limit, right? Who's to say that they didn't build the the stairway to heaven, right? Who's to say that they didn't have a building that went all the way up to the very tip top, touched the top, and then, it was destroyed later? We don't know. We weren't there. We get the story of a vengeful creator that hated the idea of us getting closer to him. What if it was the exact opposite? What if they got to the top because they were trying to disprove God, and instead they found the top, and they're like, "Oh shit! No, we got to tear that down."
Yeah. What if it had unintentional consequences? Like you're connecting two wires together that are not supposed to be connected. And then that creates a discharge, and then the whole thing fucking gets destroyed. And the remnants, of course, are like, oh no, God hated that.
True. What if they created a direct line down, charge to discharge? I mean, that gets
We
into the
already
whole
know
hypothetical.
that there is a charge difference between the sky and the ground. We already know there's a temperature difference. Like, God only knows what would happen if you connected those 2 points.
But yeah, to limit ourselves to what to letting somebody else dictate your life. Like, what a sad life. You know, I read the book. I read the book. I listened to the audiobook of The Richest Man in Babylon. I suggest everybody go out there and read it or listen to it. But pay attention. There's one story in particular where this guy is a slave. All of them are brought into this slave system, like a compilation of like 4 or 5 stories. But they're all brought into this slave system. One of them, he's bought and sold to this wealthy man's wife. Like he's supposed to serve her purpose, or her purpose. She was going on a trip, and she needed strong men to keep her alive on this very long distance trip. And when they go on this trip, he's talking to her, and he's like, I was a free man at one point. She's like, we'll see about that. So then the time comes that everybody's on their last leg, and they're all out of resources. And she goes to him and says, "You remember when you said that you were once a free man?" And he said, "Yeah." And of course, he's miserable. She's miserable. They're all miserable. And she goes, "Well, a slave, right? Like you think that you're not. Slave would take this opportunity to lay down and die because he has nothing left to live for, and he has no reason to go out and find something that's going to bring everybody back to life. A free man will never give up. Which one are you?" Of course, the story goes that he goes on to bring everybody back to life with resources and everything like that. He finds a way to make it work.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying, Drace? Like a slave in this world says, "Oh, what difference does it? We're all just going to die."
Yeah, it's a matter of perspective. How do you view the world? How do you view yourself in it? Like if you are just a slave and you just act like a slave, your whole life is just gonna be a slave. Even if you start as a slave, if you wake up and you stop and you look around and you realize, I'm on a plantation, this isn't right. And that is something that I think is God given. It's like the creator lets people know so that people can wake up and realize what's going on. And that just keeps happening throughout the ages, and it's just a matter of like what history gets passed on.
Well, I'm a little disappointed he left. We were getting down to the heart of that one, weren't we, Drace? Why would they lie?
Yeah. They, why do they lie? Because power and control. And